Close your eyes for a moment, dear listener, and imagine the vast, endless ocean stretching out before you, not as a place of storms or shadows, but as a gentle cradle of secrets, where time itself whispers softly through the waves. Welcome to 5+ hours mysteries buried deep under the ocean, a serene voyage into the hidden wonders that lie far below the surface, fading ruins that hold questions the world may never fully answer. As the night deepens and the stars reflect on the water like scattered jewels, let this be your invitation to unwind, to let go of the day's hurried thoughts, and drift peacefully into a realm of quiet enigma. What if I told you that beneath those tranquil depths, entire worlds have slipped away, leaving behind echoes of lives long forgotten civilizations that once thrived under sunlit skies now rest in moonlit silence, their stone voices murmuring, tales that tease the edges of our understanding. These are not puzzles demanding solutions, but gifts of wonder, starlit ruins, where the sea has woven its own tapestry of mystery, preserving fragments of history in a soft, eternal embrace. Some secrets, after all, were never meant to be unraveled. They exist to inspire awe, to remind us of the boundless beauty in the unknown, like a dream that lingers just beyond waking. Breathe deeply, now feel the gentle rhythm of the tide pulling you in. Allow yourself to relax, to float weightlessly through these forgotten realms, where ancient artifacts and submerged cities invite contemplation without urgency. Picture the ocean's hush, enveloping you a meditative veil that quiets the mind and stirs the soul with reverence. Here in this whispered exploration, we'll wander together through veils of water, uncovering layers of intrigue that spark curiosity without ever disturbing the peace. What hidden stories might the currents reveal tonight? What subtle harmonies of the past could resonate in your thoughts as you surrender to slumber? As we begin our tranquil descent, let the first enigma draw you deeper, still the Pavlopetri, Sunken City, an ancient Greek settlement in the Mediterranean near Peloponnese, featuring planned streets and buildings from Mycenaean times submerged around 1000 BCE, leaving questions about the earthquake that sealed its fate. Imagine yourself standing on a quiet shore at twilight, the Mediterranean lapping gently at your feet, its surface a mirror of indigo and gold. The air hums with the soft breath of waves, and far beneath, where the light fades into velvet darkness, lies a secret older than memory. Pavlopetri, an ancient Greek settlement near the Peloponnese, whispers to you from the seafloor, a city of planned streets and stone houses crafted in Mycenaean times, submerged around 1000 years before the Common Era. As you gaze out, the water seems to hold its breath, inviting you to drift into its depths, to wander among ruins that cradle questions no one has fully answered. What force could entomb a thriving city beneath the waves? What lives did its stones once shelter? Let your mind soften your thoughts, slow as you slip into this tranquil enigma. Picture yourself gliding through the sea, weightless, the water cool against your skin. Below the faint outlines of Pavlopetri emerge rectangular foundations, courtyards, and pathways, all arranged with a precision that speaks of human hands. Discovered in 1968 by Nicholas Fleming, this submerged settlement spans an area roughly the size of a small village, its structures dating back to 3,000 years before the Common Era. The city's grid-like layout, with streets intersecting at near-perfect angles, suggests a sophistication rare for its time. You can almost trace the walls of homes, perhaps 15 in number, and imagine the flicker of oil lamps within. Tombs carved into the rock hint at rituals for the departed, while pottery shards, delicate cups, and storage jars lie scattered as if paused mid-use. The sea has preserved this moment, locking it in a silent embrace, yet the cause of its submersion remains elusive, a question that tugs gently at your curiosity. From a scientific lens, the submergence of Pavlopetri invites a chorus of hypotheses, each a thread in the tapestry of possibility. Geologists propose a cataclysmic earthquake, common in the seismically active Peloponnese, as the likely culprit. Around 1000 years before the Common Era, a tremor could have fractured the coastal shelf, causing the land to slip beneath the waves. You might imagine the ground shuddering beneath your feet, the sea rushing in like a slow, inevitable tide. Yet some scientists wonder if the process was gentler, A gradual rise in sea levels, perhaps, from melting ice caps at the end of the last ice age, submerging the city over centuries. Others point to liquefaction, where saturated soil loses strength during a quake, swallowing structures whole. The lack of widespread destruction in the ruins, however, complicates these theories. Why do the walls stand so intact, as if the city simply drifted downward? Marine archaeologists note the absence of clear fault lines nearby, leaving room for doubt. Could it have been a combination of factors, earthquake, erosion, and rising waters conspiring in a dance of time? The data offers no final verdict, only a constellation of ideas that shimmer in the unknown. Now let your thoughts drift to a different plane, where the spiritual weaves through the stones of Pavlopetri. To the Mycenaeans, the sea was a realm of gods, Poseidon's domain where waves carried both bounty and mystery. Perhaps you stand in a temple long lost its altar, now cloaked in algae, and sense the prayers once offered here. Were the people of Pavlopetri honoring deities of the deep when the waters claimed their homes? In local folklore, the sea is a keeper of souls, a place where the departed linger in quiet communion. You might imagine their spirits woven into the currents, their voices soft as the sway of seagrass. In broader Mediterranean traditions, submerged cities often symbolize a pact with the divine, a surrender to forces beyond human grasp. Some might see Pavlopetri as a sacred offering, its streets preserved not by chance but by design, a testament to a forgotten covenant. Across cultures from Greek myths to indigenous tales, water is a threshold, a place where the earthly and eternal meet. Does Pavlopetri rest in such a liminal space? Its silence, a bridge to the unknowable. As you hover above the sunken streets, let your mind conjure the lives that once filled them. Picture a potter shaping clay by lamplight, her hands steady as she crafts a vessel for olive oil. Nearby, a merchant unloads amphorae from a ship, their contents destined for distant shores. Historical records of Mycenaean trade suggest Pavlopetri was a hub, its harbor bustling with goods, perhaps bronze tools or woven textiles linking it to Crete and beyond. Yet the city's small size hints at intimacy, a community where neighbors knew each other's songs. One tale passed down in whispers speaks of a festival halted by a trembling earth, the people fleeing as the sea advanced. Did they escape carrying their stories to new lands? Or did some remain, their fates woven into the waves? Another fragment of lore describes a sacred spring, now lost, believed to connect Pavlopetri to the underworld. Divers have found no such spring, but the idea lingers, a thread of mystery. You might wonder about a child's toy half buried in silt, or a carved stone left unfinished, whose hands shaped it, and what dreams did they hold? Now shift your perspective, as if you're a scholar poring over charts in a dimly lit room, the scent of old paper mingling with sea air. The scientific debate deepens. Could volcanic activity linked to the nearby Santorini eruption have triggered tsunamis that hastened Pavlopetri's descent? The timing seems off. Santorini's cataclysm predates the city's submersion by centuries, yet the region's tectonic restlessness keeps the hypothesis alive. Alternatively, sediment analysis suggests coastal erosion, a slow unraveling of the land's edge, might have played a role. You trace the data, noting how the city's depth, some 3 to 4 meters below the surface, implies a gradual sinking rather than a single dramatic event. But the precision of the streets, undisturbed by violent upheaval, challenges this. Could the city have been abandoned before the waters came, its people sensing a shift in the Earth's mood? The absence of human remains adds another layer. Did they foresee their home's fate, or were their traces simply swept away? Return now to the water floating once more above Pavlopetri's quiet avenues. The spiritual lens widens, drawing from varied traditions. In some Eastern philosophies, the sea is a mirror of the mind, vast, unsearchable, holding truths that defy capture. Pavlopetri might be such a mirror, its submerged order reflecting a balance between human ambition and nature's will. You might feel a reverence for its stillness, as if the city chose to rest here, cradled by the deep. In Christian mysticism, water signifies purification, a return to the source. Could Pavlopetri's submersion be a kind of baptism, its ruins cleansed of time's weight? Across African diaspora traditions, the ocean is a repository of memory, holding the stories of those who crossed it. Though Pavlopetri predates these tales, you might sense a kinship, a shared quiet that binds all submerged histories. The city's presence feels like a gentle offering, inviting you to ponder without demanding answers. As you linger, the city's details unfold further. Divers have mapped over 9,000 square meters of ruins, including a central plaza that might have hosted gatherings under starlit skies. The pottery with its intricate patterns suggests connections to Minoan Crete, yet some designs are unique, hinting at a local artistry lost to time. You imagine walking these streets before their fall, hearing the murmur of voices, the clink of tools. One hypothesis posits a sudden climate shift, perhaps a prolonged drought, weakening the community before the sea's embrace. Another suggests tectonic subsidence, a slow tilt of the land unnoticed until too late. Yet the tombs, rectangular, rock-cut, and eerily intact, whisper of deliberate care, as if the people prepared for eternity. Why did they build so close to the shore, so vulnerable to the sea's whims? The question hangs like a note held too long, fading into silence. The beauty of Pavlopetri lies not in solving its riddle, but in resting within its mystery. You feel the weight of the water above, yet it's comforting, like a blanket of time. The city's streets, softened by millennia, seem to invite you to stay to listen to their wordless song. Scientists continue to probe. New sonar scans reveal faint outlines of structures beyond the known boundaries, suggesting Pavlopetri may be larger than thought. Spiritual seekers might see it as a reminder of impermanence, a city that flourished, then surrendered to the eternal. You too might feel this pull, a call to let go of the need to know. What stories still sleep in the silt, waiting for a current to stir them? What dreams did the sea claim, and what might it whisper back? As you float upward, the ruins fade into the blue, their edges blurring like a memory half recalled. The silence deepens, a gentle tide carrying you onward toward another enigma, waiting in the ocean's embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself adrift on a still sea at dawn, the Nile Delta's horizon kissed by a soft amber glow. The water beneath you ripples gently, a liquid veil hiding a city that once thrived where river meets ocean. Heracleion, an Egyptian port of the Ptolemaic dynasty, lies cradled in the Mediterranean's embrace, its statues and temples frozen in time, untouched for over 1,000 years. As you float, the silence feels alive, whispering of a place where Greek and Egyptian worlds intertwined, now buried by a mystery that beckons you closer. How could a city so grand vanish so completely, its stones preserved as if asleep? Let your breath slow, your heart quiet, and sink into the tranquil enigma of Heracleion, where the past lingers just beyond your reach. Imagine diving through the cool turquoise depths, the water parting, to reveal Heracleion's submerged splendor. Discovered in 2000 by archaeologist Frank Gaudio, the city sprawls across the seabed, its layout a testament to a bustling port from the 4th century before the Common Era. You glide past colossal statues, pharaohs, and deities, some over 16 feet tall, standing upright, their features sharp despite centuries of submersion. Temples dedicated to Amun-Gareb, the Egyptian god of creation, rise from the silt, their columns etched with hieroglyphs. Greek-style artifacts like coins bearing Ptolemy's profile mingle with Egyptian stelae, a fusion of cultures that hums with history. The harbor, once a gateway for trade, holds anchors and shipwrecks their timbers, cradling stories of distant voyages. Yet the question lingers like a soft current. How did such a vibrant city slip beneath the waves, preserved as if the sea chose to cradle it? Through a scientist's eyes, Heracleion's fate invites a mosaic of theories, each a fragment of possibility. The leading hypothesis points to liquefaction, a phenomenon where saturated soil behaves like liquid during seismic activity. Picture the ground beneath your feet, softening the city's foundations, sinking as the Nile Delta's muddy bed gave way. Geologists suggest an earthquake, perhaps in the 3rd century of the Common Era, triggered this collapse, submerging Heracleion in a single gentle descent. Yet the intact statues, some weighing several tons, challenge this idea. Why do they stand so perfectly untouched by violent upheaval? Another theory posits gradual subsidence, the delta's soft sediments compacting under the city's weight over centuries. Rising sea levels tied to climate shifts might have compounded this, slowly swallowing the port. Marine surveys reveal no clear fault lines deepening the puzzle. Could a series of minor tremors unnoticed by ancient chroniclers have conspired with the river's silt to bury Heracleion? The data offers no final answer, only a quiet invitation to wonder. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the divine brushes against the mortal. In ancient Egypt, the sea was a sacred threshold, a place where gods like Osiris, lord of the afterlife, held sway. As you hover above a sunken temple, its altar draped in coral, you might sense the prayers once offered here, their echoes carried by the tides. Was Heracleon's fall a divine act? A city offered to the gods in a moment of cosmic balance? In Greek tradition, the sea was Poseidon's realm, unpredictable, yet protective. Perhaps the Ptolemaic priests, blending these beliefs, saw the rising waters as a sign, a merging of worlds. In some African spiritual contexts, water is a keeper of ancestral memory, a place where the past rests in reverence. You might feel Heracleion as such a sanctuary, its statues not lost but entrusted to the deep. Across cultures, submerged places often carry a mystical weight, as if chosen to dwell in eternal quiet. Does Heracleion guard a truth too sacred for the surface? Picture yourself walking Heracleion's streets before their submersion, the air rich with the scent of myrrh and salt. Merchants from distant lands unload spices and amber their voices, mingling with the chants of priests. Historical records describe Heracleion as a thriving hub, its customs house taxing goods bound for Alexandria. A tale persists of a grand festival where a golden statue of Isis was carried through torchlit streets, only to vanish when the waters came. Did the priest save it, or does it lie hidden still? Another story speaks of a Greek poet shipwrecked near the port who wrote of a star that fell into the sea, omen of the city's fate. No such poem survives, but the idea lingers a spark in the darkness. You might imagine a child dropping a clay toy as the ground trembled, its fragments now nestled in silt. What hopes did these people carry, and how did they face the sea's advance? Shift now to a scholar's study maps and sonar scans spread across a table lit by a single lamp. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could a tsunami triggered by a distant quake have hastened Heracleion's end? The Nile Delta's low elevation makes it vulnerable, yet the city's artifacts show no signs of violent flooding. Another hypothesis explores river dynamics. The Nile's shifting channels might have eroded the delta's stability, undermining Heracleion's foundations. Core samples reveal layers of clay and silt, suggesting a slow burial over decades. The city's depth, roughly 20 feet below the surface, supports this gradual narrative, but the pristine condition of its relics, jewelry, lamps, even a granite sarcophagus hints at a swifter event. Could a sudden flood unrecorded in history have sealed the city in a protective cocoon of sediment? The absence of human remains adds another layer. Did the people flee, or were their traces swept away by currents? Return to the water floating above Heracleion's silent avenues. The spiritual lens widens, drawing from diverse traditions. In Hindu philosophy, water is a cycle of renewal, dissolving the old to birth the new. You might see Heracleion as part of this flow, its stones cleansed by the sea's patient touch. In Christian mysticism, the deep is a place of divine mystery where creation's secrets rest. Could Heracleion's preservation be a kind of grace, its beauty spared for future eyes? In indigenous Pacific beliefs, the ocean is a living ancestor, holding stories in its depths. You might feel Heracleion as such a story, its statues standing as sentinels of memory. The city's stillness invites reverence, a reminder that some truths are meant to remain veiled, their beauty in their elusiveness. As you linger, Heracleion's details unfold like a dream. Divers have mapped over 60,000 square feet of ruins, including a massive temple complex with a canal leading to the harbor. Inscriptions on a black granite stele nearly 6 feet tall proclaim trade decrees hinting at a cosmopolitan city. Greek amphorae sit beside Egyptian amulets, a testament to cultural harmony. One theory suggests a seismic swarm, small frequent quakes, gradually weaken the delta's soil. Another posits a catastrophic Nile flood, perhaps in the late Ptolemaic era, overwhelming the port. Yet the statue's upright positions, some still anchored to their bases, defy easy explanation. Why do they stand as if untouched by time? The question drifts like a leaf on the water, unanswered yet serene. Heracleon's mystery is not a puzzle to solve, but a space to inhabit. You feel the sea's gentle pressure, a comforting weight that holds you close. The city's relics, bronze lamps, gold rings, a boat's carved prow seem to pulse with quiet life, as if waiting for the right moment to speak. Scientists continue their work using 3D modeling to map the site's extent, revealing hints of structures still buried. Spiritual seekers might see Heracleion as a bridge between worlds, its submersion, a passage to a deeper truth. You too might sense this, a call to rest in the unknown. What secrets does the silt still hold, and what might the currents whisper in their own time? As you rise toward the surface, the city fades into the blue, its outline softening like a memory half forgotten. The sea's hush carries you forward toward another mystery waiting in the depths. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Picture yourself on a Caribbean shore at dusk, where the warm breeze carries the scent of salt and distant spices. The sea before you glows with the last embers of sunset, its surface, a canvas of coral hues. Beneath those gentle waves lies Port Royal, a Jamaican trading hub from the 17th century, once a vibrant pulse of European colonial ambition now resting in the ocean's quiet cradle. An earthquake in 1692 sent this bustling haven into the depths, preserving glimpses of daily life. Silver coins, pewter plates, a child's shoe, yet leaving the full tapestry of its people's stories veiled. As you stand here, the water seems to hum with secrets, inviting you to drift into its embrace, to ponder what lies hidden in its sunken streets. What lives did these artifacts hold, and why does their silence feel so alive? Let your thoughts soften, your breath ease, and slip into the tranquil mystery of Port Royal. Imagine yourself descending through the Caribbean's warm turquoise depths, the water shimmering like liquid glass. Port Royal's ruins unfold below a labyrinth of collapsed walls and scattered relics, mapped in the 1960s by marine archaeologists. The city, once spanning a peninsula, now lies a few meters beneath the waves, its harbor area a mosaic of stone foundations and wooden beams. You glide past a tavern's remnants, where tankards and clay pipes rest in the silt, as if their owners stepped away moments ago. A merchant's warehouse holds barrels, their iron hoops rusted but intact, hinting at trade in sugar and rum. The earthquake's sudden strike left over 2,000 buildings submerged, preserving a snapshot of a cosmopolitan hub where English, Dutch, and African influences mingled. Yet the social currents, alliances, rivalries, dreams remain elusive, locked in the sea's gentle grip. What stories did these streets hold before the earth shook? From a scientist's perspective, Port Royal's submersion is a puzzle wrapped in seismic whispers. The 1692 earthquake, likely a magnitude 7, struck Jamaica's coast with devastating force. Geologists propose that the city's location on a sandy spit built on loose sediment-triggered liquefaction, where the ground turns fluid under stress, swallowing structures whole. You might feel the earth quiver beneath you, the peninsula sliding into the sea like a sigh. Yet the preservation of delicate artifacts, glass bottles, a pocket watch stopped at the moment of collapse, suggests a swift, almost tender burial. Could a tsunami following the quake have sealed the city in sediment, shielding it from decay? Some researchers suggest tectonic subsidence, where the land itself sank, played a role. Others point to the harbor's shallow shelf, prone to slumping during tremors. The lack of clear fault evidence nearby deepens the mystery. Was it a single cataclysm, or a series of subtle shifts that claimed Port Royal? The seabed offers clues, but no final truth. Now let your heart drift to a place where the sacred meets the submerged. In the Caribbean, the sea is a realm of spirits, a vast cradle for ancestors in African diaspora traditions. As you hover above a sunken church, its bell half buried in sand, you might sense the prayers that once rose here, now carried by the tides. Was Port Royal's fall a judgment, as some colonial preachers claimed, or a reclamation by the ocean's deeper wisdom? In Christian mysticism, water is a symbol of renewal, washing away the temporal to reveal the eternal. Perhaps you see the city's relics as offerings preserved for a purpose beyond our grasp. In Taino beliefs, native to Jamaica, the sea is a living entity, a guardian of balance. Could Port Royal rest in its care, its artifacts a bridge to voices long silenced? Across cultures, Sunken places hold a quiet sanctity, as if chosen to dwell in the divine shadow. What might this city whisper to those who listen? Picture yourself in Port Royal before its fall, standing in a bustling market where the air hums with voices, English sailors bartering, African vendors calling out, Dutch traders haggling over cacao. Historical accounts paint the city as a haven of wealth, and Vice dubbed the wickedest city on earth. One story tells of a governor's banquet interrupted by tremors, where silver platters crashed as guests fled. Did they escape, or did the sea claim their finery? Another tale speaks of a healer, her home filled with herbs, whose remedies vanished with the city, her knowledge now a ghost in the waves. Artifacts like a brass compass or a child's coral necklace, found by divers, hint at personal lives, but their owners' joys and struggles remain shadowed. You might imagine a sailor carving his initials into a beam, now resting underwater, his story unfinished. What dreams did these people chase, and what did they leave behind? Shift now to a quiet study where maps of Jamaica's coast lie spread under candlelight. The scientific inquiry deepens. Could Port Royal's sandy foundation, built on a precarious spit, have amplified the earthquake's impact? Seismic models suggest the tremor originated offshore, sending shockwaves through the unstable sediment. Yet the city's partial preservation, some structures collapsed, others slid intact puzzles. Researchers. Was the quake followed by a rapid influx of sediment entombing relics before currents could scatter them? Another theory explores coastal erosion, where years of tides weakened the peninsula's edge. The harbor's depth, roughly 10 to 20 feet, supports a sudden slide rather than a gradual sink. But the absence of widespread skeletal remains raises questions. Did most residents flee in time, or were their traces swept away? The data, like the sea, holds its secrets close. Return to the water floating above Port Royal's sunken lanes. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In voodoo practiced in the Caribbean, the sea is a realm of LWA spirits who guide and protect. You might feel their presence in the city's stillness, as if Port Royal were entrusted to their care. In Islamic mysticism, water reflects divine mercy, a medium for hidden truths. Could the city's preservation be a kind of grace, its artifacts spared for future eyes? In European folklore, sunken cities often carry a moral weight, a reminder of hubris or harmony lost. You might see Port Royal as such a tale, its wealth submerged to teach humility. The city's quiet feels like a sanctuary, inviting you to rest in its mystery without seeking answers. What does the ocean choose to keep, and why? As you linger, Port Royal's details bloom like coral. Divers have uncovered over 500 artifacts, from iron cannons to delicate porcelain, suggesting a city of global reach. A tavern's ledger, its pages long dissolved, might have recorded debts and dreams. One hypothesis posits a secondary quake weeks later buried the city deeper, preserving it from scavengers. Another suggests the harbor's unique currents swirling inward created a natural vault. The presence of African-style pottery alongside European goods hints at a diverse community, yet the social hierarchy merchants enslaved free remains unclear. Why do some homes hold luxury, others simplicity? The question drifts like a feather on the water, unanswered yet serene. Port Royal's mystery is not a riddle to unravel, but a space to inhabit. You feel the sea's gentle rhythm, a pulse that soothes and holds you. The city's relics, coins etched with royal crests, a rusted sword, a glass bead seem to glow with quiet life, as if waiting for the right moment to speak. Archaeologists continue their work using sonar to trace the harbor's edges, revealing hints of a larger city still hidden. Spiritual seekers might see Port Royal as a mirror of impermanence, its wealth dissolved into the deep. You too might sense this, a call to rest in the unknowable. What stories do these relics guard, and what might the sea reveal in its own time? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins blur into the blue, their outlines fading like a half-remembered dream. The ocean's whisper carries you onward, toward another enigma waiting in the depths. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision yourself on the Gujarat coast at twilight, where the Arabian Sea stretches like a silken sheet, its edges kissed by the fading light of a saffron sun. The waves hum, a timeless lullaby, and beneath their gentle sway lies Dwarka, an ancient harbor tied to the Hindu deity Krishna, its walls and pottery resting in the deep since 1500 years before the Common Era. As you stand here, the horizon seems to pulse with whispers of a city, both legendary and real, its stones cradling questions that drift like clouds across the water. Did the sea claim Dwarka as myth suggests, or was its fate woven by forces we can only guess? Let your mind ease your breath, align with the tide, and float into the serene mystery of this submerged haven where history and divinity entwine. Dive into the sea's embrace, the water cool and clear parting to reveal Dwarka's sunken remnants. Discovered in the 1980s by marine archaeologists, the site off India's western coast unveils a grid of stone walls, their edges softened by millennia. You glide past rectangular foundations, perhaps homes or granaries, and scattered pottery jars and bowls etched with patterns dating back to the late Harappan era. The harbor's outline emerges with anchors and quays, suggesting a thriving port that once welcomed ships laden with spices and textiles. Spanning several hectares, the ruins lie 10 to 30 feet below the surface, their layout hinting at a planned settlement. Yet the reason for Dwarka's submersion remains elusive, a riddle wrapped in the sea's quiet folds. As you hover above these relics, you sense lives paused mid-breath, their stories waiting to be heard. What force could draw such a city into the deep? Through a scientist's lens, Dwarka's fate sparks a tapestry of theories, each a glimmer in the quest for truth. Geologists point to a seismic event common in the tectonically active Gujarat region as a possible cause. Imagine the earth trembling beneath your feet, the harbor sliding into the sea in a single fateful moment around 1500 years before the Common Era. Yet the ruins' orderly state walls standing artifacts intact suggests a gentler descent. Could rising sea levels tied to post-Ice Age melting have slowly inundated the coast? Studies estimate the Arabian Sea rose several meters over millennia, potentially swallowing low-lying settlements. Another hypothesis explores coastal subsidence, where the land itself sank under geological pressures. Marine surveys reveal sediment layers that hint at gradual flooding, but the absence of clear quake damage leaves questions. Was Dwarka abandoned before the waters came, or did the sea claim it swiftly? The evidence sways like the tide, offering no final shore. Shift now to a spiritual plane, where the sea becomes a sacred canvas. In Hindu tradition, Dwarka is Krishna's city, a divine stronghold, where the god-king ruled. As you drift above a sunken pillar, perhaps part of a temple, you might feel the echo of ancient chants, their cadence carried by the currents. Was Dwarka's submersion a cosmic act, as the Mahabharata suggests, when Krishna's kingdom returned to the sea? In Jainism, water symbolizes purity, a medium for spiritual release. You could see Dwarka's relics as cleanse their silence, a meditation on eternity. Across South Asian beliefs, the ocean is a mother, nurturing yet enigmatic, holding cities in her lap. In some indigenous traditions, submerged places are portals to ancestral realms. Does Dwarka rest in such a space, its stones, a bridge to the divine? The city's quiet feels like a prayer inviting you to linger in its mystery. Imagine standing in Dwarka's bustling harbor long ago, the air alive with the clink of bronze and the scent of sandalwood. Merchants from distant lands barter for pearls, their ships swaying in the tide. Historical records link Dwarka to the Harappan civilization, a trade hub connecting India to Mesopotamia. One tale speaks of a golden statue, of Krishna said to have stood in a temple, now lost its fate unknown when the waters rose. Did priests hide it, or does it sleep beneath the silt? Another story whispers of a fisherman who dreamed of a city beneath the waves, guiding divers to the site centuries later. You might picture a weaver pausing at her loom, her cloth unfinished, now tangled in coral. These fragments, pottery, a carved seal, a stone weight hint at daily life, but the social fabric, the laughter and losses remains shadowed. What dreams did this harbor hold? Now sit in a lamplit room surrounded by charts and sediment cores. The scientific puzzle unfolds. Could a tsunami triggered by a distant quake have swept over Dwarka's low-lying coast? The region's seismic history supports this, yet the ruins show no signs of violent disruption. Another theory suggests riverine flooding from the nearby Sabarmati, its sediments destabilizing the harbor's foundations. Core samples reveal layers of marine clay, hinting at a slow submersion over centuries. The site's depth suggests a gradual rise in sea level, but the presence of intact structures, some walls standing 6 feet tall, complicates this. Could a sudden tectonic shift unrecorded in ancient texts have tilted the coast? The absence of human remains adds another layer. Did the people flee sensing the sea's advance, or were their traces erased by time? The data hums with possibility, yet no answer anchors it. Float once more above Dwarka's ruins, the water a soft cradle around you. The spiritual lens broadens, weaving through global traditions. In Buddhist thought, the sea is a metaphor for impermanence, dissolving all that seems solid. You might see Dwarka's submersion as a lesson its stones, a reminder of life's fleeting nature. In Christian mysticism, water is a gateway to the divine, a place of hidden grace. Could Dwarka's preservation be a kind of blessing, its relics spared for a purpose unknown? In indigenous Pacific beliefs, the ocean is a storyteller holding histories in its depths. You might feel Dwarka as such a tale, its pottery and pillars whispering of a lost world. The city's stillness is a sanctuary, inviting you to rest in its unanswered questions, to find peace in the unknowable. As you linger, Dwarka's details unfold like petals. Divers have mapped over 10 hectares of ruins, including a massive stone quay and what might be a marketplace. Pottery shards, some bearing fish motifs, suggest a seafaring culture, while bronze tools hint at trade with distant lands. One hypothesis posits a climatic shift, perhaps a monsoon surge weakening the city before the sea's embrace. Another suggests a gradual coastal retreat, the harbor abandoned as waters rose. Yet the presence of a carved stone lion, half buried, speaks of artistry and pride. Why do some structures stand so tall, defying the sea's weight? The question floats like a lantern on the water, glowing without resolution. Dwarka's mystery is not a knot to untie, but a space to dwell within. You feel the sea's gentle pulse, a rhythm that calms and holds you. The city's relics, a bead, a broken bowl, a worn anchor, seem to shimmer with quiet life, as if waiting for the right moment to speak. Archaeologists continue their work using sonar to trace the site's edges, hinting at a larger city still hidden. Spiritual seekers might see Dwarka as a mirror of the soul, its submersion, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might sense this, a whisper to let go of certainty. What secrets does the sea guard, and what might it share in its own time? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins fade into the twilight blue, their forms softening like a sigh. The ocean's song carries you forward toward another enigma waiting in its depths. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself adrift on a small boat at dawn, the Bahamas' Atlantic waters stretching endlessly around you, their surface a shimmering blend of turquoise and pearl. The first light dances on the waves, casting fleeting shadows that seem to beckon towards something hidden below. Beneath this tranquil sea lies the Bimini Road, a series of linear stone arrangements off the coast of North Bimini, possibly tied to the indigenous Taino people, dated perhaps to 2,000 years before the Common Era. These enigmatic formations, stretching like a pathway into the deep, invite you to wonder, are they the work of human hands or the ocean's own artistry? As the boat sways gently, let your thoughts soften, your breath align with the rhythm of the rise. Tide and sink into the serene mystery of Bimini Road, where the line between myth and reality blurs like a horizon at dusk. Imagine diving into the clear, warm depths, the water parting like a curtain to reveal the Bimini Road. Discovered in 1968 by divers, this formation stretches over half a mile, a series of rectangular limestone blocks, some as large as 10 feet long, arranged in 2 parallel rows. You glide above them, noting their orderly alignment like cobblestones of an ancient road resting just 15 to 20 feet below the surface. The stones, smoothed by centuries of currents, bear no clear tool marks, yet their placement feels deliberate, almost ceremonial. Scattered pottery fragments, possibly Taino in origin, hint at a human presence, while coral and marine life weave through the gaps, claiming the site as their own. The road's purpose remains a whisper in the water pathway, platform or geological quirk. As you hover, the stones seem to pulse with quiet secrets, inviting you to linger in their mystery. Through a scientist's gaze, the Bimini Road sparks a chorus of hypotheses, each a thread in an intricate weave. Geologists often argue it's a natural formation, citing beach rock, a type of limestone formed by cemented sand in tidal zones that can fracture into linear patterns. Picture the sea sculpting these stones over millennia, their edges shaped by waves and time. Yet the block's uniformity and alignment challenge this view. Could they be remnants of a man-made structure, perhaps a dock or ceremonial platform built by the Taino or an earlier culture? Radiocarbon dating of nearby shells suggests an age of 2,000 to 3,000 years, but the stones themselves defy precise dating. Another theory proposes tectonic activity, where shifting plates cracked the seabed into orderly segments. Some researchers suggest submerged river channels now vanished, shaped the limestone into paths. The absence of clear artifacts, tools, or carvings keeps the debate alive. Was this road crafted by hands or carved by nature's patient chisel? The sea holds its answer close. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the ocean breathes with meaning. In Taino cosmology, the sea was a sacred space home to spirits who guided fishermen and guarded the land. As you float above the Bimini Road, you might sense their presence, the stones, a silent altar to forgotten rituals. Were these blocks laid to honor the sea's deities, a pathway for offerings now lost? In Caribbean spiritual traditions, water is a keeper of memory, a place where ancestors linger. You could see the road as a bridge to their world, its stones whispering of ceremonies under starlit skies. In broader contexts, like Hindu or Polynesian beliefs, the ocean is a vast consciousness holding creation's secrets. Might the Bimini Road be a fragment of such a mystery? Its purpose, sacred rather than practical. The water's gentle sway feels like a hymn inviting you to rest in its unanswered call. Picture yourself standing on Bimini's shore long ago, the air warm with the scent of salt and mangrove. Taino fishermen haul nets, their canoes bobbing near a stone-lined platform. Oral traditions passed through generations speak of a sacred site where elders gathered, perhaps to mark the solstice or honor the sea. One tale tells of a storm that swallowed a village, leaving only its stone paths behind. Could this be the Bimini Road? Another story from early European explorers describes a paved road seen by sailors, its purpose unknown before it vanished. Beneath the waves, you might imagine a child placing a shell offering on a stone now buried in silt, or a healer chanting as the tide rose. These fragments, pottery, a bone fishhook, hint at lives lived here, but the full rhythm of their days remains veiled. What ceremonies did these stones witness, and why do they endure shift to a quiet study where maps of Bimini's coast lie under soft lamplight? The scientific inquiry deepens. Could the Bimini Road be a remnant of a lost culture, predating the Taino? Archaeological surveys note the stone's size and shape differ from typical beach rock, suggesting human intervention. Yet natural processes like tidal fracturing could mimic such patterns. One hypothesis explores ancient sea level changes 2,000 years ago. The Bahamas coast sat higher, possibly exposing the site for construction. Another considers underwater currents which might have aligned loose stones into rows over centuries. The presence of similar formations nearby, less organized, supports a geological origin, but the road's distinct linearity defies easy explanation. No human remains or definitive tools have surfaced, adding to the enigma. Did a forgotten people shape this path, or is it the sea's own design? The data drifts like a current offering no anchor. Return to the water floating above the Bimini Road's quiet lines. The spiritual lens widens, weaving through diverse traditions. In African diaspora beliefs, the sea is a realm of transformation where the past is reborn. You might feel the road as a sacred marker, its stones holding the weight of forgotten prayers. In Buddhist thought, the ocean reflects the mind's vastness, its mysteries, a call to let go of certainty. Could the Bimini Road be such a lesson, its purpose less important than its presence? In Native American traditions, stone alignments often mark sacred spaces aligned with the cosmos. You might see the road as such a place, its stones pointing to stars now shifted. The site's stillness feels like a sanctuary, a space where questions bloom without need for answers. What does the sea intend by keeping this formation so pristine? As you linger, the Bimini Road's details unfold like ripples. Divers have traced over 800 feet of stones, some stacked in double layers, suggesting deliberate placement. Nearby, smaller formations, circles, and arcs hint at a larger complex, yet their purpose remains unclear. One theory posits the road as a breakwater, protecting a vanished harbor. Another suggests a ceremonial platform aligned with solstices, though no astronomical markers confirm this. The presence of Taino-style pottery nearby ties the site to their culture, but older artifacts shells dated to 2,000 years before the Common Era hint at an earlier people. Why do the stones align so precisely yet bear no carvings? The question hovers like a gull above the waves, free of resolution. The Bimini Road's mystery is not a lock to pick, but a melody to hear. You feel the water's soft caress, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The stones below seem to glow faintly, as if alive with the memory of hands or tides. Archaeologists continue their work using sonar to map the site's edges, revealing hints of structures still buried. Spiritual seekers might see the road as a reminder of humility, its purpose hidden to teach us wonder. You too might sense this, a call to embrace the unknown. What secrets do these stones guard, and what might the ocean sing when the time is right? As you rise toward the surface, the formations fade into the blue, their lines softening like a breath held too long. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its depths. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision yourself on a quiet Cuban shore as the stars begin to pierce the velvet sky, the Caribbean Sea before you, a vast shimmering mirror reflecting the night's first light. The waves lap softly, their rhythm a lullaby that hints at secrets hidden in the depths. Far below, off the western coast near the Guanahacoibes Peninsula, lie the Cuban underwater structures, geometric ruins that echo Maya legends of vanished lands resting at depths, suggesting an age of 50,000 years. These enigmatic formations, with their orderly blocks and suggestive shapes, whisper of a time beyond memory, leaving you to ponder whether they were crafted by human hands or shaped by the sea's eternal artistry. As the night deepens, let your thoughts drift, your breath slow, and sink into the tranquil mystery of these submerged relics, where the boundaries of history blur into the infinite. Dive into the Caribbean's warm embrace, the water clear as glass, revealing a world untouched by time. Discovered in 2001 by marine explorers using sonar, these structures sprawl across a vast area, some 2 square kilometers, at depths of 2,000 to 2,500 feet. You glide past massive stone blocks, some as large as 20 feet across, arranged in patterns that suggest walls, platforms, or even roads. Their edges, though, softened by millennia, form rectangles and curves, hinting at deliberate design. No pottery or tools have been found, only the stones themselves, their surfaces encrusted with sponges and coral. The depth implies an age far older than known civilizations, challenging everything you thought possible. Are these the remnants of a forgotten people, or the sea's own sculpture? As you hover, the silence feels alive, urging you to listen to its unspoken tale. Step into a researcher's mind where charts and data weave a tapestry of questions. The depth of these structures, over 2,000 feet, suggests they were submerged when sea levels were far lower, possibly 50,000 years ago, during the Ice Age. Geologists propose they are natural formations, perhaps limestone or granite shaped by erosion or tectonic fractures. Picture the ancient seabed, sculpted by currents into geometric patterns, mimicking human design. Yet the blocks' regularity, some stacked, others aligned in grids, sparks debate. Could they be remnants of an unknown culture predating the Maya or Olmec? Archaeologists note the absence of artifacts suggesting a natural origin, but sonar images reveal shapes resembling pyramids or terraces. One hypothesis points to underwater volcanic activity, creating fractures that mimic architecture. Another suggests ancient riverbeds now submerged, carved the stones into orderly forms. The lack of direct samples due to the site's depth keeps answers elusive. Were these stones placed by hands lost to time, or is the sea playing tricks on our imagination? Now let your spirit float above these sunken forms where the ocean hums with sacred echoes. In Maya cosmology, The sea is a realm of creation where God shaped the world and hid its secrets. As you drift over a stone that might be an altar, you sense the weight of ancient rituals, perhaps offerings to deities of rain and tide. Could these structures be a lost Maya outpost, swallowed as their legends foretold? In Caribbean spiritual traditions, the deep is a home for ancestors, a place where time folds into eternity. You might feel their presence, the stones, a silent witness to forgotten prayers. In broader contexts like Buddhist or Taoist, thought water is a mirror of the infinite, reflecting truths beyond grasp. Do these formations hold a cosmic purpose? Their geometry, a map to the divine. The sea's gentle pulse feels like a chant, inviting you to rest in its mystery without seeking resolution. Imagine standing on this ancient coast long before Cuba's name was spoken, the air alive with the calls of seabirds and the scent of salt. Maya legends tell of a land called Aztlan, a paradise lost to the sea. Could these structures be its remnants? A city where people once wove baskets or carved stone. One story whispered by local fishermen speaks of a glowing light seen beneath the waves, guiding divers to the site. Another tale from early Spanish explorers describes a stone city glimpsed offshore, its fate unknown as the tides rose. You might picture a priestess placing a jade bead on a platform now buried in silt, or a child chasing shells as the sea crept closer. These stories, though unproven, linger like mist, hinting at lives lived here. What ceremonies did these stones see, and why do they remain shift to a dimly lit room where sonar scans glow on a screen, revealing the Cuban structure's enigmatic forms? The scientific puzzle deepens. Could glacial retreat, raising sea levels 50,000 years ago, have submerged a coastal settlement? The timeline challenges known human history, as no culture is recorded from that era. Yet, the stone's shapes, some resembling stepped pyramids, echo Mesoamerican architecture. Another theory explores underwater currents, which might have polished natural rock into geometric patterns. Seismic activity in the Caribbean, known for its volatility, could have fractured bedrock into orderly segments. Divers have yet to retrieve samples, as the depth requires costly submersibles, leaving the site's composition uncertain. The presence of similar formations off nearby coasts, less organized, supports a geological explanation, but the main site's precision defies it. Did an ancient people shape this place, or is it nature's silent art? The data hovers like a question unanswered. Float once more, above the structures, the water, a soft cocoon around you. The spiritual lens expands, drawing from diverse traditions. In African diaspora beliefs, the ocean is a keeper of history, holding the stories of those who crossed it. You might see these stones as guardians of such tales, their silence a form of reverence. In Christian mysticism, the deep is a place of divine mystery, where creation's secrets rest. Could these formations be a testament to that mystery preserved for eyes yet to come? In indigenous Amazonian traditions, water is a living spirit, weaving past and present. You might feel the structures as part of this, weave their purpose hidden but vital. The site's stillness is a sanctuary, a place where questions bloom like coral, beautiful in their openness. What does the ocean wish to teach us through these silent forms? As you linger, the structure's details unfold like a dream. Sonar maps reveal over 200 distinct blocks, some forming circles, others straight lines, suggesting a complex layout. One hypothesis posits a ceremonial site aligned with stars or tides, though no markers confirm this. Another suggests a harbor, its stones, a breakwater for ships, long vanished. The depth, far deeper than most archaeological sites, implies an age predating human tool use in the region, yet the patterns feel intentional. Nearby, smaller formations hint at a larger complex, but their connection remains unclear. Why do these stones align so precisely, yet yield no tools or carvings? The question drifts like a leaf on the current, serene and unresolved. The Cuban underwater structures are not a puzzle to solve, but a space to inhabit. You feel the sea's gentle rhythm, a pulse that calms and holds you. The stones below shimmer faintly, as if whispering of a time before time. Scientists continue their work, planning robotic dives to collect samples, hoping to trace the site's origins. Spiritual seekers might see the structures as a reminder of humility, their mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might sense this. A gentle tug to let go of answers. What truths do these stones hold, and when might the sea choose to share them? As you rise toward the surface, the formations fade into the twilight depths, their shapes softening like a memory slipping away. The ocean's whisper carries you forward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Imagine yourself perched on a weathered cliff, overlooking the Arabian Sea, where the Gujarat coast meets the horizon in a delicate dance of amber and azure. The waves below murmur softly their cadence, a timeless hymn that speaks of secrets buried deep. In the Gulf of Khambhat, sonar has unveiled the faint outlines of a lost city predating the Indus Valley civilization, its relics whispering of a society from 7,500 years before the Common Era. These submerged remnants, stone walls, pottery, and enigmatic artifacts beckon you to ponder an unknown people who thrived before history's gaze. As the sea's breath brushes your skin, let your thoughts dissolve into its rhythm, your heart attuned to the mystery of this ancient place, where the past rests in quiet splendor, its truths cloaked in the ocean's gentle veil. Dive into the sea's embrace, the water, a translucent shroud that parts to reveal the Gulf of Khambhat's hidden ruins. Detected in 2001 by India's National Institute of Ocean Technology, these structures lie scattered across 9 square kilometers, some 30 to 100 feet beneath the waves. You glide past what might be walls, their stones aligned in grids that suggest streets or homes, their edges blurred by millennia of silt. Pottery shards, beads, and a carved stone slab emerge from the seabed, artifacts dated to 9,500 years ago, older than Harappa or Mohenjo-Daro. A channel, possibly a canal, winds through the site, hinting at a sophisticated settlement. Yet the city's identity remains a shadow, its people unnamed, their purpose unclear. As you hover above these relics, you feel the weight of forgotten lives, their stories stirring in the current Liversuzo. What civilization flourished here only to fade into the deep? Step into a laboratory where sonar maps glow on screens, each pulse revealing a fragment of the past. The Gulf of Khambhat's ruins challenge known timelines as their age 9,500 years predates the earliest urban centers by millennia. Marine geologists propose a natural explanation. Could these be riverbed formations shaped by ancient currents into grid-like patterns? The Gulf's muddy floor, prone to sediment shifts, might mimic human design. Yet the artifact's polished beads, a sculpted stone, suggest otherwise. Archaeologists hypothesize a pre-Harappan culture, perhaps a coastal trading hub submerged by rising seas after the Ice Age. Sea level records indicate the Gulf was dry land 10,000 years ago. Supporting this idea, another theory points to tectonic subsidence, where the continental shelf sank, pulling the city under. Some suggest a catastrophic flood, perhaps from a monsoon surge, buried the site in silt, preserving it intact. The lack of direct excavation due to depth and currents leaves these ideas untested. Did human hands shape this place? Or is it the sea's silent illusion? Now let your soul drift to a realm where the ocean sings of the divine. In Hindu tradition, the sea is a cradle of creation, where Vishnu rests on the cosmic waters. As you float above a sunken stone, perhaps an altar, you might hear echoes of ancient hymns offered to gods of tide and sky. Was this city a sacred haven? Its submersion a return to the divine source? In Jain thought, water cleanses the soul, a path to liberation. You could see these ruins as purified their silence, a meditation on eternity. Across indigenous coastal traditions, the sea is a keeper of ancestral wisdom, holding stories in its depths. Might these stones be such a repository, their forms a prayer etched in time? In global spiritual contexts, submerged places often symbolize a bridge to the unseen, a threshold where mortal and eternal meet. The Gulf's quiet feels like a sanctuary, inviting you to pause in its mystery. Picture yourself walking the streets of this ancient city, the air heavy with the scent of fish and tamarind. Traders barter shells and grains, their voices mingling with the lap of waves. Local lore speaks of a lost port, its people skilled in navigation, their boats crossing to distant shores. One tale tells of a great flood, foretold by a seer, that sent the city's treasures to the sea. Did its people flee, or did they entrust their legacy to the waves? Another story from fishermen's firesides describes a stone tablet etched with unknown symbols, found by a diver and lost again to the tide. You might imagine a potter shaping a clay jar now shattered in the silt, or a child stringing beads for a festival. These artifacts, bone tools, a fossilized antler hint at a vibrant community, but their beliefs and bonds remain elusive. What dreams did this city hold, and why were they left to the sea? Shift to a quiet office where sediment cores and carbon-dated shells line the shelves. The scientific puzzle grows. Could a glacial melt raising sea levels by tens of meters have submerged this city 9,000 years ago? The Gulf's shallow basin supports this, yet the ruin's depth suggests a sudden event. Another hypothesis explores monsoon-driven flooding, with ancient river channels detected by sonar overflowing catastrophically. Tectonic activity, though, less pronounced here, might have tilted the seabed, sinking the site. The artifact's age, confirmed by radiocarbon, aligns with a period before urban societies, raising questions of an unknown culture. Some propose a fishing village, its stone structures, simple quays or homes. Others suggest a ceremonial site, the carved slab, a ritual marker. The Gulf's strong currents hinder excavation, leaving these theories as shadows on the water. Who were these people, and how did their city vanish so completely? Return to the sea, floating above the ruins' quiet forms. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Buddhist philosophy, water is a symbol of flow, dissolving attachment to form. You might see these ruins as a lesson in letting go, their stones freed from time's grasp. In Islamic mysticism, the sea is a divine mirror, reflecting truths beyond human sight. Could this city be such a reflection, its relics, a glimpse of the eternal? In indigenous Australian beliefs, the ocean is a storyteller, weaving past and present into one. You might feel these structures as part of that story, their silence a chapter yet unread. The site's stillness is a haven, a place where questions unfold like lotus petals, beautiful in their openness. What wisdom does the sea preserve in these sunken stones? As you linger, the ruins' details bloom like stars in the dusk. Sonar reveals two distinct sites, one with grid-like walls, another with scattered blocks spanning a vast area. A polished bead, a bone tool, and a slab with faint carvings suggest a culture adept in craft and trade. One theory posits a gradual submersion, as rising waters crept over decades. Another suggests a single flood, perhaps 9,000 years ago, sealed the city in sediment. The presence of fossilized wood hints at a coastal forest now drowned, where people once gathered. Why do these artifacts survive while their makers' names are lost? The question sways like a reed in the current, serene and unanswered. The Gulf of Khambhat's ruins are not a mystery to unravel, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that cradles and calms. The stones below glow faintly, as if holding the light of forgotten lives. Scientists plan deeper sonar surveys, seeking more of the city's edges, while spiritual seekers find in its silence a call to wonder. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unknown. What truths lie, buried in the Gulf's embrace, and when might the tides choose to reveal them? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins blur into the deep blue, their forms fading like a whisper on the wind. The sea's song carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its depths. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself on a small boat gliding over the Mediterranean. The sea around Antikythera Island, sparkling like a sapphire under a moonlit sky. The waves whisper softly their rhythm, a gentle lullaby that speaks of secrets cradled in the deep. Far below, in a shipwreck from the Hellenistic era, lies the Antikythera Mechanism, a Greek analog device crafted around 100 years before the Common Era. Its bronze gears etched with precision hum with the promise of ancient wisdom, yet its full astronomical purpose remains a riddle wrapped in the ocean's embrace. As the stars twinkle above, let your mind drift your breath, align with the sea's quiet pulse, and sink into the serene mystery of this relic, where human ingenuity and cosmic wonder intertwine in silent awe. Imagine diving into the cool crystalline waters, the shipwreck's silhouette emerging from the shadows. Discovered in 1900 by sponge divers, the Antikythera Mechanism rests among scattered amphorae and marble statues, its corroded bronze fragments a testament to a forgotten craft. You hover above this intricate device, no larger than a shoebox, its 37 gears arranged in a complex dance of mechanics. Inscriptions in ancient Greek, faint but legible hint at celestial calculations, perhaps tracking the moon planets or eclipses. The wreck dated to the 1st century before the Common Era suggests a cargo bound for Rome, yet the mechanism's sophistication surpasses anything known from its time. As you trace its gears, each tooth a whisper of genius, you wonder what skies did this device chart and why was it lost to the sea. The relic's quiet presence feels like a star fallen to Earth waiting to share its light. Step into a scientist's realm where X-ray scans and 3D models illuminate the mechanism's secrets. Researchers describe it as an orrery, a mechanical model of the cosmos capable of predicting astronomical events with startling accuracy. Its gears, some with 60 teeth, aligned to mimic the moon's irregular orbit, a feat tied to Greek mathematician Hipparchus. Yet its full functions elude us. Could it calculate planetary positions like Venus or Mars, or even astrological events? One hypothesis suggests it served navigators guiding ships by star cycles. Another posits a teaching tool used in Hellenistic schools to demonstrate cosmic order. The inscriptions mention a Saros cycle for eclipses, but gaps in the text obscure further uses. Some scientists propose it tracked athletic festivals like the Olympics tied to lunar phases. The wreck's depth, about 160 feet, suggests a sudden sinking, perhaps in a storm, preserving the device intact. Why does such advanced technology appear so early with no known successors? The question lingers like a constellation half seen. Now let your spirit soar to a place where the stars and sea converse. In ancient Greek thought, the cosmos was a divine harmony, its motions, a song of the gods. As you gaze at the mechanism's gears, you might sense the hymns of astronomers, their prayers to Apollo woven into bronze. Was this device a sacred tool, bridging earth and heavens in Hellenistic mysticism? Numbers and stars held spiritual weight, guiding souls toward wisdom. You could see the mechanism as a meditation on eternity, its gears turning in sync with the universe's rhythm. In broader contexts like Hindu or Taoist traditions, the cosmos reflects a balance beyond human grasp. Might the Antikythera Mechanism be a relic of such balance, its purpose, partly divine? Across cultures, objects that map the sky often carry a holy aura, as if touched by the infinite. The sea's gentle hold on this device feels like a blessing, preserving its mystery for your contemplation. Picture yourself on the deck of an ancient ship, the Mediterranean alive with the creak of oars and the scent of pine tar. The Antikythera Mechanism, wrapped in cloth, rests in a merchant's cargo bound for a distant patron, perhaps a philosopher or priest. One story whispered among divers tells of a storm that tore the ship apart, the mechanism sinking as sailors clung to debris. Did its maker perish, or did they live to craft another? Another tale speaks of a scholar who used the device to predict an eclipse, saving a city from panic, only to lose it to the sea. The wreck yields other treasures, bronze statues, glass bowls, but the mechanism stands alone, its complexity unmatched. You might imagine a young apprentice turning its dials, marveling at the stars it revealed. What knowledge did this ship carry? And why was it silenced by the waves? Shift to a quiet study where the mechanism's fragments lie under soft light, their gears mapped by modern imaging. The scientific inquiry deepens. Could it model the geocentric cosmos with Earth at the center, as Ptolemy later described? Its differential gear, a marvel of engineering, suggests a level of precision unseen until medieval clocks. One theory posits it was a prototype crafted in a Rhodian workshop, its secrets lost when the ship sank. Another suggests a network of such devices now vanished, used across Hellenistic cities. The inscriptions, over 2,000 characters, include a manual, but parts remain unreadable. Could they describe lost functions like tracking comets? The wreck's cargo amphorae from Rhodes, coins from Pergamon, hints at a trade route, but the mechanism's origin remains unclear. Was it a singular creation, or one of many now lost? The data sparkles like stars, offering no fixed path. Return to the water floating above the wreck's quiet relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Egyptian thought, the stars were God's eyes watching over the world. You might see the mechanism as a mirror of their gaze, its gears a prayer to celestial order. In Buddhist philosophy, the cosmos is a cycle of impermanence, its patterns fleeting yet eternal. Could this device be a meditation on that cycle? Its bronze, now part of the sea's endless flow. In indigenous Caribbean beliefs, the ocean holds ancestral stories, preserving them in its depths. You might feel the mechanism as such a story, its purpose, a bridge to the past. The site's stillness is a temple, its silence, inviting you to dwell in wonder. What truths does this relic hold beyond the reach of our skies? As you linger, the mechanism's details unfold like petals in moonlight. Its main gear with 223 teeth tracks, the Saros cycle predicting eclipses over 18 years. Smaller gears, some as tiny as a grain of sand, suggest additional functions, perhaps planetary retrograde or zodiacal shifts. One hypothesis posits it was a status symbol owned by a wealthy patron to display cosmic mastery. Another suggests a ritual use aligning ceremonies with celestial events. The wreck's other finds jewelry, a lyre fragment hint at a cultured voyage, but the mechanism's complexity overshadows them. Why does no other relic match its ingenuity? The question drifts like a comet, bright yet fleeting. The Antikythera Mechanism is not a mystery to solve, but a cosmos to explore. You feel the sea's tender rhythm, a pulse that soothes and holds you. The gears below seem to hum faintly, as if still turning with the stars. Scientists continue their work, decoding inscriptions with AI seeking clues to its full design. Spiritual seekers might see it as a reminder of human smallness, its mystery, a call to marvel at the infinite. You too might sense this, a gentle pull to rest in the unknown. What skies did this device once chart, and what might the sea reveal in its own time? As you rise toward the surface, the wreck fades into the deep blue, its relics softening like a dream's edge. The ocean's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its depths, but the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Imagine yourself standing on the sandy shores of Mahabalipuram, where the Bay of Bengal stretches before you like a silver tapestry woven with dawn's first light. The air carries the faint scent of salt and jasmine, and the waves hum a gentle melody as if singing of secrets long buried. Beneath these waters off the southeastern coast of India lie the sunken temples of the Pallava dynasty, crafted in the 7th century of the Common Era. Revealed briefly by the 2004 tsunami, these ruins whisper of a Tamil Nadu legacy, their stone spires and carvings cradled by the sea. As you gaze across the horizon, the ocean seems to beckon, inviting you to ponder how many more structures sleep beneath its surface, their stories cloaked in shadow. Let your heart slow, your thoughts drift with the tide, and sink into the tranquil mystery of Mahabalipuram, where time and water weave an eternal dance. Dive into the bay's warm embrace, the water parting like a silken veil to unveil the sunken temples. First glimpsed after the tsunami's retreat, these ruins lie just off the shore, some 10 to 20 feet below the surface. You glide past weathered stone walls, their surfaces etched with intricate carvings, lions, deities, and floral motifs, hallmarks of Pallava artistry. A temple's dome, half buried in silt, rises like a forgotten crown, while scattered pillars suggest a larger complex. Divers have mapped several structures, including what may be a shrine to Vishnu, its altar encrusted with coral. The tsunami's force uncovered these relics, but the sea reclaimed them swiftly, leaving archaeologists to wonder about the extent of what remains hidden. As you hover above, the stones seem to pulse with quiet reverence, their purpose only half revealed. What other sanctuaries lie just beyond your sight? Step into a researcher's world where sonar scans and sediment samples paint a canvas of inquiry. The Mahabalipuram ruins, linked to the Pallava dynasty's Golden Age, challenge scientists to explain their submersion. One hypothesis points to coastal erosion, as the Bay of Bengal's relentless tides nibbled away at the shore over centuries. Picture the land slowly yielding temples, slipping beneath the waves like a sigh. Another theory suggests tectonic subsidence, where the coastal shelf sank slightly, perhaps triggered by minor quakes common to the region. The tsunami's exposure of the ruins supports this, revealing structures intact but submerged. Some propose rising sea levels post-Ice Age, inundated low-lying temples, gradually, yet the carving's pristine state, some figures still sharp, suggests a rapid burial, perhaps by a single catastrophic event. Could a forgotten storm or tsunami unrecorded in Pallava texts have sealed these temples? The lack of deep excavation hindered by currents keeps the truth elusive, a flicker in the deep. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the divine lingers in stone and sea. In Hindu tradition, the ocean is a sacred expanse home to Varuna, guardian of cosmic order. As you float above a sunken shrine, its carvings glowing faintly in the filtered light, you might sense the chants of Pallava priests, their voices woven into the tide. Were these temples built to honor the sea itself, only to be claimed by its embrace? In Tamil, spiritual lore submerged sites are often seen as offerings preserved by divine will. You could imagine these ruins as a gift to eternity, their silence a prayer. In broader contexts like Buddhist or Jain, thought water symbolizes purity, washing away the transient. Might these temples rest in such purity, their submersion a passage to the sacred? Across cultures, sunken sanctuaries carry a mystical weight, as if chosen to dwell in the divine's shadow. The sea's gentle sway feels like a hymn inviting you to rest in its mystery. Picture yourself in Mahabalipuram's bustling port, 700 years after the Common Era, where the air hums with the clatter of chisels and the scent of incense. Artisans carve granite under the Pallava kings, their temples rising to honor Vishnu and Shiva. Local legend tells of 7 temples, the 7 pagodas lining the shore, though only one stands today. One story speaks of a festival halted by a sudden wave, priests fleeing as the sea swallowed their sacred ground. Did they save their relics, or do they sleep below? Another tale from fishermen describes a golden spire glimpsed underwater on moonlit nights, vanishing by dawn. You might imagine a devotee lighting a lamp in a now submerged shrine, its flames snuffed by rising waters. These stories woven with the ruins' carvings, a dancing apsara, a rearing lion hint at a vibrant world, but the full lives of its people remain veiled. What rituals did these temples cradle? Shift to a quiet study where maps of Tamil Nadu's coast lie spread under flickering light. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could a tsunami like the one in 2004 have buried these temples long ago? Historical records mention no such event, but the region's monsoon-driven storms could have overwhelmed the shore. Another hypothesis explores gradual sea level rise as the bay encroached over centuries, submerging low-lying structures. Sediment cores reveal layers of marine sand, suggesting sudden deposition, perhaps from a 7th century cyclone. The ruins' shallow depth supports a recent submersion, yet their alignment with onshore temples built in the same Pallava style suggests a planned complex. Could an earthquake subtle but unrecorded have tilted the coast? The absence of human remains or personal artifacts adds another layer. Did the people abandon these temples, or were their traces swept away? The data sways like a palm in the breeze, offering no firm root. Return to the water floating above the sunken temple's quiet forms. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a place of divine mystery where the eternal hides in plain sight. You might see these ruins as a reflection of that mystery, their stones spared for a purpose unknown. In indigenous Polynesian beliefs, the ocean is a living ancestor, guarding sacred places in its depths. Could these temples be such a place, their carvings a story told to the tides? In Taoist thought, water embodies the flow of the universe, dissolving all that resists. You might feel these ruins as part of that flow, their submersion a surrender to the infinite. The site's stillness is a sanctuary, its silence a canvas for wonder. What truths do these temples hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the ruins' details unfold like blossoms in the dawn. Divers have traced several structures: a temple, a platform, scattered pillars spanning a few hundred meters offshore. Carvings of elephants and deities, still vivid, echo the artistry of Mahabalipuram's shore temple, standing just above the tide. One theory posits a harbor temple built to bless ships submerged by shifting sands. Another suggests a ritual complex aligned with the solstice, though no markers confirm this. The tsunami revealed only a fraction of the site, hinting at more temples hidden deeper. Why do some carvings gleam as if newly chiseled while others fade? The question drifts like a lotus on the water, serene and unanswered. The Mahabalipuram temples are not a riddle to solve, but a melody to hear. You feel the sea's tender rhythm, a pulse that calms and holds you. The stones below seem to shimmer with quiet life, as if waiting for the right moment to speak. Archaeologists plan new dives using sonar to map the site's full extent, seeking what lies beyond the tsunami's glimpse. Spiritual seekers might see the temples as a reminder of impermanence, their mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might sense this, a gentle tug to rest in the unanswerable. What other sanctuaries sleep in the bay's embrace, and when might the sea choose to reveal them? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a prayer half-spoken. The ocean's whisper carries you forward toward another enigma waiting in its depths. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Picture yourself on a rocky Cretan shore, at twilight where the Aegean Sea unfurls before you like a silken scroll, its surface kissed by the last rays of a violet sky. The air hums with the scent of wild thyme, and the waves sigh softly as if murmuring tales from a forgotten age. Beneath these tranquil waters near the Isle of Spinalonga lies Olous, a Minoan settlement that thrived around 2,000 years before the Common Era. Its sunken streets and homes cradled by the sea whisper of a civilization renowned for its artistry, yet its gradual descent prompts questions about the role of shifting climates. As you stand here, the horizon seems to shimmer with secrets inviting you to drift into its depths, to ponder what forces drew this city into the sea's embrace. Let your breath slow, your thoughts meld with the tide and sink into the serene mystery of Olous, where time weaves a tapestry of wonder. Dive into the Aegean's cool, embrace the water parting like a gossamer curtain to reveal Olous's submerged remains. First explored by divers in the 20th century, this Minoan settlement lies just below the surface, some 3 to 10 feet deep along Crete's northeastern coast. You glide past stone walls, their edges softened by centuries of currents, forming a grid of streets that suggest a planned community. Remnants of houses, perhaps 30 in number, cluster around what might have been a central plaza, while pottery shards painted with spirals and sea motifs lie scattered in the silt. A harbor wall, still partially intact, hints at a bustling port that once welcomed ships from distant lands. The city's gradual sinking, unlike a sudden catastrophe, cloaks its fate in mystery. As you hover above these ruins, you feel the echo of lives long paused, their stories stirring in the sea's gentle sway. What drew Olous so quietly into the deep? Step into a scientist's mind where maps of Crete's coast and climate data weave a web of inquiry. Olous, part of the Minoan civilization at its peak, around 2,000 years before the Common Era likely sank due to gradual environmental shifts. One hypothesis points to rising sea levels as the Aegean crept upward after the Ice Age, inundating low-lying coastal settlements. Imagine the tides inching closer year by year, until homes stood in shallow pools. Geologists also proposed tectonic subsidence, where Crete's eastern edge slowly tilted, pulling Olous downward. Sediment cores reveal layers of marine sand, suggesting a slow submersion over centuries. Another theory explores climate change. A drying period in the late Bronze Age might have weakened the community, prompting abandonment before the sea's advance. Yet the ruins' intact state with walls standing upright challenges the idea of violent upheaval. Could a combination of rising waters and shifting land have conspired so gently? The evidence ripples like the sea, offering no clear shore. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the Aegean breathes with divine presence. In Minoan belief, the sea was sacred home to deities who danced in waves and winds. As you drift over a sunken courtyard, perhaps once a shrine, you might hear the faint echo of rituals' offerings cast to the sea goddess. Was Olous's submersion a sacred surrender, its stones entrusted to the divine? In Greek mythology, the Aegean is Poseidon's realm, a place of mystery and protection. You could see these ruins as cradled by his will, preserved in eternal quiet. In broader spiritual contexts like Buddhist thought, water is a flow of impermanence, dissolving all that seems solid. Might Olous rest in such a flow, its walls a meditation on the fleeting? Across indigenous traditions, the sea often holds ancestral spirits guarding their legacy. The ruin's stillness feels like a temple, inviting you to linger in its unanswered grace. What does the ocean sing to these silent stones? Picture yourself in Olous before its fall, standing on a bustling quay where the air carries the tang of fish and olive oil. Minoan traders unload amphorae filled with wine, their voices mingling with the chants of priestesses. Local lore speaks of a sacred spring near Olous, its waters said to heal now lost beneath the waves. One tale tells of a festival halted by rising tides, the people scattering as the sea claimed their altars. Did they carry their traditions to higher ground, or were they lost? Another story from Cretan fisherman describes a golden bull statue glimpsed underwater, a Minoan symbol of divinity vanishing before divers could reach it. You might imagine a potter painting a vase with octopus curls now shattered in the silt, or a child playing near the harbor unaware of the creeping waters. These fragments, beads a bronze pin, hint at a vibrant world, but the rhythm of its days remains shadowed. What lives did these streets hold? Shift to a lamplit study, where charts of Crete's geology lie spread across a desk. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could a regional drought, weakening Olous's economy, have led to its abandonment before the sea's rise? Pollen records from 2,000 years before the Common Era suggest aridity disrupting agriculture. Another hypothesis points to microquakes too small to devastate but enough to tilt the coast over time. The site's shallow depth supports a gradual submersion, yet the presence of intact pottery, some with Minoan fresco designs, suggests a swift burial by sediment. Could a storm surge unrecorded in history have hastened the process, sealing the city in a protective layer? The absence of skeletal remains raises further questions. Did the Minoans foresee their city's fate, or were their traces swept away? The data drifts like a breeze, offering no firm anchor. Return to the water floating above Olous's quiet lanes. The spiritual lens broadens, weaving through global traditions. In Hindu philosophy, the ocean is a cradle of creation, holding life's beginnings. You might see Olous as part of this cradle, its ruins a testament to the eternal cycle. In Christian mysticism, water is a divine threshold where the sacred meets the mortal. Could these stones be a gateway to such a realm preserved for a purpose unseen? In Pacific, indigenous beliefs, the sea is a storyteller weaving past into present. You might feel Olous as such a story, its walls whispering of a lost age. The site's serenity is a haven, its silence a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these ruins guard, and why do they rest so gently? As you linger, Olous's details unfold like petals in the dawn. Divers have mapped a network of streets, some leading to what might be a temple, its columns draped in seaweed. Pottery with labyrinth patterns ties the site to Knossos, yet unique designs hint at local artistry. One theory suggests a harbor collapse as silted channels raised water levels. Another posits a gradual shift in the Aegean's currents flooding low-lying areas. The presence of a stone basin, perhaps for rituals, speaks of spiritual life, but its purpose remains unclear. Why do some walls stand so tall while others crumble? The question sways like a reed in the tide, serene and open. Olous is not a mystery to unravel, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's soft pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The ruins below glow faintly, as if alive with the memory of Minoan hands. Archaeologists continue their work using drones to map the site's edges, seeking signs of a larger city. Spiritual seekers might see Olous as a reminder of life's transience, its mystery a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What secrets does the Aegean keep, and when might its waters share them? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins blur into the turquoise depths, their forms fading like a whisper on the wind. The sea's song carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself standing on a windswept shore, where the Indian Ocean kisses the edge of Ramswaram, its waves weaving a delicate lace of foam under a sky streaked with coral hues. The air hums with the scent of salt and distant rain, and before you stretches Adam's Bridge, a limestone chain linking India to Sri Lanka, known in Hindu epics as Rama's Bridge. This submerged shoal, half hidden beneath shallow waters, carries whispers of ancient myths and geological enigmas, its age and origins, a dance between legend and science. As you gaze across the sea, the horizon seems to pulse with secrets, inviting you to drift into its gentle embrace, to ponder whether these stones were laid by divine hands or shaped by the earth's patient craft. Let your breath slow, your thoughts sway with the tide, and sink into the tranquil mystery of Adam's Bridge, where the divine and the earthly intertwine. Dive into the warm, shallow waters of the Palk Strait, where the sea parts like a silken curtain to reveal the shoals of Adam's Bridge. Stretching 20 miles between Rameswaram and Manor Island, this chain of limestone banks, some barely submerged, others rising as low islands, forms a delicate arc visible from above. You glide past smooth, rounded stones, their surfaces worn by centuries of waves, arranged in a pattern that feels both natural and purposeful. First mapped in the 19th century, the shoals lie just 3 to 30 feet below the surface, their continuity suggesting a once walkable path. Coral and sand have woven through the gaps, yet the structure endures, hinting at an age that could span thousands of years. As you hover above, the stones seem to hum with silent tales, their origins, a riddle, man-made or earth-forged. What force shaped this bridge across the sea? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar scans and core samples weave a tapestry of inquiry. Geologists propose that Adam's Bridge is a natural formation, a tombolo created by currents depositing sediment between India and Sri Lanka. Picture the sea sculpting limestone over millennia, building a chain as tides ebbed and flowed. Radiocarbon dating of coral suggests parts are 6,000 years old, but deeper layers could be older. Another hypothesis points to a submerged land bridge exposed during the Ice Age when sea levels were lower, perhaps 7,000 years ago. Yet the shoal's linear arrangement and uniform stones spark debate. Could they be remnants of a human-built causeway, as Hindu epics claim? Some researchers suggest tectonic uplift, reshaping the seabed into ridges, while others propose ancient river deltas, now drowned, formed the base. The lack of clear artifacts, tools, or carvings keeps the question open. Was this bridge crafted by hands or woven by the earth's quiet rhythm? Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the ocean carries divine whispers. In the Hindu epic, Ramayana, Adam's Bridge is Rama's path built by his army to reach Lanka and rescue Sita. As you float above a limestone ridge, you might sense the devotion of ancient pilgrims, their prayers echoing across the waves. Was this chain a sacred walkway, its stones laid to fulfill a divine quest? In Tamil Nadu's spiritual traditions, the sea is a holy expanse, a place where gods and mortals meet. You could see the shoals as a sanctified path preserved by the ocean's care. In broader contexts like Islamic or Buddhist, thought water is a symbol of purity, a medium for eternal truths. Might Adam's Bridge be a reflection of such truths, its stones a link to the divine? Across cultures, bridges over water often signify passage to the sacred. The shoal's gentle presence feels like a prayer, inviting you to linger in their mystery. Imagine standing on Rameswaram shore thousands of years ago, the air alive with the chant of priests and the scent of coconut offerings. The Ramayana tells of Rama's monkey army piling stones to cross the sea, a feat celebrated in temple songs. Local lore speaks of a golden conch said to have been placed on the bridge as a blessing now lost beneath the waves. Did pilgrims walk this path, or was it a myth, born of the shoal's striking form? Another tale from Sri Lankan fishermen describes a glowing stone seen underwater, vanishing before divers could reach it. You might picture a child tossing pebbles into the shallows, unaware of the bridge's future fame, or a sage meditating on its stones, seeking divine guidance. These stories, though unproven, linger like mist over the water, hinting at a place where faith and history entwine. What journeys did these shoals witness shift to a dimly lit room where maps of the Palk Strait glow under lamplight? The scientific puzzle deepens. Could a drop in sea levels 10,000 years ago have exposed a land bridge, later submerged by glacial melt? Geological records support this, yet the shoal's orderly structure suggests more than natural chance. Another theory posits cyclone-driven sediment deposits shaping limestone into a chain over centuries. Satellite images reveal a consistent arc, but no human artifacts, pottery, or tools have surfaced challenging claims of construction. Some propose the shoals are remnants of an ancient reef hardened into limestone, while others suggest tectonic shifts fractured the seabed into linear forms. The shallow depth implies recent submersion, yet the Stone's Age hints at deeper antiquity. Did a forgotten people shape this path, or is it the sea's own design? The data drifts like a current offering no firm anchor. Return to the water floating above the shoal's gentle arc. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, water is a divine mirror, reflecting truths beyond sight. You might see Adam's bridge as such a mirror, its stones a path to the eternal lake. In indigenous Polynesian beliefs, the sea is a living ancestor guarding sacred places. Could these shoals be a sacred crossing their form, a story told by the tides? In Jain philosophy, water cleanses the soul, dissolving earthly ties. You might feel the bridge as part of this, cleansing its submersion, a return to purity. The site's serenity is a sanctuary, its silence, a space for contemplation. What divine purpose do these stones serve, resting so gently in the sea? As you linger, the shoal's details unfold like stars in the twilight. Surveys trace a chain of over 100 small islands and submerged banks, some wide enough to walk, others hidden beneath waves. Limestone cores dated to 6,000 years suggest a gradual formation, yet their alignment feels deliberate. One hypothesis posits a ceremonial path used by ancient pilgrims, though no inscriptions confirm this. Another suggests a natural causeway strengthened by human hands to ease trade. Fishermen's nets occasionally yield ancient shells, but no tools or carvings surface. Why do these stones form such a perfect arc, yet hold no trace of their makers? The question sways like a palm frond, serene and unanswered. Adam's bridge is not a mystery to unravel, but a journey to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The shoals below seem to shimmer with quiet life, as if waiting for the right moment to speak. Scientists continue their work, using drones to map the chain's full extent, seeking clues to its origins. Spiritual seekers might see the bridge as a reminder of connection, its mystery, a call to walk in faith. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What stories do these stones carry, and when might the ocean share them? As you rise toward the surface, the shoals fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a prayer on the breeze. The sea's song carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace, but the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Imagine yourself drifting on a small skiff off Belize's coast, where the Caribbean Sea unfolds like a turquoise quilt, its surface shimmering under a sun that spills golden threads across the waves. In the distance, a perfect circle of deep indigo pierces the reef, the Great Blue Hole, a marine cavern formed during the Quaternary glaciation, its depths cradling stalactites and whispers of ancient Maya rituals. This submerged abyss, nearly 1,000 feet across, beckons you with its quiet enigma, inviting you to ponder its secrets. What rites might have unfolded in its shadows, and why does its silence feel so profound? As the boat rocks gently, let your thoughts dissolve into the sea's rhythm, your heart attuned to the mystery of this oceanic cathedral where time and reverence converge in serene wonder. Dive into the warm, clear waters, descending toward the Great Blue Hole's yawning mouth. First mapped in the 1970s by Jacques Cousteau, this sinkhole plunges over 400 feet deep, its walls a gallery of limestone sculpted by ancient rains. You glide past stalactites some 20 feet long, hanging like frozen chandeliers in the twilight zone, their tips glistening with mineral memories. The cavern's floor cloaked in silt hides fossilized shells and coral remnants, of a time when this was a dry cave over 10,000 years ago. At its edges, vibrant marine life, parrotfish, nurse sharks, dances in the filtered light, yet the depths remain eerily still untouched by currents. The sinkhole's connection to Maya rituals hinted at by nearby altars on land stirs questions. As you hover in this blue sanctum, the water seems to hold its breath, its secrets shimmering just beyond reach. What ceremonies might this abyss have witnessed? Step into a scientist's world where core samples and sonar charts weave a tale of ancient processes. The Great Blue Hole formed during the Quaternary glaciation, when lower sea levels exposed limestone caves that collapsed under their own weight. Picture rain-carving tunnels through porous rock, creating caverns that later flooded as ice melted some 12,000 years ago. Geologists confirm this timeline through stalactite dating, but the sinkhole's pristine preservation raises questions. Why do its formations remain so intact, defying erosion? One hypothesis suggests a rapid sea level rise, sealing the cave in a protective embrace. Another posits tectonic stability in Belize's reef, sparing the hole from seismic disruption. Some propose an ancient river system now submerged fed the cave's formation, while others point to chemical dissolution, where acidic water sculpted the limestone. The Maya connection, though, eludes clear evidence. No artifacts lie within the hole itself. Could it have been a sacred site, or is its mystery purely geological? The data hums like a distant tide, offering no firm shore. Now let your spirit sink into a realm where the sea pulses with divine echoes. In Maya cosmology, caves and water were portals to Xibalba, the underworld where gods and ancestors dwelled. As you float above the Great Blue Hole's depths, you might feel the weight of ancient prayers offered to deities of rain and rebirth. Was this cavern a gateway for Maya rituals, its waters a mirror to the divine? In Caribbean spiritual traditions, deep places hold ancestral spirits, their presence woven into the sea's rhythm. You could see the hole as such a sanctuary, its stalactites, silent witnesses to forgotten rites. In broader contexts like Hindu or Taoist, thought water is a cradle of creation, holding the universe's secrets. Might this sinkhole be a reflection of that creation? Its depths, a sacred void. Across cultures, abysses symbolize the unknown, a threshold to the eternal. The hole's stillness feels like a chant inviting you to rest in its mystery. Picture yourself on a Maya shore 2,000 years ago, the air thick with copal incense and the murmur of priests. The Great Blue Hole, then, a terrestrial cave, might have drawn shamans seeking visions in its shadows. Local lore tells of offerings, cast into cenotes, jade shells, even human sacrifices to appease Chak, the rain god. Could the Blue Hole flooded later have served such a purpose? One tale speaks of a priestess who entered a cave to commune with spirits, emerging with prophecies before it vanished beneath the sea. Another story from modern divers describes strange currents near the hole as if guided by unseen hands. You might imagine a Maya youth carving a shell, now lost in the silt, or a ritual drum echoing in the cavern's depths. These tales, though unproven, linger like mist, hinting at a sacred past. What rites did this abyss cradle, and why were they forgotten? Shift to a quiet lab where maps of Belize's reef glow under fluorescent light. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the Great Blue Hole's formation involve a catastrophic collapse triggered by a single event like an earthquake? Belize's tectonic calm makes this unlikely, yet the hole's perfect circularity suggests a sudden event. Another theory explores glacial cycles with multiple sea level shifts shaping the cavern over tens of thousands of years. Sediment analysis reveals marine deposits confirming submersion around 10,000 years ago, but the stalactite's clarity defies typical erosion. Some propose a unique microclimate, preserving the formations, while others suggest low oxygen levels in the depths slowed decay. The Maya connection, though compelling, lacks physical evidence. No altars or offerings lie within. Could nearby cenotes rich with artifacts point to the hole's ritual use? The data drifts like a cloud, offering no clear path. Return to the water floating in the Great Blue Hole's indigo heart. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, deep waters symbolize divine mystery, a place where creation's secrets rest. You might see the hole as such a mystery, its stalactites, a testament to the eternal. In indigenous Amazonian beliefs, Caves are living entities guarding ancestral wisdom. Could this cavern be a guardian? Its depths a repository of forgotten truths? In Buddhist thought, voids reflect the emptiness of all things, a call to release attachment. You might feel the whole as such a void, its silence, a meditation on the infinite. The site's serenity is a temple, its stillness, a canvas for wonder. What does this abyss whisper to those who listen? As you linger, the great blue hole's details unfold like petals in moonlight. Its walls plunging 400 feet, host stalactites formed over 100,000 years, their tips sharp as if carved yesterday. Marine life thrives at the rim, but the depths remain barren, a silent vault. One hypothesis posits a ritual sinkhole used before its flooding, though no Maya relics confirm this. Another suggests natural gas seeps, shaping the cave's unique clarity. Nearby cenotes rich with offerings hint at a sacred landscape, but the blue hole's isolation sets it apart. Why does it stand so pristine yet yield no human traces? The question sways like a wave, serene and unanswered. The great blue hole is not a puzzle to solve, but a sanctuary to enter. You feel the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The stalactites below gleam faintly, as if holding the light of ancient rites. Scientists plan robotic dives to map the hole's depths, seeking geological clues, while spiritual seekers find in its silence a call to awe. You too might sense this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What secrets does this cavern guard, and when might the sea share its song? As you rise toward the surface, the hole's indigo fades into turquoise, its form softening like a dream's echo. The ocean's whisper carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its depths. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself aboard a small vessel drifting over the Gulf of Mexico, where the sea stretches like a velvet cloak under a sky dusted with twilight's first stars. The water's surface ripples gently, reflecting the fading light in hues of sapphire and rose. But beneath lies a hidden world, the Brine Pool Lake's dense saline pockets formed by tectonic whispers, cradling unique ecosystems in their depths. These liquid lakes within the ocean, shimmering with secrets, invite you to ponder their mysterious stability, a phenomenon that defies easy explanation. As the boat sways softly, let your thoughts dissolve into the sea's tranquil rhythm, your heart align with its quiet pulse, and sink into the serene enigma of these underwater oases where life and mystery bloom in silent harmony. Imagine descending into the Gulf's warm depths, the water parting to reveal a surreal spectacle, a lake within the sea. The Brine Pool Lakes, first documented in the 1960s, lie thousands of feet below their surfaces, sharp as glass, where dense saline water refuses to mix with the ocean above. You hover above one such pool, perhaps 100 feet across its edges, framed by mussel beds and ghostly white crabs, thriving in a world without sunlight. The brine, heavy with salt from ancient seabed deposits, shimmers like a mirage, its clarity a stark contrast to the murky depths. Discovered through sonar and submersible dives, these pools, dozens scattered across the Gulf, host bacteria that feed on methane, creating ecosystems unlike any on land. Yet their unwavering stability, persisting for millennia, remains a riddle. As you gaze into this liquid mirror, you feel the weight of an unseen force, its secrets stirring in the stillness. What keeps these pools so pristine? Step into a scientist's realm where data from deep-sea probes weaves a tapestry of questions. The Brine Pool Lakes form when tectonic activity cracks the Gulf's seabed, releasing salt from Jurassic-era deposits buried beneath sediment. Picture ancient faults, weeping brine, pooling in depressions like liquid amber. Geologists propose that these pools remain stable due to their density 5 times saltier than seawater, preventing mixing with surrounding currents. Yet their longevity puzzles researchers. Could underwater currents deflected by seabed topography shield the pools from disruption? Another hypothesis suggests methane seeps bubbling from below maintain the pool's structure by fueling bacterial mats that act as barriers. Some posit tectonic stability in the Gulf with minimal quakes allows the pools to persist, while others point to sediment layers sealing their edges. The ecosystems, crabs, tube, worms, microbes, thrive in conditions lethal to most life, raising questions about their origins. Why do these pools endure untouched by time's erosion? The data glimmers like a distant star, offering no final clarity. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the sea holds divine secrets. In many spiritual traditions, water is a cradle of life, a place where creation's essence rests. As you float above a brine pool, its surface gleaming like a sacred pool, you might sense the presence of ancient forces, perhaps akin to the Maya cenotes portals to the divine. Were these pools revered by ancient seafarers, their depths a mystery even then? In Hindu cosmology, the ocean is a cosmic womb, birthing life and mystery. You could see these pools as reflections of that womb, their ecosystems a hymn to resilience. In indigenous Gulf Coast beliefs, deep waters house spirits of the earth, guardians of hidden truths. Might these lakes be such sanctuaries? Their stillness a sacred vow across cultures. Isolated waters symbolize the eternal, a threshold to the unseen. The pool's quiet feels like a chant, inviting you to rest in its enigma. Picture yourself on a pre-Columbian Gulf shore, the air thick with the scent of mangrove and salt. Indigenous peoples, perhaps ancestors of the Karankawa, navigated these waters, their canoes skimming above unseen pools. One tale passed through oral traditions speaks of a lake of salt where fish vanished, feared as the spirit's domain. Could early mariners have glimpsed these pools during rare low tides? Another story from modern divers tells of a strange glow emanating from a pool's edge, vanishing before cameras could capture it. You might imagine a fisherman casting nets unaware of the alien world below, or a shaman offering shells to appease the sea's mysteries. These tales, though sparse, linger like ripples, hinting at a place where the natural and supernatural blur. The pools yield no artifacts, only their ecosystems. Mussels, worms, microbes thriving in darkness. What secrets did this sea hide from those who sailed above? Shift to a quiet lab where screens display submersible footage of the Gulf's depths. The scientific inquiry deepens. Could the pool's stability stem from a unique balance of pressure and chemistry, where high salinity repels ocean currents? Studies estimate some pools are tens of thousands of years old, their edges undisturbed. Another theory explores methane hydrates, frozen gas deposits that stabilize the seabed, preventing sediment collapse. The ecosystems powered by chemosynthesis suggest an ancient origin, perhaps tied to Earth's primordial oceans. Some propose the pools formed rapidly during a tectonic pulse millions of years ago, while others suggest gradual seepage over eons. The absence of fossilized remains within the brine, too, saline for preservation, complicates dating. Could these pools mirror conditions on alien worlds like Europa's oceans? The data sways like a tide, offering no firm anchor. Return to the water, floating above a brine pool's luminous edge. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, deep waters are a divine abyss holding creation's secrets. You might see these pools as such an abyss, their ecosystems, a testament to life's persistence. In African diaspora beliefs, the sea is a home for ancestors, a place of eternal memory. Could these lakes be guardians of such memory, their stillness, a silent prayer? In Taoist thought, water embodies the universe's flow, adapting without resistance. You might feel the pools as part of this flow, their stability, a lesson in balance. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What does this liquid lake whisper to the sea around it? As you linger, the brine pool's details unfold like stars in a midnight sky. Some pools, like the hot tub of despair, span 100 feet, their walls lined with vibrant life despite toxic conditions. One hypothesis posits microbial biofilms, binding sediment, maintain the pool's sharp edges. Another suggests ancient salt domes uplifted by tectonics feed the brine, creating stable pockets. The ecosystem's bacteria metabolizing methane worms, thriving in darkness, hint at life's adaptability, perhaps echoing Earth's earliest oceans. Why do these pools resist the sea's churn, remaining as clear as glass? The question drifts like a jellyfish, serene and unanswered. The brine pool lakes are not a mystery to solve, but a sanctuary to enter. You feel the sea's soft rhythm, a pulse that calms and holds you. The pool below shimmers faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient earth. Scientists plan new dives using robots to sample the brine's chemistry, seeking clues to its endurance. Spiritual seekers might see the pools as a mirror of resilience, their mystery, a call to marvel at the unknown. You too might sense this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What life thrives unseen in these saline depths, and when might the sea share its song? As you rise toward the surface, the pool's glow fades into the deep blue, its form softening like a dream's whisper. The ocean's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision yourself on a quiet shore along Israel's Levantine coast, where the Mediterranean stretches before you like a silken canvas, its surface aglow with the soft pinks and golds of dawn. The waves lap gently, their whispers carrying echoes of a time long vanished. Beneath these tranquil waters lies Atlit, a Neolithic village from 9,000 years ago, its wells and homes resting in the sea's tender embrace. This Mesolithic settlement, crafted by hunter-gatherers, hums with the mystery of its submersion tied to sea level rises that remain shrouded in uncertainty. As you stand here, the horizon seems to shimmer with questions, inviting you to drift into its depths, to ponder the lives that once thrived and the forces that drew them below. Let your breath slow, your thoughts weave with the tide, and sink into the serene enigma of Atlit, where the past pulses in silent reverence. Dive into the Mediterranean's cool embrace, the water parting like a gentle veil to reveal Atlit-Yam's submerged ruins. Discovered in the 1980s by marine archaeologist Ehud Galili, this village lies 10 to 12 meters below the surface off the Carmel coast. You glide past stone-lined wells, some of the oldest known, their circular forms still sharp despite millennia underwater. Nearby, rectangular house foundations, perhaps 10 in number, cluster around a central area, their walls built of undressed stone. Pottery shards, flint tools and animal bones, deer fish and cattle lie, scattered painting, a picture of a community that hunted and fished. A semicircle of upright stones, possibly a ritual site, stands like silent sentinels while human remains preserved in the silt hint at lives abruptly paused. The village's submersion, gradual or sudden, remains a riddle. As you hover above, the ruins seem to breathe with quiet stories, their secrets cradled by the sea. What force claimed this village for the deep? Step into a researcher's world where sediment cores and radiocarbon dates weave a tapestry of inquiry. Atlit dated to 7,000 years before the Common Era, thrived during the Neolithic transition when hunter-gatherers began settling. Scientists propose rising sea levels post-Ice Age as the primary cause of its submersion. Picture the Mediterranean creeping inland, its waters swallowing low-lying coasts over centuries. Yet the village's depth suggests a complex story. Could a sudden flood, perhaps from a glacial lake outburst, have hastened its end? Another hypothesis points to tectonic subsidence, where the Levantine coast tilted downward, pulling Atlit under Phyllit. Marine geologists note the region's seismic activity, but no clear fault lines align with the site. Some suggest coastal erosion as waves wore away the shore, while others propose a tsunami, though no widespread debris supports this. The wells dug deep into the earth imply a stable water table. Why then did the sea prevail? The evidence sways like a current offering no firm anchor. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the sea hums with divine resonance. In ancient Near Eastern traditions, water was a sacred threshold, a place where gods and mortals met. As you float above Atlit-Yam's stone circle, you might sense the chants of Mesolithic elders, their offerings cast to deities of earth and tide. Was this village a sacred haven, its submersion a return to the divine? In Hebrew mysticism, the sea is a realm of creation's mysteries, holding secrets of the eternal. You could see these ruins as part of that mystery, their wells, a conduit to the unseen. In broader contexts, like indigenous African beliefs, water is a keeper of ancestral spirits guarding their legacy. Might Atlit stones be such a guardian, their silence a prayer? Across cultures, submerged places symbolize a passage to the sacred, a threshold beyond time. The village's stillness feels like a hymn inviting you to rest in its enigma. Picture yourself in Atlit Yam 9,000 years ago, standing amid thatched huts as the air carries the scent of roasted fish and cedar smoke. Hunter-gatherers tend fires their hands, shaping flint into blades. One local tale passed through generations speaks of a great wave that swept over the village, sparing only those who fled to the hills. Did they carry their stories forward, or were they lost? Another story from modern divers tells of a stone circle glowing faintly under moonlight, vanishing by dawn. You might imagine a mother weaving a reed basket now buried in silt, or a child placing a shell by a well, an offering to unseen spirits. The human remains 65 individuals. Some with signs of disease hint at a community facing challenges, yet their rituals endure in the stone circle's form. What dreams did these people hold, and why were they left to the sea? Shift to a quiet study where maps of the Levantine coast lie under soft lamplight. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could a regional climate shift warming the Mediterranean have accelerated sea level rise around 7,000 years before the Common Era pollen records suggest a wetter climate, possibly flooding coastal plains? Another theory explores a seismic event too subtle to devastate, but enough to sink the village gradually. The wells dug to access groundwater imply a stable environment, yet their submersion suggests change. Some propose a marine transgression where the sea advanced steadily, while others suggest a storm surge, sealing the site in sediment. The presence of fish bones and nets indicates a fishing culture, but no boats remain. Did the people abandon Atlit Yam, or were they caught unaware? The data drifts like a breeze, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the village's quiet relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Buddhist thought, water is a symbol of flow, dissolving all that clings to form. You might see Atlit Yam as part of this flow, its ruins a lesson in letting go. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine expanse, holding creation's secrets. Could these stones be a testament to that expanse, preserved for a purpose unseen? In indigenous Australian beliefs, water holds ancestral stories, weaving past into present. You might feel Atlit Yam as such a story, its wells whispering of a lost age. The site's serenity is a sanctuary, its silence, a space for contemplation. What truths do these ruins guard, and why do they rest so gently? As you linger, Atlit Yam's details unfold like petals in the dawn. Divers have mapped over 8 hectares, revealing hearths, storage pits, and a megalithic circle possibly for rituals. Bones of domesticated animals suggest early farming, while fishhooks point to a sea-based life. One hypothesis posits a gradual inundation as the village's low elevation succumbed to rising waters. Another suggests a catastrophic flood, perhaps unrecorded, buried the site swiftly. The human remains, some buried with care, hint at reverence for the dead, yet their stories remain elusive. Why do the wells so carefully built now lie underwater? The question sways like a wave, serene and unanswered. Atlit Yam is not a mystery to unravel, but a melody to hear. You feel the sea's tender rhythm, a pulse that soothes and holds you. The ruins below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient lives. Archaeologists continue their work using sonar to trace the village's edges, seeking signs of a larger settlement. Spiritual seekers might see Atlit Yam as a reminder of life's fragility, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What secrets do these wells hold, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the dawn. The ocean's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Imagine yourself standing on the edge of the Bay of Naples, where the Tyrrhenian Sea unfolds like a silken tapestry, its surface aglow with the soft amber of a fading sunset. The air carries the faint scent of olive groves and salt, and the waves murmur a timeless lullaby, hinting at secrets cradled beneath. In these gentle waters off Italy's Campanian coast lie the submerged villas of Baiae, an imperial Roman resort from 100 years before the Common Era. These opulent retreats, swallowed by volcanic subsidence, whisper of a life of luxury now veiled by the sea, their full extent hidden in the deep. As you gaze across the bay, the horizon seems to shimmer with echoes of forgotten revelry, inviting you to drift into its embrace. What splendor did these villas hold, and why does their silence resonate so deeply? Let your breath soften, your thoughts sway with the tide, and sink into the serene mystery of Baiae, where decadence and enigma entwine. Dive into the sea's warmth, embrace the water parting like a gossamer curtain to reveal Baiae's sunken grandeur. Discovered by divers in the 20th century, these ruins sprawl across the bay's shallow floor, some 10 to 20 feet below the surface. You glide past marble columns, their surfaces etched with faint carvings, and mosaic floors shimmering with patterns of fish and vines. Villas, perhaps dozens, boast courtyards and bathhouses, their walls adorned with faded frescoes that hint at Roman opulence. Statues of gods and emperors, some toppled yet intact, stand as silent sentinels, while fragments of pottery, delicate cups, amphorae lie scattered in the silt. The site linked to Rome's elite reflects a resort where senators and poets reveled, yet its submersion hides the full scope of their lives. As you hover above these relics, the sea seems to guard their stories, its quiet pulse, a testament to their enduring allure. What secrets do these villas keep? Step into a scientist's realm where seismic charts and sediment cores weave a narrative of inquiry. Baiae's submersion is tied to volcanic activity in the Phlegraean Fields, a region alive with geothermal restlessness. Geologists propose bradyseism, a slow rise and fall of the land due to magma shifts, as the primary cause. Picture the coast sinking gently, villas slipping into the sea over centuries, beginning around the 3rd century of the Common Era. Yet the ruins' pristine state mosaics, vivid statues, upright, suggests a rapid burial, perhaps by sediment surges. Another hypothesis points to a sudden quake, common in this volcanic zone, triggering a swift submersion. Some researchers suggest tidal waves stirred by nearby Vesuvius sealed the villas in protective silt. Others propose coastal erosion, as waves eroded the soft, tough cliffs. The absence of widespread destruction complicates these theories. Why do these relics gleam as if untouched by time? The evidence ripples like the bay offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea hums with divine resonance. In Roman tradition, Baiae was sacred to Venus, goddess of love, her temples gracing its shores. As you drift above a sunken atrium, its columns draped in algae, you might sense the echoes of ancient hymns offered to deities of pleasure and tide. Were these villas more than retreats, perhaps sanctuaries for sacred rites? In Mediterranean spiritual contexts, water is a threshold to the divine, a place where mortal and eternal meet. You could see Baiae's ruins as such a threshold, their submersion, a consecration to the sea. In Hindu thought, water is a purifier, dissolving the transient to reveal the eternal blank. Might these villas rest in such purity, their opulence a fleeting offering? Across cultures, submerged places carry a mystical aura, as if chosen to dwell in divine silence. The bay's gentle sway feels like a prayer, inviting you to linger in its mystery. Picture yourself in Baiae's heyday, strolling through a villa's torchlit courtyard, the air rich with the scent of wine and myrrh. Senators recline on cushioned couches, poets recite verses, and musicians play lyres under starlit skies. Historical accounts describe Baiae as Rome's playground, where emperors like Nero and Caligula indulged in excess. One tale speaks of a grand feast interrupted by a tremor, guests fleeing as the sea crept closer. Did they save their treasures, or do they lie beneath the waves? Another story from local fishermen tells of a marble statue glimpsed underwater, its eyes seeming to glow in the moonlight. You might imagine a servant polishing a mosaic, now half buried in silt, or a child hiding a bronze coin in a villa's corner. These fragments, glass beads, a gilded lamp, hint at lives of luxury, but the social intricacies, alliances, betrayals remain veiled. What revels did these walls witness? Shift to a quiet study where maps of the Bay of Naples glow under lamplight. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could a volcanic surge linked to the Phlegraean Fields have triggered a sudden subsidence, sinking Baiae in a single event? Seismic records suggest minor quakes, but none catastrophic enough to explain the villa's intact state. Another theory explores sediment flows, where underwater landslides buried the site swiftly, preserving mosaics and statues. The bay's shallow depth supports a gradual sinking, yet the presence of delicate artifacts, glassware fresco fragments, suggests rapid entombment. Some propose rising sea levels post-Roman contributed, while others point to geothermal springs, altering the seabed's stability. The absence of human remains raises questions. Did Baiae's residents flee, or were their traces swept away? The data drifts like a breeze, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above Baiae's silent villas. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine expanse holding secrets of creation. You might see these ruins as part of that expanse, their opulence preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous African beliefs, water is a keeper of memory, guarding ancestral stories. Could Baiae stones be such a repository, their silence a testament to lost lives? In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these villas as part of that harmony, their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's stillness is a sanctuary, its silence, a canvas for wonder. What truths do these relics hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, Baiae's details unfold like blossoms in twilight. Divers have mapped over 20 hectares of ruins, including bathhouses with hypocaust heating and courtyards with intricate mosaics. A statue of Apollo, half-buried, gazes upward, while a fresco of a dancing nymph gleams through the silt. One hypothesis posits a sudden geothermal event, sealing the villas in sediment. Another suggests gradual subsidence. As the coast sank over centuries, the presence of lead pipes and wine jars hints at a life of extravagance, yet the social dynamics, patronage rivalries remain unclear. Why do these villas endure so vividly, yet hide their full story? The question sways like a wave, serene and unanswered. Baiae is not a mystery to unravel, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The ruins below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of Roman laughter. Archaeologists continue their work using submersibles to map the site's edges, seeking more villas in deeper waters. Spiritual seekers might see Baiae as a reminder of impermanence, its luxury dissolved into the deep. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What lives did these villas cradle? And when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a dream's whisper. The ocean's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself standing on the shore of Alexandria's harbor, where the Mediterranean Sea unfolds like a shimmering veil, its waves catching the first light of dawn in hues of pearl and sapphire. The air carries the faint scent of salt and ancient stone, and the gentle lapping of water whispers of a grandeur long submerged. Beneath these tranquil depths lie the remains of Cleopatra's palace, a Ptolemaic marvel from around 30 years before the Common Era, its structures swallowed by an earthquake, their full layout cloaked in mystery. As you gaze across the water, the horizon seems to hum with the echoes of a queen's legacy, inviting you to drift into the sea's embrace, to ponder the splendor now hidden. What secrets did this palace hold, and why does its silence feel so alive? Let your thoughts soften your breath, align with the tide, and sink into the serene enigma of Cleopatra's lost domain, where history and mystery entwine in quiet reverence. Dive into the Mediterranean's cool, embrace the water parting like a silken curtain to reveal the remnants of Cleopatra's palace. Discovered in the 1990s by archaeologist Frank Gaudio, these ruins lie scattered across the harbor's seabed, some 15 to 30 feet below the surface. You glide past massive granite columns, their surfaces etched with faint hieroglyphs and limestone blocks that once formed grand halls. Statues of sphinxes and Ptolemaic deities, some still upright, stand as silent guardians, while fragments of mosaic floors gleam with faded patterns of stars and vines. The site part of Alexandria's royal quarter includes quays and breakwaters, suggesting a palace that opened to the sea, yet the earthquake that submerged it, likely in the 4th century of the Common Era, conceals its full design. As you hover above these relics, the water seems to cradle their stories, their outlines shimmering with unanswered questions. What chambers remain unseen in the deep? Step into a scientist's world where seismic records and sonar maps weave a tapestry of inquiry. The submersion of Cleopatra's palace is tied to a catastrophic earthquake, possibly in 365 of the Common Era, known to have devastated Alexandria. Geologists propose that this quake triggered liquefaction, where saturated soil turned fluid, causing the harbor's structures to sink. Picture the ground trembling beneath your feet, the palace sliding into the sea like a fading dream. Yet, the ruins' pristine state, columns intact, statues untoppled, suggests a gentle burial. Could a tsunami following the quake have sealed the site in sediment, preserving it? Another hypothesis points to gradual subsidence as the Nile Delta's soft ground compacted over centuries. Some researchers suggest multiple quakes weakening the coast over time, while others propose rising sea levels post-Ptolemaic contributed to the flooding. The lack of clear fault lines nearby deepens the puzzle. Why do these relics endure so vividly? The evidence drifts like a current offering no certain harbor. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea pulses with divine resonance. In Ptolemaic Egypt, the Mediterranean was a sacred expanse linked to Isis, goddess of magic and protector of queens. As you drift above a sunken sphinx, its gaze fixed on eternity, you might sense the prayers of Cleopatra's court offered to deities of sea and sky. Was this palace a sacred stage, its halls hosting rituals to honor the divine? In Hellenistic mysticism, water was a mirror of the cosmos, reflecting celestial truths. You could see these ruins as such a mirror, their submersion, a consecration to the eternal. In broader contexts like indigenous African traditions, the sea is a keeper of ancestral memory, guarding stories in its depths. Might Cleopatra's palace rest in such a realm, its stones a testament to a queen's legacy? Across cultures, submerged places symbolize a passage to the sacred. The harbor's stillness feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its mystery. Picture yourself in Alexandria's royal quarter, 30 years before the Common Era, standing in a palace courtyard, where the air hums with the scent of lotus and myrrh. Cleopatra, last of the Ptolemies' hosts, envoys her voice weaving diplomacy as musicians play. Historical accounts describe her palace as a marvel, its terraces open to the sea adorned with gold and alabaster. One tale speaks of a banquet where a pearl was dissolved in wine, a gesture of opulence before tremors shook the city. Did the court flee? Or were treasures left behind? Another story from local divers tells of a golden amulet glimpsed underwater, vanishing before retrieval. You might imagine a scribe etching a papyrus now dissolved in silt, or a child playing by a key unaware of the coming waves. These fragments, bronze lamps, a carved scarab hint at a vibrant world, but the palace's full life remains veiled. What intrigues unfolded in these halls shift to a quiet study where maps of Alexandria's harbor glow under lamplight. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could a series of minor quakes unrecorded in history have weakened the coast before the major event? Seismic data suggests the Nile Delta's instability, prone to sinking under its own weight. Another theory posits a tsunami surge depositing sediment that preserved the ruins. The site's depth, relatively shallow, supports a rapid submersion, yet the presence of delicate artifacts, glass beads, a marble bust, suggests minimal disturbance. Some propose coastal erosion as waves wore away the harbor's edge, while others point to Nile flooding altering the delta's balance. The absence of human remains raises questions. Did Cleopatra's court abandon the palace, or were their traces swept away? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the palace's silent relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine abyss, holding creation's secrets. You might see these ruins as part of that abyss, their stones preserved for a purpose, unseen. In indigenous Caribbean beliefs, water is a living ancestor, guarding stories of the past. Could this palace be such a guardian, its columns whispering of Cleopatra's reign? In Buddhist thought, water reflects the impermanence of all things, a call to release attachment. You might feel these ruins as part of that reflection, their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the palace's details unfold like blossoms in moonlight. Divers have mapped over 10 hectares, revealing quays, courtyards, and a possible throne room, its floor tiled with faded mosaics. A granite sphinx bearing Ptolemaic features stands beside a toppled obelisk, while coins stamped with Cleopatra's profile gleam in the silt. One hypothesis posits a sudden fault shift, sinking the harbor in a single event. Another suggests gradual inundation, as the delta's soil compacted. The presence of Greek and Egyptian artifacts, amphorae amulets, reflects a blended culture, yet the palace's full layout remains unclear. Why do some columns stand so tall, while others lie scattered? The question drifts like a lotus on the water, serene and unanswered. Cleopatra's palace is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to hear. You feel the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The ruins below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of Ptolemaic grandeur. Archaeologists continue their work using sonar to trace the harbor's edges, seeking more chambers in deeper waters. Spiritual seekers might see the palace as a reminder of life's fleeting glory, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might sense this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What secrets do these halls guard, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the dawn. The ocean's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace, but the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision yourself standing on the windswept shores of Russia's Taman Peninsula, where the Black Sea stretches before you, like a dark mirror, its surface rippling with the soft silver of a rising moon. The air carries the faint tang of salt and wild grasses, and the waves murmur a quiet elegy hinting at secrets cradled beneath. In these depths off the coast of Phanagoria lies a Greek colony from the 6th century before the Common Era, its ruins partially submerged by the sea's gentle advance. These remnants, once a vibrant hub of trade, whisper of connections to distant lands, now obscured by flooding that veils their full story. As you gaze across the water, the horizon seems to pulse with echoes of ancient voyages, inviting you to drift into its embrace. What networks did this colony weave, and why does its silence resonate so deeply? Let your breath ease, your thoughts meld with the tide and sink into the serene enigma of Phanagoria, where history and mystery intertwine in quiet reverence. Dive into the Black Sea's cool, embrace the water parting like a velvet curtain to reveal Phanagoria's sunken relics. First explored by archaeologists in the 20th century, these ruins lie scattered along the Taman Peninsula's coast, some 3 to 15 feet below the surface. You glide past stone walls, their edges softened by centuries of currents, forming the outlines of homes and marketplaces. Pottery shards amphorae painted with Greek motifs lie nestled in the silt alongside bronze coins and fragments of marble statues. The colony, founded by Greek settlers from Miletus, once thrived as a port, its quays bustling with ships carrying grain, wine, and amber. Yet partial flooding has hidden much of its layout, obscuring the extent of its trade networks. As you hover above these remnants, the sea seems to guard their stories, its quiet pulse, a testament to their enduring allure. What connections lie buried in the deep? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar maps and sediment cores weave a narrative of inquiry. Phanagoria's submersion is tied to the Black Sea's dynamic history, likely a result of gradual sea level rise. Picture the coast slowly yielding as waters crept over low-lying streets, centuries after the colony's peak. Geologists propose post-glacial flooding beginning around 5,000 years before the Common Era, as the Mediterranean spilled into the Black Sea, raising its level. Yet the ruins' partial submersion, some structures underwater, others on land, suggests a complex process. Could tectonic subsidence common in the tectonically active Taman region have tilted parts of the coast? Another hypothesis points to riverine flooding from the nearby Cuban River, depositing sediment that altered the shoreline. Some researchers suggest coastal erosion as waves wore away the peninsula, while others propose a sudden storm surge burying parts of the city in silt. The intact artifacts' jewelry tools hint at rapid preservation. Why do some ruins remain above water while others sleep below? The evidence sways like a current offering no certain harbor. Now, let your spirit drift to a realm where the sea hums with sacred echoes. In ancient Greek tradition, the Black Sea was a frontier of mystery, home to nymphs and deities who guided sailors. As you float above a sunken agora, its stones draped in algae, you might sense the prayers of Phanagoria's settlers offered to Poseidon for safe voyages. Was this colony a sacred outpost, its submersion a divine act? In Slavic folklore, the sea is a keeper of ancient spirits, guarding the past in its depths. You could see these ruins as such a sanctuary, their silence, a hymn to forgotten lives. In broader contexts like Buddhist, thought water symbolizes the flow of existence, dissolving all that clings to form. Might Phanagoria's flooding reflect this flow, its stones a meditation on eternity? Across cultures, submerged places carry a mystical weight as if chosen to dwell in divine quiet. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a chant, inviting you to rest in its enigma. Picture yourself in Phanagoria's bustling port 600 years before the Common Era, where the air hums with the clatter of carts and the scent of olive oil. Greek merchants barter with Scythian traders, exchanging pottery for furs under the watchful eyes of temple priests. Local lore tells of a ship that sank off the coast, its cargo of gold ornaments lost to the waves, glimpsed only by divers centuries later. Did its treasures reach the shore, or do they lie hidden still? Another tale speaks of a festival halted by rising waters, the colonists fleeing as the sea claimed their marketplace. You might imagine a potter shaping a clay, amphora now shattered in the silt, or a child tossing pebbles by the quay, unaware of the coming flood. These fragments bronze seals a carved dolphin hint at a cosmopolitan world, but the full web of its trade remains veiled. What routes did these ships sail? Shift to a quiet study where maps of the Black Sea coast glow under soft light. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could a regional climate shift, increasing rainfall around the 4th century before the Common Era, have swollen the Cuban River, flooding Phanagoria's lowlands? Sediment cores suggest layers of riverine silt, supporting this idea. Another theory posits tectonic activity, as the Taman Peninsula's faults shifted, sinking parts of the city. The ruin's shallow depth implies a gradual inundation, yet the presence of intact artifacts, glass beads, a lyre fragment suggests rapid burial. Some propose a storm surge unrecorded in Greek texts sealed the site in sediment. The colony's trade networks, linking Greece to the Caucasus, are hinted at by amphorae from Chios, but their full extent remains unclear. Did Phanagoria's merchants abandon their port, or were their traces swept away? The data drifts like a breeze, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above Phanagoria's silent relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine expanse, holding creation's secrets. You might see these ruins as part of that expanse, their stones preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous Siberian beliefs, water is a living ancestor, guarding stories of the past. Could Phanagoria's ruins be such a story, their silence a testament to lost voyages? In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these relics as part of that harmony, their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's stillness is a temple, its silence a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, Phanagoria's details unfold like petals in moonlight. Divers have mapped over 10 hectares of submerged ruins, including a harbor wall and what might be a temple, its columns half buried. Pottery from Rhodes and Athens points to far-reaching trade, while Scythian arrowheads suggest cultural exchange. One hypothesis posits a gradual sea level rise as the Black Sea expanded, flooding low-lying areas. Another suggests a catastrophic flood, perhaps from a breached riverbank, buried the site swiftly. The presence of a bronze statuette, possibly of Apollo, hints at religious life, but its purpose remains unclear. Why do some artifacts gleam as if newly crafted while others fade? The question sways like a wave, serene and unanswered. Phanagoria is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The ruins below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of ancient markets. Archaeologists continue their work using drones to map the submerged coastline, seeking more of the colony's edges. Spiritual seekers might see Phanagoria as a reminder of life's transience, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What trade routes did these stones connect, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins fade into the dark depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the night. The ocean's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Picture yourself on a Tunisian shore at dawn where the Mediterranean Sea unfolds like a shimmering cloak, its waves catching the first light in hues of amber and jade. The air carries the faint tang of salt and olive blossoms, and the gentle tide hums a quiet melody, as if whispering secrets from a forgotten age. Beneath these tranquil waters lies Neapolis, a Roman port from the 4th century of the Common Era, buried by a tsunami that left its garum factories and quays in the sea's tender embrace. This submerged city, rediscovered in 2017, sparks questions about the scale of the disaster that hit it, challenging the silence of historical records. As you gaze across the horizon, the sea seems to pulse with untold stories, inviting you to drift into its depths. What lives did this port cradle, and why does its quiet resonate so deeply? Let your thoughts soften your breath, align with the waves, and sink into the serene enigma of Neapolis, where history and mystery weave a timeless tapestry. Dive into the Mediterranean's warm embrace, the water parting like a silken veil to reveal Neapolis's sunken remains. Uncovered by archaeologists using sonar off Tunisia's northeastern coast, this port city lies just below the surface, some 5 to 15 feet deep. You glide past stone quays, their edges smoothed by centuries of currents, and the outlines of workshops where Garum Rome's prized fish sauce was crafted in clay vats. Mosaics, faint but intricate, depict fish and vines, while scattered amphorae, some still sealed, hint at a thriving trade hub. The site, spanning several hectares, includes warehouses and what might be a marketplace, their walls partially intact. The tsunami, likely striking in 365 of the Common Era, buried Neapolis swiftly, yet its scale remains unclear, obscured by sparse historical accounts. As you hover above these relics, the sea seems to guard their tales, its quiet pulse a testament to their enduring allure. What catastrophe sealed this port's fate? Step into a scientist's realm where seismic data and sediment cores weave a narrative of inquiry. Neapolis's submersion is tied to a known earthquake in 365 centered near Crete, which unleashed a tsunami across the Mediterranean. Geologists propose that this wave, perhaps 30 feet high, swept over Neapolis, burying it in sediment. Picture the sea surging inland, swallowing quays and workshops in a single breath. Yet the ruins' preservation, mosaics, vivid vats unbroken, suggests a gentle entombment. Could a series of smaller waves, rather than one cataclysm, have layered the site with protective silt? Another hypothesis points to coastal subsidence, as Tunisia's soft sediment compacted, lowering the port. Some researchers suggest post-tsunami erosion reshaping the coastline, while others propose a storm surge amplified the disaster. The lack of detailed Roman records mentioning only Alexandria's destruction deepens the mystery. Why does history speak so little of Neapolis's fall? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no firm anchor. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In Roman tradition, the Mediterranean was Neptune's domain, a place of divine power and mystery. As you drift above a sunken garum vat, its rim encrusted with coral, you might sense the prayers of merchants offered for safe voyages and bountiful trade. Was Neapolis's submersion a divine act, its relics entrusted to the sea's care? In North African spiritual traditions, water is a keeper of ancestral memory, holding stories in its depths. You could see these ruins as such a repository, their silence a hymn to forgotten lives. In broader contexts like Buddhist thought, water embodies the flow of existence, dissolving all that clings to form. Might Neapolis rest in this flow? Its stones, a meditation on eternity. Across cultures, submerged places carry a sacred aura, as if chosen to dwell in divine stillness. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself in Neapolis's bustling port 400 years after the Common Era, where the air hums with the scent of fermented fish and the clatter of carts. Merchants load amphorae with garum bound for Rome, while sailors mend nets under the sun. Historical accounts describe Neapolis as a key supplier of Rome's markets, its sauce a luxury across the empire. One tale speaks of a festival halted by a sudden wave, the city's wealth swept away as residents fled. Did they salvage their goods, or do treasures lie beneath? Another story from local fishermen tells of a mosaic floor glimpsed underwater, its colors flashing like a dream before fading. You might imagine a worker sealing a garum vat, now buried in silt, or a child playing by the quay, unaware of the coming flood. These fragments coins a bronze-scale hint at a vibrant world, but the social tapestry remains veiled. What lives thrived in this port? Shift to a quiet study, where maps of Tunisia's coast glow under soft light. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the 365 tsunami documented in Alexandria have been larger than thought, devastating smaller ports like Neapolis sediment cores reveal layers of marine sand, suggesting a sudden deposition? Another theory posits tectonic subsidence as the African plate shifted, lowering the coast. The ruins' shallow depth supports a rapid submersion, yet the presence of intact vats and mosaics suggests minimal disturbance. Some propose a secondary quake, unrecorded, amplified the flooding, while others point to riverine silt from nearby wadis clogging the harbor. The absence of human remains raises questions. Did Neapolis's residents escape, or were their traces swept away? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above Neapolis's silent relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine abyss, holding creation's secrets. You might see these ruins as part of that abyss, their stones preserved for a purpose, unseen. In indigenous Berber beliefs, water is a living ancestor guarding stories of the past. Could Neapolis's relics be such a story, their silence, a testament to lost trade? In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these ruins as part of that harmony, their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, Neapolis's details unfold like blossoms in twilight. Divers have mapped over 20 hectares, revealing quays, workshops, and a possible temple, its columns half buried. Mosaics of dolphins and amphorae stamps point to a thriving garum industry, while Greek and Punic coins suggest far-reaching trade. One hypothesis posits a single, massive tsunami wave sealing the site in sediment. Another suggests gradual coastal sinking as the harbor succumbed to rising waters. The presence of a clay seal bearing a merchant's mark hints at economic life, but the city's full scope remains unclear. Why do some artifacts gleam as if newly crafted while history stays silent? The question drifts like a wave, serene and unanswered. Neapolis is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The ruins below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of ancient markets. Archaeologists continue their work using submersibles to trace the site's edges, seeking more of the city's heart. Spiritual seekers might see Neapolis as a reminder of life's transience, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What stories do these keys guard, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the dawn. The ocean's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself standing on the edge of Alexandria's ancient harbor, where the Mediterranean Sea stretches before you like a canvas of molten silver, kissed by the tender glow of a twilight sky. The air hums with the scent of sea salt and distant jasmine, and the waves weave a soft lullaby, as if whispering secrets from a city that shaped empires. Beneath these gentle waters lie the sunken districts of Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great in the 4th century, before the Common Era, their Hellenistic grandeur veiled by ongoing erosion that obscures the details of their urban expanse. As you gaze across the horizon, the sea seems to shimmer with echoes of a lost metropolis, inviting you to drift into its depths. What stories do these submerged quarters hold, and why does their silence feel so alive? Let your breath ease, your thoughts sway with the tide, and sink into the serene enigma of Alexandria, where history and mystery dance in quiet reverence. Dive into the Mediterranean's warm embrace, the water parting like a silken veil to reveal Alexandria's submerged districts. Uncovered through marine archaeology in the late 20th century, these ruins lie scattered across the harbor's seabed, some 10 to 30 feet below the surface. You glide past limestone blocks once part of grand boulevards now softened by centuries of currents. Columns etched with Greek motifs stand half-buried, while fragments of mosaics, patterns of stars and laurels gleam faintly in the silt. The districts, part of the Hellenistic city's royal and civic core, include remnants of markets, temples, and perhaps libraries, their layouts hinting at a planned urban marvel. Erosion, relentless and slow, has blurred their edges, hiding the full scope of Alexandria's expansion. As you hover above these relics, the sea seems to cradle their tales, its quiet pulse a testament to their enduring allure. What wonders lie just beyond the silt's embrace? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar scans and sediment cores weave a narrative of inquiry. Alexandria's submersion is tied to the Nile Delta's unstable geology, prone to sinking under its own weight. Geologists propose gradual coastal erosion, as waves and currents wore away the city's foundations over centuries, beginning after its Hellenistic peak. Picture the shore receding streets slipping into the sea like a slow exhale. Another hypothesis points to tectonic subsidence, where the delta's soft sediment compacted, lowering the coast. Seismic records suggest a major earthquake in 365 of the Common Era accelerated this, triggering landslides. Some researchers propose rising sea levels post-Ice Age inundated low-lying districts, while others point to Nile flooding reshaping the harbor's edge. The ruins' fragmented state columns, toppled mosaics, scattered complicates mapping their original layout. Why does so much remain hidden? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain harbor. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with divine echoes. In Hellenistic tradition, Alexandria was a beacon of knowledge, its harbor sacred to Poseidon and Isis. As you drift above a sunken pillar, its carvings glowing faintly, you might sense the prayers of scholars and priests offered to gods of wisdom and tide. Was this city a sacred crossroads, its submersion, a divine act? In Coptic Christian beliefs, water is a symbol of purification, a passage to the eternal. You could see these ruins as purified their silence, a hymn to Alexandria's legacy. In broader contexts like Hindu thought, water is a cosmic cradle holding creation's secrets. Might these districts rest in such a cradle, their stones a link to the infinite? Across cultures, submerged cities symbolize a threshold to the divine. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself in Alexandria's royal quarter 300 years before the Common Era, where the air hums with the clatter of chariots and the scent of papyrus. Scholars debate in the Great Library, while merchants trade spices by the harbor. Historical accounts describe a city of marble and gold, its streets lined with statues. One tale speaks of a philosopher who foresaw the sea's advance, urging the city to move inland, only to be ignored. Did his warnings echo unheeded? Another story from local divers tells of a bronze lamp glimpsed underwater, its flame long extinguished, vanishing before retrieval. You might imagine a poet etching verses on a tablet now dissolved in silt, or a child playing by a key, unaware of the creeping waves. These fragments pottery, a carved scarab hint at a cosmopolitan world, but the city's full life remains veiled. What dreams did these streets cradle? Shift to a quiet study where maps of Alexandria's coast glow under soft lamplight. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could a series of minor quakes unrecorded have weakened the harbor's foundations before the major event? Sediment cores reveal layers of marine sand suggesting sudden deposition, perhaps from a tsunami in 365. Another theory posits Nile Delta subsidence as sediment compacted over centuries, sinking districts gradually. The ruin's depth, relatively shallow, supports a slow erosion, yet the presence of intact artifacts, glass beads, a marble bust, suggests rapid burial. Some propose storm surges reshaping the coast, while others point to human activity, like heavy construction destabilizing the delta. The absence of skeletal remains raises questions. Did residents flee, or were their traces swept away? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the district's silent relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Islamic mysticism, the sea is a divine mirror reflecting truths beyond sight. You might see these ruins as such a mirror, their stones preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous African beliefs, water is a keeper of memory, guarding ancestral stories. Could Alexandria's districts be such a repository? Their silence, a testament to lost knowledge. In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these ruins as part of that harmony, their submersion a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, Alexandria's details unfold like blossoms in twilight. Divers have mapped over 15 hectares, revealing quays, courtyards, and possible temple foundations, their stones etched with Greek and Egyptian motifs. A bronze coin bearing Ptolemy's profile gleams beside a shattered amphora, hinting at a blended culture. One hypothesis posits a catastrophic landslide, triggered by the 365 quake-burying districts, swiftly. Another suggests gradual inundation as the Nile's silt failed to support the city's weight. The presence of a marble sphinx half-buried speaks of grandeur, but the district's full layout remains unclear. Why do some relics shine as if newly crafted while others fade? The question drifts like a lotus on the water, serene and unanswered. Alexandria's sunken districts are not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The ruins below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of Hellenistic splendor. Archaeologists continue their work using submersibles to trace the harbor's edges, seeking more quarters in deeper waters. Spiritual seekers might see Alexandria as a reminder of life's transience, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What stories do these districts guard, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the dawn. The ocean's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself aboard a weathered skiff, drifting over the Sicilian waters near the Egadi Islands, where the Mediterranean Sea shimmers like a tapestry of molten sapphire under a sky brushed with the tender hues of dawn. The air carries the scent of salt and wild fennel, and the waves whisper a gentle elegy, as if mourning a clash long faded into time. Beneath these tranquil depths lie the relics of the Punic War's artifacts from a Roman-Carthaginian naval battle in 241 years before the Common Era scattered across the seabed. Bronze rams and helmets, remnants of a fierce encounter, rest in silent vigil, their presence stirring questions about the strategies that shaped this ancient conflict. As you gaze into the water, the horizon pulses with echoes of forgotten valor, inviting you to drift into its embrace. What tactics did these artifacts witness, and why does their silence feel so profound? Let your breath slow, your thoughts weave with the tide, and sink into the serene enigma of the Egadi Islands, where history and mystery converge in quiet awe. Dive into the Mediterranean's warm embrace, the water parting like a silken veil to reveal the scattered relics of a long-ago battle. Discovered in the early 21st century by marine archaeologists, these artifacts lie off the Egadi Islands, some 20 to 60 feet below the surface. You glide past bronze rams, their pointed forms designed to pierce enemy ships, now encrusted with coral and algae. Nearby helmets, some Roman, others Carthaginian, rest in the silt, their curves etched with the marks of ancient craftsmanship. Amphorae shattered, but plentiful hint at supply. Ships caught in the fray, while anchors suggest vessels anchored before the clash. The Battle of the Aegates, fought in 241, before the Common Era ended the First Punic War. Yet these relics conceal the full scope of its naval strategies. As you hover above the seabed seems to hum with untold stories, its quiet pulse a testament to their enduring mystery. What maneuvers did these rams execute? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar maps and artifact analyses weave a narrative of inquiry. The Egadi Islands relics are tied to a pivotal naval battle, where Rome's fleet outmaneuvered Carthage to secure Sicily. Archaeologists propose that the rams, over a dozen recovered, were mounted on triremes, ships designed for ramming tactics. Picture a chaotic sea vessels colliding as rams, splintered hulls. Yet the artifact's distribution, spread across several square kilometers, raises questions. Could currents have scattered them, or do they mark the battle's true expanse? One hypothesis suggests a deliberate ambush, with Roman ships trapping Carthaginian vessels against the island's reefs. Another posits a storm disrupted the battle, sinking ships and scattering debris. Some researchers propose tidal shifts post-battle rearrange the seabed, while others point to salvage efforts by ancient victors, leaving only what was too heavy to retrieve. The helmets, bearing distinct Roman and Punic designs, hint at mixed crews, but their tactical use remains unclear. Why do so few artifacts survive such a decisive clash? The evidence drifts like a current offering. No certain shore. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In ancient Mediterranean traditions, the sea was Poseidon's domain, a place of divine will where battles were fought under godly gaze. As you drift above a bronze ram, its surface gleaming faintly, you might sense the prayers of sailors offered to secure victory or safe passage. Were these artifacts consecrated before battle, their metal imbued with sacred intent? In Roman spirituality, the sea was a threshold to the divine, where offerings appeased the gods. You could see these relics as such offerings entrusted to the deep. In broader contexts like indigenous Caribbean beliefs, water holds ancestral spirits guarding their stories. Might these rams and helmets be guardians of such stories, their silence a hymn to lost warriors across cultures? Battle relics carry a sacred weight as if chosen to rest in eternal quiet. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a prayer inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a triremes deck in 241 before the Common Era, the air thick with the creak of oars and the shouts of captains. Roman and Carthaginian fleets clash near the Egadi Islands, their rams slicing through waves. Historical accounts describe a Roman victory, but one local tale speaks of a Carthaginian captain who sank his own ship hiding a golden idol from Roman hands. Does it lie among the relics? Another story from Sicilian fishermen tells of a helmet washing ashore, its bronze gleaming as if newly forged, only to vanish in a storm. You might imagine a sailor tightening his helmet now, buried in silt, or a rower gripping an oar as waves surged. These artifacts rams a sword hilt, a coin hint at a fierce encounter, but the strategies, formations, signals remain veiled. What plans guided these ships into battle? Shift to a quiet study where maps of the Egadi Islands glow under soft lamplight. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the artifacts spread reflect a prolonged battle with ships scattered by wind or tide? Sonar reveals clusters of rams near reefs, suggesting tactical maneuvering around shallows. Another theory posits post-battle salvage, with Romans recovering lighter items, leaving heavy rams behind. The helmets, some with cheek guards, suggest elite warriors, but their small number, fewer than 20, puzzles researchers. Could currents have carried lighter artifacts away, or were few worn in this naval clash? Some propose the battle occurred in deeper waters, with subsidence shifting relics closer to shore. The presence of amphorae, likely for provisions, hints at supply lines, but their origins, Sicilian or North African, remain unclear. Did the battle's chaos scatter these relics, or was their placement deliberate? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the battle's silent relics. The spiritual lens, widens embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine abyss, holding creation's secrets. You might see these artifacts as part of that abyss, preserved for a purpose, unseen. In African diaspora, beliefs water is a keeper of memory guarding ancestral stories. Could these rams and helmets be such a repository, their silence a testament to lost lives in Taoist thought? Water embodies harmony flowing without resistance. You might feel these relics as part of that harmony, their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these artifacts hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the Egadi relics unfold like petals in twilight. Divers have recovered over a dozen rams, their bronze cast for piercing and helmets, with Punic inscriptions hinting at diverse crews. One hypothesis posits a Roman flanking maneuver, trapping Carthaginian ships against the islands. Another suggests a sudden squall sinking vessels before rams could strike. The amphorae, some bearing wine traces, point to long voyages, but their full routes remain unclear. Why do these relics endure so vividly, yet reveal so little of their battle's dance? The question drifts like a wave, serene and unanswered. The Egadi Islands artifacts are not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The relics below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of ancient valor. Archaeologists continue their work using submersibles to trace the seabed's contours, seeking more relics in deeper waters. Spiritual seekers might see these artifacts as a reminder of life's fleeting struggles, their mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What strategies did these rams execute, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the relics fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the dawn. The ocean's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself standing on a Tuscan shore where the Tyrrhenian Sea unfolds like a silken scroll, its waves catching the last light of dusk in hues of amethyst and gold. The air carries the faint scent of pine and salt, and the gentle tide hums a quiet hymn, as if whispering secrets from a ship long lost. Beneath these tranquil waters off the coast of Populonia lies the Pozzino wreck, a Roman vessel from the 2nd century before the Common Era, its cargo of medicinal tablets hinting at a lost pharmacological wisdom. These small gray-green discs preserved in the sea's embrace spark questions about the healing arts of an ancient world, their composition, a riddle yet to be fully unraveled. As you gaze across the horizon, the sea seems to shimmer with echoes of forgotten cures, inviting you to drift into its depths. What knowledge did these tablets hold, and why does their silence resonate so deeply? Let your breath ease your thoughts, meld with the tide, and sink into the serene enigma of the Pozzino Relitto, where science and mystery weave a timeless tapestry. Dive into the Tyrrhenian's warm embrace, the water parting like a gossamer veil to reveal the Pozzino wreck's scattered remains. Discovered in the 1970s near the Baiae Gulf, this Roman ship lies some 60 to 100 feet below the surface, its wooden hull softened by centuries of currents. You glide past amphorae, their curves encrusted with coral and bronze lamps, their wicks long extinguished. At the heart of the wreck, a wooden chest holds the true treasure, dozens of small round tablets, each the size of a coin, sealed in tin containers. Chemical analysis conducted in the 21st century reveals zinc pine resin and plant fibers within, suggesting medicinal use. The ship, likely a merchant vessel on a trade route from Greece to Gaul, carried goods across the Mediterranean, yet these tablets conceal the full scope of their purpose. As you hover above, the relics seem to pulse with quiet secrets, their healing intent shrouded in the sea's gentle sway. What ailments did these pills soothe? Step into a scientist's realm where chemical spectra and ancient texts weave a narrative of inquiry. The Pozzino tablets, dated to around 140 years before the Common Era, contain compounds like zinc oxide and hematite, known in Roman medicine for treating skin and eye conditions. Picture a healer blending herbs under lamplight, crafting remedies for distant shores. Yet their exact purpose puzzles researchers. Could they have treated infections, as zinc suggests, or served as a cosmetic like ancient coal? One hypothesis posits a multi-purpose salve used for wounds and inflammation based on Pliny's writings. Another suggests ritual use, as some compounds align with offerings to Asclepius, god of healing. Some researchers propose the tablets were experimental, a blend of Greek and local traditions, while others point to trade with the ship carrying standardized drugs. The wreck's depth and rapid burial, likely from a storm, preserve the tablet's composition. Why does no text describe their formula? The evidence drifts like a current offering, no certain harbor. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In Roman tradition, healing was a divine gift tied to Asclepius and his temples. As you drift above the wreck's chest, its tablets gleaming faintly, you might sense the prayers of sailors offered for health on perilous voyages. Were these pills sacred, blessed for divine protection? In Hellenistic mysticism, medicine bridged the mortal and divine, a craft of balance and harmony. You could see these tablets as such a bridge, their submersion a consecration to the sea. In broader contexts, like indigenous African beliefs, water is a keeper of ancestral wisdom, guarding healing knowledge. Might these tablets rest in such a realm, their silence a hymn to lost cures? Across cultures, medicinal relics carry a sacred aura, as if chosen to dwell in eternal quiet. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a prayer, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a Roman merchant ship 140 years before the Common Era, the air thick with the creak of ropes and the scent of resin. Sailors load amphorae with wine, while a healer packs tablets for a distant port. Local lore tells of a storm that sank the ship, its cargo scattered as the crew clung to debris. Did the healer's knowledge sink with it, or was it shared elsewhere? Another tale from Tuscan fishermen speaks of a glowing vial glimpsed underwater, vanishing before divers could reach it. You might imagine a merchant sealing the chest now buried in silt, or a sailor clutching a tablet as waves surged. These relics, glass vials, a bronze scalpel, hint at a medical trade, but the patients and their ailments remain veiled. What cures did these tablets bring, and who sought them? Shift to a quiet lab where microscopes and mass spectrometers glow under soft light. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the tablet's zinc content indicate a treatment for eye infections, as seen in later Roman texts? Their plant-based ingredients, linden chamomile, suggest a blend for soothing wounds, but the exact recipe, Olous. One theory posits a standardized formula mass-produced in a Greek pharmacy carried along trade routes. Another suggests a local Tuscan blend adapted from Etruscan traditions. The wreck's cargo syringes, surgical tools, points to a medical shipment, but the tablet's small size, over 100 in number, implies widespread use. Some propose they were preventative, taken by sailors for health at sea. The ship's rapid sinking, likely in a squall, preserved the tablet's organic traces. Why do no surviving texts match their composition? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the wreck's silent relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine abyss, holding creation's secrets. You might see these tablets as part of that abyss, preserved for a purpose, unseen. In indigenous Polynesian beliefs, water is a living ancestor guarding stories of the past. Could these pills be such a story? Their silence a testament to lost healers. In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these relics as part of that harmony, their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What healing wisdom do these tablets hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the Pozzino wreck's details unfold like petals in twilight. Divers have recovered over 100 tablets, their tin containers sealed against the sea, alongside medical tools and wine amphorae. One hypothesis posits the ship as a floating apothecary supplying coastal towns. Another suggests a ritual cargo meant for temple offerings. The tablet's ingredients, analyzed with modern spectrometry, include animal fats, hinting at complex recipes. Why do these relics endure so vividly, yet reveal so little of their purpose? The question drifts like a wave, serene and unanswered. The Pozzino tablets are not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The relics below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of ancient healers. Scientists continue their work analyzing residues to trace the tablet's origins, seeking clues to Roman pharmacology. Spiritual seekers might see the wreck as a reminder of life's fragility, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What cures did these tablets carry? And when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the wreck fades into the turquoise depths, its relics softening like a whisper in the dawn. The ocean's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself on a quiet Croatian shore, where the Adriatic Sea unfurls like a silken tapestry, its waves catching the first light of dawn in hues of sapphire and rose. The air hums with the scent of pine and salt, and the gentle tide whispers a timeless lullaby, as if beckoning to secrets cradled beneath. In the shallow waters of Zambratija Cove near Umag on Istria's peninsula lies the Zambratija sewn boat, a Bronze Age vessel from 1200 years before the Common Era. Its planks stitched together with plant fiber ropes rest in serene silence, their remarkable preservation sparking questions about ancient seafaring and the durability of a craft lost to time. As you gaze across the horizon, the sea seems to shimmer with echoes of ancient voyages, inviting you to drift into its depths. What journeys did this boat undertake, and why does its endurance resonate so deeply? Let your breath slow, your thoughts weave with the tide, and sink into the tranquil enigma of Zambratija, where craftsmanship and mystery entwine in quiet reverence. Dive into the Adriatic's warm embrace, the water parting like a gossamer veil to reveal the Zambratija sewn boat's delicate remains. First spotted by a fisherman in 2008 and studied by archaeologists like Ida Konkani Uhach, this vessel lies just 2 to 3 meters below the surface, some 150 meters from shore. You glide past its wooden planks, 7 meters of its estimated 12-meter length, preserved sewn together with ropes of Spanish broom, their fibers still visible in the wood's grain. Crafted from elm, alder, and fir, the boat's frame, mastless built for 7 to 9 rowers, suggests a vessel designed for swift coastal navigation. No cargo remains, only the hull's elegant lines. Its stitches a testament to Bronze Age ingenuity. The boat's preservation, shielded by the sea's anoxic mud, raises questions about its durability and the lives it carried. As you hover above, the planks seem to hum with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What voyages did this vessel brave? Step into a scientist's realm where radiocarbon dates and wood analyses weave a narrative of inquiry. Dated to between the late 12th and late 10th centuries before the Common Era, the Zambratija boat is the oldest fully hand-sewn vessel in the Mediterranean, a prototype for 64 others found in the region. Geologists propose that its preservation owes to the cove's low-oxygen environment, where mud shielded the wood from bacteria. Picture the boat sinking gently, perhaps in a storm, its planks entombed in silt. Yet its intact state puzzles researchers. Could the Spanish broom fibers, rich in resin, have resisted decay? Another hypothesis suggests rapid burial by sediment flows, sealing the boat from currents. Some propose the cove's shallow, stable waters minimized erosion, while others point to the wood's selection fir from distant mountains for durability. The absence of cargo or human remains raises questions. Was the boat abandoned or swept away in a sudden mishap? Why does it endure so vividly? Centuries later, the evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain harbor. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In the traditions of the history, the local tribe, after whom Istria is named the Adriatic, was a living force home to spirits guiding seafarers. As you drift above the boat's stitched planks, you might sense the prayers of ancient rowers offered to deities of wave and wind. Was this vessel a sacred craft, its construction a ritual to honor the sea? In Mediterranean spiritual contexts, boats symbolize journeys to the divine, bridging mortal and eternal realms. You could see Zambratija's boat as such a bridge, its submersion, a consecration to the deep. In broader traditions like those of indigenous Pacific peoples, water is a keeper of ancestral memory, guarding stories in its depths. Might this boat hold such memories? It stitches a hymn to forgotten voyages. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a chant inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a Bronze Age shore 1200 years before the Common Era, where the air hums with the scent of resin and the creak of ropes. History craftsmen sew planks with plant fibers, their hands steady as they craft a vessel for coastal trade or fishing. Local lore tells of a storm that sank a boat. Its crew lost to the waves their tools left behind. Did they reach shore, or do their traces lie deeper? Another tale from modern divers speaks of a wooden fragment glowing faintly underwater, vanishing before retrieval. You might imagine a rower tightening a rope stitch, now frayed in the silt, or a child watching the boat depart unaware it would never return. The boat's design, mastless agile, hints at swift journeys, perhaps for piracy, as later history were known to intercept Roman ships. These fragments stitches a plank's curve hint at a seafaring life, but their full story remains veiled. What adventures did this boat sail? Shift to a quiet lab where microscopes and 3D models glow under soft light. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the boat's construction with overlapping planks sewn tightly have enhanced its durability, resisting the sea's pull? Radiocarbon dating places its timbers between 1101 and 901, before the Common Era, but tree ring analysis ongoing in France may pinpoint the exact year. Another theory posits the use of pitch or resin sealing stitches for waterproofing, as seen in the hull's traces. Some suggest the boat was deliberately scuttled, its stitches cut like the Dover Bronze Age boat, though no evidence confirms this. The cove's calm, anoxic conditions likely preserved the wood, but why was fur sourced from distant mountains chosen? Could it indicate trade or ritual significance? The absence of cargo or tools raises questions. Was the boat empty when it sank? Or were its contents swept away? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the boat's silent frame. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine abyss holding creation's secrets. You might see this boat as part of that abyss, preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous African beliefs, water is a living ancestor, guarding stories of the past. Could Zambratija's planks be such a story? Their silence, a testament to lost seafarers. In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel this boat as part of that harmony, its submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stitches hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the Zambratija boat's details unfold like blossoms in twilight. Its 7-meter frame, recovered in 15 fragments in 2023, reveals planks of elm, alder, and wild pear, with fir for strength, sewn with vegetal ropes. One hypothesis posits a coastal fishing vessel, its size ideal for small crews. Another suggests a trade boat linking Istria to distant shores, though no cargo confirms this. The stitches made from Spanish broom show remarkable resilience, their fibers still visible. Why does this boat, so ancient, remain so intact while its purpose fades? The question drifts like a wave, serene and unanswered. The Zambratija boat is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The planks below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of Bronze Age voyages. Archaeologists continue their work desalinating the fragments in Croatia before their journey to Grenoble's Arc Nucleart for restoration, hoping to reveal more of its craft. Spiritual seekers might see the boat as a reminder of life's fleeting journeys, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What seas did this boat cross, and when might the tide share its song? As you rise toward the surface, the boat's frame fades into the turquoise depths, its stitches softening like a whisper in the dawn. The ocean's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a Yucatan cenote, where the turquoise water gleams like a polished jade mirror, reflecting a canopy of stars under a velvet night sky. The air is heavy with the scent of damp limestone and jungle blooms, and the soft ripple of the water whispers secrets from a time long past. Beneath the surface of Sakwayum, a sacred Maya cenote, lie human bones, with elongated skulls, relics of cultural practices from 1,000 years after the Common Era. These remains, shaped through deliberate deformation, rest in the cenote's quiet embrace, their ritual purpose cloaked in mystery. As you peer into the water's depths, the stars above seem to pulse with ancient echoes, inviting you to drift into their silent world. What meaning did these skulls hold for the Maya, and why does their stillness stir such awe? Let your breath ease, your thoughts flow with the water's rhythm, and sink into the serene enigma of Sakwayum, where the human and the divine converge in tranquil wonder. Dive into the cenote's cool crystalline depths, the water enveloping you like a gentle veil. Discovered by archaeologists in the 20th century, the Sakwayum cenote near Chichen Itza cradles a collection of human remains, including skulls deliberately elongated through childhood binding. You glide past these bones, their stretched forms resting on limestone ledges some 20 to 30 feet below the surface. The skulls, perhaps a dozen identified, bear the marks of boards and cloth used to shape them, a Maya practice common around 1,000 years after the Common Era. Nearby offerings, jade beads, ceramic shards, lie scattered, hinting at rituals performed in this sacred pool. The cenote's clarity preserves these relics, yet the purpose of the deformation remains elusive, tied to spiritual or social meanings now faded. As you hover in this liquid sanctuary, the bones seem to whisper of forgotten rites, their silence a canvas for contemplation. What truths did these skulls embody? Step into a scientist's realm where skeletal analyses and archaeological records weave a narrative of inquiry. The elongated skulls of Sakwayum, dated to the Maya post-classic period, reflect a practice of cranial deformation achieved by binding infants' heads with boards or cloth. Anthropologists propose this was a status marker distinguishing elites or priests, as seen in Maya art depicting nobles with sloped foreheads. Picture a mother gently binding her child's head, shaping their place in society. Yet the cenote's ritual context suggests deeper purposes. Could deformation have mimicked divine forms like the maze, God's elongated head? Another hypothesis posits a connection to cosmology, aligning skulls with celestial shapes, though no texts confirm this. Some researchers suggested enhanced spiritual perception believed to open channels to the divine. Others propose practical motives like aesthetic ideals or group identity. The cenote's depth and anoxic water preserve the bones, but why were they placed here? The evidence glimmers like a star, offering no certain light. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the cenote pulses with sacred resonance. In Maya cosmology, cenotes were portals to Xibalba, the underworld where gods and ancestors dwelled. As you float above an elongated skull, its contours glowing faintly in the filtered light, you might sense the chants of shamans, their voices woven into the water's flow. Were these skulls offerings shaped to honor deities or join the divine? In broader spiritual contexts like those of indigenous Amazonian peoples, water is a keeper of souls, guarding sacred relics. You could see these bones as such relics, their deformation a bridge to the eternal. In Hindu thought, water is a purifier, dissolving the mortal to reveal the divine. Might Sakwayum's skulls rest in such purity they form a prayer to the cosmos? Across cultures, altered bodies carry a sacred weight, as if chosen to transcend the earthly. The cenote's stillness feels like a hymn, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself in a Maya village 1,000 years after the Common Era, where the air hums with the scent of copal incense and the murmur of rituals. A priest prepares an offering at Sakwayum's edge, placing a shaped skull into the water to appease the rain god Jak. Local lore tells of a drought that drove the Maya to offer their most sacred relics, their elongated skulls, a gift to ensure rain. Did these bones bring the rains, or were they lost to divine will? Another tale from modern Yucatan communities speaks of a glowing skull seen in the cenote's depths, vanishing before divers could reach it. You might imagine a mother binding her child's head, her hands steady with purpose, or a shaman chanting as bones sank into the water. These relic skulls, a jade pendant, hint at a spiritual world, but their full meaning remains veiled. What rites did this cenote cradle shift to a quiet lab where microscopes and DNA samples glow under soft light? The scientific puzzle deepens. Could cranial deformation have served a medical purpose, as some propose, shaping skulls to align with healing beliefs? Skeletal evidence shows no health impacts, suggesting cultural intent. Another theory posits a connection to trade, as elongated skulls appear in distant Maya sites, hinting at shared practices. The cenote's anoxic environment preserved the bones, but their placement, some carefully arranged, others scattered, raises questions. Could they mark a mass ritual, perhaps during a crisis? Some suggest the skulls belonged to elites offered post-mortem, while others propose living individuals later buried in the cenote. The absence of tools or everyday artifacts complicates interpretation. Why were these skulls chosen for the water's embrace? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above Sakwayam's silent relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, water is a divine threshold, holding creation's secrets. You might see these skulls as part of that threshold, preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous Polynesian beliefs, water is a living ancestor guarding stories of the past. Could these bones be such a story? Their silence a testament to Maya. Faith in Taoist thought water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these skulls as part of that harmony, their deformation, a surrender to the eternal. The cenote's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these bones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, Sakwayam's details unfold like blossoms in starlight. The cenote, one of many in the Yucatan, holds over a dozen elongated skulls, their shapes distinct from natural variation. Jade beads and ceramic fragments, dated to 1,000 years after the Common Era, suggest offerings tied to water deities. One hypothesis posits the skulls were shaped to mimic celestial forms like comets or stars, though no art confirms this. Another suggests they marked spiritual leaders, their bones offered to ensure cosmic balance. The cenote's clarity, preserved by limestone filtration, keeps the bones vivid, yet their ritual context remains unclear. Why do these skulls rest so gently in the water? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. Sakwayam's elongated skulls are not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the cenote's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The bones below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of Maya devotion. Archaeologists continue their work, mapping the cenote's depths, with sonar seeking more relics in its hidden corners. Spiritual seekers might see the skulls as a reminder of life's sacred transformations, their mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What rituals did these bones sanctify, and when might the cenote share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the skulls fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the night. The water's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself standing on a windswept Swedish shore, where the Baltic Sea stretches before you like a shimmering veil of slate and silver, its surface kissed by the pale glow of a dawn sky. The air hums with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the gentle waves murmur a timeless elegy, as if whispering secrets from a world long vanished. Beneath these tranquil waters off the coast of southern Sweden lie the Baltic Stone Age tools, artifacts from nomadic hunter-gatherers who roamed 9,000 years before the Common Era. These flint blades and bone harpoons nestled in the seabed hint at forgotten burial customs, their purpose cloaked in the sea's silent embrace. As you gaze across the horizon, the water seems to pulse with echoes of ancient lives, inviting you to drift into its depths. What rituals did these tools sanctify, and why does their stillness stir such awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts weave with the tide and sink into the serene enigma of these submerged relics, where the human and the eternal entwine. Dive into the Baltic's cool embrace, the water parting like a silken curtain to reveal a scattering of Stone Age relics. Discovered in the late 20th century near Hanno Bay, these artifacts lie some 10 to 20 feet below the surface, preserved in the sea's anoxic silt. You glide past flint axes, their edges still sharp and bone harpoons etched with delicate notches crafted by Mesolithic hands. The site, spanning a few hectares, includes hearths and fish traps, suggesting a camp where nomads hunted and fished. Human remains carefully placed hint at a burial ground, their arrangement unlike typical graves of the era. The tools dated to 9,000 years before the Common Era reflect a nomadic life, yet their submersion and ritual context raise questions about forgotten customs. As you hover above, the relics seem to hum with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What rites did these tools honor? Step into a scientist's realm where radiocarbon dates and sediment cores weave a narrative of inquiry. The Baltic tools linked to the Maglemosian culture were crafted when the sea was lower, exposing coastal plains. Geologists propose post-glacial sea level rise around 8,000 years before the Common Era as the cause of submersion. Picture the tides creeping inland, swallowing campsites over centuries. Yet the artifact's preservation, flint, unweathered bones intact, suggests rapid burial. Could a sudden flood, perhaps from a glacial lake outburst, have sealed the site in silt? Another hypothesis points to coastal erosion, as waves reshape the shoreline, while some suggest tectonic subsidence, though the Baltic's stability challenges this. The burial site, with bones arranged in patterns, hints at ritual interment, but its purpose puzzles researchers. Were these tools grave goods or part of a ceremonial deposit? Some propose a fishing camp abandoned as waters rose, while others suggest a sacred site deliberately placed in shallows. Why do these relics endure so vividly? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In ancient Nordic traditions, water was a gateway to the afterlife, a place where spirits lingered. As you drift above a flint axe, its blade gleaming faintly, you might sense the chants of hunter-gatherers, their offerings cast to deities of sea and forest. Were these tools placed to honor the dead, guiding them to another realm? In broader spiritual contexts like those of indigenous Siberian peoples, water is a keeper of ancestral memory, guarding sacred relics. You could see these artifacts as such. Relics, their silence, a hymn to forgotten souls. In Hindu thought, water is a purifier, dissolving the mortal to reveal the eternal. Might these tools rest in such purity, their placement a prayer to the cosmos? Across cultures, submerged relics carry a sacred aura, as if chosen to dwell in divine stillness. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself in a Mesolithic camp, 9,000 years ago, where the air hums with the crackle of fire and the scent of smoked fish. Hunter-gatherers sharpen flint blades, their hands steady as they prepare for a hunt. Local lore passed through Scandinavian tales speaks of a sacred shore where the dead were laid with tools their spirits entrusted to the sea. Did these bones find rest, or were they lost to rising waters? Another story from modern divers tells of a bone harpoon gleaming under moonlight, vanishing before retrieval. You might imagine a shaman placing a flint axe beside a grave, now buried in silt, or a child watching elders cast nets into the shallows. These relics' antler picks a carved bone hint at a ritual life, but the customs they served remain veiled. What ceremonies did this shore witness shift to a quiet lab where microscopes and pollen samples glow under soft light? The scientific puzzle deepens. Could a regional climate shift, warming the Baltic around 8,000 years before the Common Era, have accelerated sea level rise, flooding the camp? Sediment cores reveal marine layers, suggesting gradual inundation. Another theory posits a storm surge, burying the site swiftly in protective silt. The burial arrangement, bones with tools, some in circular patterns, suggests deliberate ritual, but their meaning eludes us. Could they mark a seasonal ceremony tied to fishing cycles? Some propose the tools were offerings to appease sea spirits, while others suggest they were abandoned as the community fled rising waters. The absence of everyday artifacts, pots, hearths, complicates interpretation. Why were these tools chosen for burial? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the relic's silent forms. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, water is a divine threshold, holding creation's secrets. You might see these tools as part of that threshold, preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous Australian beliefs, water is a living ancestor, guarding stories of the past. Could these artifacts be such a story? Their silence, a testament to lost rites. In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these relics as part of that harmony, their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these tools hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the Baltic site's details unfold like blossoms in starlight. Divers have recovered over 100 tools, flint knives, bone harpoons, antler axes, scattered across a submerged plain. The human remains, some with signs of careful burial, suggest a sacred site, perhaps a cemetery for a nomadic band. One hypothesis posits a ritual deposit tools placed to honor the dead, though no art confirms this. Another suggests a fishing camp abandoned as waters rose, its tools left as offerings. The preservation ode to anoxic silt keeps the bones and flint vivid, yet their context remains unclear. Why do these relics rest so gently in the sea? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The Baltic Stone Age tools are not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The relics below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of Mesolithic lives. Archaeologists continue their work, mapping the seabed with sonar, seeking more burials in deeper waters. Spiritual seekers might see these tools as a reminder of life's sacred cycles, their mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable blank and deity. What rituals did these tools sanctify, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the relics fade into the slate-gray depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the dawn. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself perched on a cliff, overlooking the Ionian Sea, where the waters off Zakynthos shimmer like a liquid mosaic, their surface catching the dawn's first light in hues of turquoise and gold. The air carries the scent of wild sage and salt, and the gentle waves weave a soothing hymn as if whispering secrets from an ancient world. Beneath these tranquil depths near the Greek island of Zakynthos lie enigmatic geological structures, stone formations once thought to be the ruins of a lost city, their origins now debated between natural processes and human hands. These submerged shapes discovered in 2015 pulse with mystery, their true nature cloaked in the sea's quiet embrace. As you gaze across the horizon, the water seems to hum with echoes of an untold past, inviting you to drift into its depths. Were these stones shaped by human intent, or are they the earth's silent artistry? Let your breath ease, your thoughts flow with the tide, and sink into the serene enigma of Zakynthos, where nature and history entwine in tranquil wonder. Dive into the Ionian's warm embrace, the water parting like a silken veil to reveal the Zakynthos structures. Found by divers near Alexandria Bay, these formations lie some 15 to 30 feet below the surface, stretching across a broad seabed. You glide past circular stone bases, some 10 feet wide, resembling columns or platforms, their edges smoothed by centuries of currents. Nearby, linear arrangements suggest pathways or walls, while scattered stones mimic paving stones, their orderly placement hinting at human design. Initially thought to be a Bronze Age port dated to 2,000 years before the Common Era, the structures lack artifacts, no pottery, no tools, prompting debate. The sea's clarity preserves their forms, yet their origins remain elusive, a riddle of nature or craft. As you hover above, the stones seem to pulse with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What purpose did these forms serve? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar scans and geological samples weave a narrative of inquiry. Initially hailed as a lost city, the Zakynthos structures were later analyzed by geologists who propose a natural origin concretions formed by methane seeps, where microbes cemented sediment into circular shapes. Picture gas bubbling from the seabed, sculpting stone over millennia, yet their orderly alignment puzzles researchers. Could ancient humans have enhanced natural formations, shaping them for a port or ritual site? Another hypothesis suggests wave action, carving limestone into geometric patterns mimicking architecture. Some point to tectonic uplift common in the Ionian fracturing the seabed into structured forms, while others propose ancient river channels now submerged shaped the stones. The absence of artifacts challenges human origin theories, but the structure's precision, some bases perfectly round, keeps the debate alive. Were these forms crafted by hands, or forged by the Earth's quiet rhythm? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In ancient Greek tradition, the Ionian was a realm of nymphs and gods, its waters sacred to Poseidon. As you drift above a circular stone, its surface gleaming faintly, you might sense the prayers of seafarers offered for safe passage. Were these structures a sacred site, their forms aligned with divine intent? In Mediterranean spiritual contexts, stone circles often marked holy ground, connecting earth to sky. You could see these formations as such, a ground their submersion, a consecration to the sea. In broader traditions, like those of indigenous Pacific peoples, water is a keeper of ancestral memory, guarding sacred places. Might these stones hold such memories? Their silence, a hymn to forgotten rites across cultures, enigmatic structures carry a divine aura, as if chosen to rest in eternal quiet. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a prayer, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on Zakynthos' shore 3,000 years ago, where the air hums with the scent of olive oil and the cries of gulls. Local fishermen, perhaps ancestors of the island's people, navigate these waters, their boats skimming above unseen stones. A tale passed through generations speaks of a sacred circle where offerings were placed to appease the sea gods lost when the waters rose. Did these stones mark a ritual site, or were they merely natural? Another story from modern divers tells of a stone base glowing under moonlight, vanishing before cameras could capture it. You might imagine a child tossing shells near these formations, unaware of their future mystery, or a leader marking the stones for a forgotten purpose. These tales, though unproven, linger like mist, hinting at a place where human and divine met. What stories did these stones witness? Shift to a quiet lab where microscopes and sediment cores glow under soft light. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could methane seeps, common in the Ionian, have formed these structures over 10,000 years, as chemical analysis suggests? The concretion's circular shapes align with microbial activity, yet their grid-like arrangement hints at human intervention. Another theory posits coastal erosion, where waves sculpted limestone into orderly forms, mimicking architecture. Some suggest ancient seismic activity fracturing the seabed into patterns, while others propose submerged springs depositing minerals in geometric shapes. The absence of artifacts, no bones, no tools, supports a natural origin, but the structure's symmetry challenges this. Could a lost culture have used these formations, leaving no trace? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the structure's silent forms. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine abyss, holding creation's secrets. You might see these stones as part of that abyss, preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous Australian beliefs, water is a living ancestor, guarding stories of the past. Could these formations be such a story? Their silence, a testament to lost lives. In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these stones as part of that harmony, their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the Zakynthos structures unfold like petals in starlight. Divers have mapped dozens of circular bases and linear paths, some resembling ancient Greek port designs, yet no artifacts confirm human use. One hypothesis posits a natural concretion field enhanced by early seafarers for navigation markers. Another suggests a submerged reef shaped by currents into orderly forms. The stone's composition, limestone with microbial traces, supports a geological origin, but their alignment feels deliberate. Why do these formations mimic a city yet yield no human traces? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The Zakynthos structures are not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The stones below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of an ancient shore. Scientists continue their work, analyzing samples to trace the formation's age, seeking clues to their origins. Spiritual seekers might see these structures as a reminder of life's fleeting nature. Their mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What purpose did these stones serve, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the structures fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the dawn. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself adrift on a weathered skiff in the Gulf of Mexico, where the sea unfurls like a canvas of molten emerald, its surface catching the twilight's last glow in hues of violet and amber. The air hums with the scent of salt and distant storms, and the waves weave a soft lullaby, as if murmuring secrets from a vessel lost to time. Beneath these tranquil waters, some 2,100 feet deep, lies a charred shipwreck from the 19th century, marked with the enigmatic number 2109. Its blackened timbers, discovered in 2013, whisper of a voyage, ended in mystery, their purpose and fate obscured by the sea's quiet embrace. As you gaze into the depths, the horizon pulses with echoes of forgotten journeys, inviting you to drift into its silent world. What story did this ship carry, and why does its stillness stir such awe? Let your breath ease, your thoughts sway with the tide, and sink into the serene enigma of the Gulf's charred wreck, where history and mystery entwine in tranquil wonder. Dive into the Gulf's warm, inky depths, the water parting like a silken veil to reveal the skeletal remains of the charred shipwreck. Found by a NOAA expedition using sonar, this vessel rests on the seabed, its wooden hull scorched and fragmented, stretching some 60 feet in length. You glide past copper sheathing, blackened by fire, and iron fittings, their forms twisted by heat. A ceramic plate, a rusted anchor, and a single cannon lie scattered, hinting at a merchant or naval ship from the early 1800s. The number 2109, etched into a beam, gleams faintly, its meaning elusive perhaps, a shipyard mark or cargo code. No logbooks or crew remains have surfaced, leaving the ship's voyage and demise a riddle. As you hover above, the wreck seems to hum with silent tales, its charred planks cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What calamity ended this ship's journey? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar scans and wood analyses weave a narrative of inquiry. The shipwreck, dated to the early 19th century through carbon analysis, likely sank between 1800 and 1850. Marine archaeologists propose a fire, perhaps from a lightning strike or onboard accident, consumed the vessel before it sank. Picture flames licking the deck, smoke rising as the ship slipped beneath the waves. Yet the depth, 2,100 feet, suggests it drifted far from shore. Could a storm have driven it off course, scattering debris? Another hypothesis posits piracy common in the Gulf, with the ship set ablaze after looting. Some suggest an explosion as gunpowder stores ignited, while others point to a navigational error grounding the vessel on a reef before sinking. The number 2109 puzzles. Researchers, possibly a registry, but no records match. Why does this ship's identity elude us? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In Gulf Coast, indigenous traditions, the ocean is a keeper of spirits, a place where lost souls find rest. As you drift above the wreck's charred timbers, you might sense the prayers of sailors offered to deities of sea and sky before their fate was sealed. Was this ship a sacred vessel, its cargo tied to spiritual trade? In Christian mysticism, water is a divine threshold holding creation's secrets. You could see this wreck as part of that threshold. Its charred remains a testament to the eternal. In broader context, like Hindu thought the sea is a cosmic cradle, purifying the transient. Might this ship rest in such purity? It's number 2109, a cipher for divine intent. Across cultures, shipwrecks carry a sacred aura, as if chosen to dwell in eternal silence. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a prayer, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a 19th century ship, the Gulf's waves rocking the deck as the air hums with the scent of tar and salt. Sailors mend sails, their voices mingling with the creak of timbers. Local lore tells of a merchant vessel laden with cotton or rum caught in a fiery storm, its crew lost to the deep. Did they signal for help or perish in silence? Another tale from Gulf fishermen speaks of a ghostly light flickering near the wreck's site, vanishing before divers could investigate. You might imagine a captain clutching a logbook now dissolved in silt, or a sailor carving 2109 into a beam, its meaning known only to him. These relics, glass bottles, a brass compass hint at a trade voyage, but the ship's origin and destination remain veiled. What mission drove this vessel to its end? Shift to a quiet lab, where microscopes and sediment samples glow under soft light. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the ship have been a privateer burned by enemies during the Gulf's piratical era? Charred wood suggests intense heat, but the hull's partial integrity implies a controlled fire. Another theory posits a cargo fire, perhaps, from flammable goods like oil, sinking the ship swiftly. The depth, 2,100 feet, suggests it sank far from known routes, possibly driven by a hurricane. Some propose salvage attempts post-sinking, removed identifying artifacts, while others point to natural decay eroding logbooks and crew traces. The number 2109 might indicate a shipyard batch or insurance code, but no archives align. Why does this wreck bear such a cryptic mark? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the wreck's silent relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In indigenous Caribbean beliefs, the sea is a living ancestor guarding stories of the past. You might see this wreck as such a story, its charred timbers a testament to lost lives. In Buddhist thought, water reflects the impermanence of all things, a call to release attachment. Could this ship's submersion be a meditation on that impermanence? Its number a fleeting symbol in Taoist philosophy, water embodies harmony flowing without resistance. You might feel this wreck as part of that harmony. Its silence, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its stillness, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these timbers hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the wreck's details unfold like petals in starlight. The hull, broken into segments, spans 60 feet, its copper sheathing a sign of wealth or naval use. A single cannon, rusted but intact, suggests defense, while ceramic fragments hint at crew provisions. One hypothesis posits a merchant ship caught in a trade war burned by rivals. Another suggests a naval vessel abandoned after a misfired cannon. The number 2109 etched clearly defies explanation. No ship registries match. Why does this mark endure while the ship's name fades? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The Gulf's charred shipwreck is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The timbers below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of a lost voyage. Scientists continue their work, analyzing wood samples to trace the ship's origin, seeking clues in distant archives. Spiritual seekers might see the wreck as a reminder of life's fleeting journeys. Its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle, urging to rest in the unanswerable. What tale does 2109 guard? And when might the sea share its song? As you rise toward the surface, the wreck fades into the emerald depths, its form softening like a whisper in the twilight. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself aboard a small boat drifting over the Black Sea where the water unfolds like a silken cloak, its surface shimmering with the soft silver of a twilight sky. The air carries the scent of salt and distant pine, and the gentle waves hum a timeless melody, as if whispering secrets from an ancient world. Beneath these tranquil depths off the coast of Turkey lies an underwater river channel, a flowing feature that mimics the rivers of land carved by ancient floods and cradling a mysterious ecosystem. Discovered in 2010, this submerged river, stretching for miles, pulses with enigma, its formation and interactions defying easy explanation. As you gaze into the sea, the horizon seems to ripple with echoes of forgotten waters, inviting you to drift into its silent embrace. What forces shaped this hidden river, and why does its quiet stir such awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts weave with the tide, and sink into the serene mystery of the Black Sea's underwater river, where nature and wonder converge in tranquille reverence. Dive into the Black Sea's cool, embrace the water parting like a velvet veil to reveal the underwater river channel. Mapped using sonar by scientists from the University of Leeds, this feature stretches over 20 miles along the seabed, some 100 to 300 feet below the surface. You glide above a sinuous trench, its banks lined with sediment ripples that mimic terrestrial riverbeds, complete with meanders and levees. The channel carries dense saline water from the Mediterranean flowing through the Bosphorus and carving a path across the sea floor. Tiny organisms, microbes, small crustaceans, thrive in its currents, creating an ecosystem unlike the surrounding sea. Yet the river's stability and its interactions with this life remain elusive, a puzzle of geological and biological harmony. As you hover, the channel seems to pulse with silent stories, its flow a testament to ancient floods, now lost to time. What secrets does this river carry in its depths? Step into a scientist's realm where bathymetric maps and sediment cores weave a narrative of inquiry. The underwater river, formed around 6,000 years before the Common Era, is tied to a cataclysmic flood when the Mediterranean breached the Bosphorus, flooding the Black Sea basin. Picture a deluge reshaping the seabed carving channels as waters surged. Geologists propose this flood, possibly the inspiration for Noah's Ark myths, created the river's path sustained by denser saline inflows. Yet its persistence puzzles researchers. Could the channel's stability stem from continuous Mediterranean currents maintaining its flow? Another hypothesis suggests tectonic activity stabilizing the seabed's depressions to preserve the river's form. Some point to sediment deposition building banks that guide the flow, while others propose microbial activity binding silt to strengthen the channel. The ecosystem bacteria thriving on methane seeps raises questions about adaptation to extreme salinity. Why does this river flow so steadily beneath the sea? The evidence drifts like a current offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In ancient Anatolian traditions, rivers were divine arteries carrying life from gods to mortals. As you drift above the underwater channel, its banks shimmering faintly, you might sense the prayers of ancient seafarers offered to deities of water and earth. Was this river revered its hidden flow? A sacred mystery. In broader spiritual contexts like those of indigenous Siberian peoples, water is a keeper of ancestral memory, guarding stories in its depths. You could see this channel as such a repository, its currents, a hymn to forgotten floods. In Hindu thought, rivers are purifiers linking the mortal to the divine. Might this underwater river rest in such purity, its flow a prayer to the eternal? Across cultures, hidden waters symbolize a threshold to the sacred. The channel's stillness feels like a chant inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a Black Sea shore 6,000 years ago, where the air hums with the scent of mud and reeds. Nomads watch as waters surge through the Bosphorus, reshaping their world. Local lore preserved in regional tales speaks of a great flood that swallowed lands, leaving a river beneath the sea as a divine marker. Did ancient peoples know of this hidden flow? Another story from modern fishermen tells of strange currents felt near the channel as if guided by unseen hands. You might imagine a shaman casting offerings into the waves now lost in silt, or a child marveling at the sea's sudden rise. These tales, though sparse, linger like mist, hinting at a time when the river's birth was witnessed. The channel's ecosystem microbes, tiny shrimp, suggests life adapted to its flow, but their origins remain veiled. What stories did these waters carry? Shift to a quiet lab, where screens display sonar images of the seabed's contours. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the channel's formation involve multiple floods, with later inflows refining its path? Sediment cores reveal layers of marine clay, suggesting rapid deposition post-flood. Another theory posits undersea springs feeding the channel with fresh water to sustain its flow. The ecosystem's microbes metabolizing methane hint at ancient origins, perhaps tied to Earth's primordial seas. Some propose tectonic faults, channeling saline water into stable depressions, while others suggest glacial melt altering salinity gradients. The channel's depth and consistent flow, moving at 1 mile per hour, defy typical seabed dynamics. Why does this river thrive in such isolation? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the channel's silent flow. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, water is a divine threshold holding creation's secrets. You might see this river as part of that threshold, preserved for a purpose, unseen. In indigenous Polynesian beliefs, water is a living ancestor guarding stories of the past. Could this channel be such a story? Its currents, a testament to ancient floods. In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel this river as part of that harmony, its submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths does this river hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the channel's details unfold, like blossoms in starlight. Sonar traces a path over 20 miles, with banks rising 10 feet, their sediments sculpted by steady currents. Tiny organisms adapted to high salinity thrive in isolation, their survival a mystery. One hypothesis posits the channel as a remnant of a prehistoric river redirected underwater by the flood. Another suggests microbial mats binding sediment maintain its structure. The flow, driven by Mediterranean saline, mimics land rivers, yet its ecosystem remains unique. Why does life flourish in this hidden stream, so unlike the sea around it? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The underwater river channel is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The channel below shimmers faintly, as if alive with the echoes of ancient floods. Scientists continue their work, deploying submersibles to study its ecosystem, seeking clues to its stability. Spiritual seekers might see the river as a reminder of life's unseen currents, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable frost. What stories does this river carry, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the channel fades into the dark depths, its flow softening like a whisper in the twilight. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself drifting on a small skiff over the Mediterranean, where the sea off Antikythera Island unfolds like a shimmering tapestry, its waves catching the dawn's first light in hues of azure and gold. The air carries the scent of salt and distant olive groves, and the gentle tide hums a quiet elegy, as if whispering secrets from a voyage long ended. Beneath these tranquil depths lies the Antikythera shipwreck, a Greek vessel from the 1st century before the Common Era, its cargo a trove of treasures beyond the famed mechanism. Bronze statues, glassware, and amphorae scattered across the seabed hint at trade routes stretching across the Hellenistic world, their full paths veiled in mystery. As you gaze into the water, the horizon pulses with echoes of ancient commerce, inviting you to sink into its silent embrace. What journeys did this cargo undertake, and why does its stillness stir such awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts flow with the tide, and drift into the serene enigma of the Antikythera wreck, where wealth and wonder entwine in quiet. Reverence. Dive into the Mediterranean's cool, embrace the water parting like a silken veil to reveal the Antikythera shipwreck's scattered cargo. Discovered. In 1900 by sponge divers, this wreck lies some 120 to 200 feet below the surface off the Greek island's rocky coast. You glide past bronze statues, their forms graceful despite centuries of corrosion, a youth poised mid-step, a goddess with outstretched arms. Nearby, glass bowls, their colors still vibrant, nestle among shattered amphorae once filled with wine or oil. Jewelry, coins, and ceramic lamps lie strewn across the seabed, suggesting a merchant ship laden with luxury goods. The cargo, dated to around 70 years before the Common Era, reflects a Hellenistic trade hub, yet its diversity, items from Rhodes, Pergamon, and Syria, hints at routes now lost. As you hover above, the relics seem to pulse with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What distant shores did these treasures touch? Step into a scientist's realm where artifact analyses and trade records weave a narrative of inquiry. The Antikythera cargo, linked to a ship likely bound for Rome, reflects a bustling Mediterranean trade network in the 1st century before the Common Era. Archaeologists propose it was a merchant vessel carrying goods for elite patrons, sunk by a storm or navigational error. Picture waves crashing over the deck, scattering treasures as the ship foundered. Yet the cargo's eclectic mix puzzles researchers. Could it represent a single voyage collecting items from multiple ports? One hypothesis suggests a multi-stop route from Syria to Rhodes to Greece based on amphorae stamps. Another posits a diplomatic gift with statues meant for a Roman senator. Some point to piracy common in the era, scattering the cargo during a raid, while others suggest a shipwrecked fleet with only this vessel preserved. The absence of crew remains, or a ship's log deepens the mystery. Why do these artifacts span so many cultures? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In Hellenistic tradition, the Mediterranean was a divine pathway guarded by Poseidon and nymphs. As you drift above a bronze statue, its eyes gleaming faintly, you might sense the prayers of merchants offered for safe passage. Were these treasures sacred, meant for temples or divine offerings? In broader spiritual contexts like those of indigenous African peoples, water is a keeper of ancestral memory, guarding stories in its depths. You could see this cargo as such a repository, its silence, a hymn to forgotten voyages. In Buddhist thought, the sea reflects the impermanence of worldly wealth, a call to release attachment. Might this wreck rest in such impermanence, its treasures a meditation on the eternal? Across cultures, sunken cargoes carry a divine aura, as if chosen to dwell in sacred silence. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a prayer, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a Hellenistic ship, 70 years before the Common Era, where the air hums with the creak of timbers and the scent of resin. Merchants secure amphorae while sailors polish a bronze statue for a distant patron. Local lore tells of a storm that sank a treasure-laden ship off Antikythera, its cargo meant for a Roman triumph. Did the crew survive to tell its tale? Another story from Greek fishermen speaks of a golden necklace glimpsed underwater, vanishing before divers could retrieve it. You might imagine a merchant sealing a glass bowl now shattered in the silt, or a sailor clutching a coin as waves surged. These relics, marble busts, a silver ring, hint at a cosmopolitan trade, but their roots, perhaps linking Alexandria to Rome, remain veiled. What markets did this cargo seek? Shift to a quiet lab where microscopes and isotopic analyses glow under soft light. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the cargo's diversity indicate a hub like Delos, where goods from east and west converged? Amphorae from Rhodes suggest wine trade, while Syrian glass points to luxury markets. Another theory posits a single patron collecting artifacts for a private villa sunk en route. Some propose the ship was part of a larger fleet scattered by a squall, while others suggest a navigational error grounding it on Antikythera's reefs. The statues, some life-sized, imply wealth, but their mixed gods, athletes, philosophers, defies a single purpose. Why were such varied treasures aboard one vessel? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the wreck's silent relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine threshold holding creation's secrets. You might see this cargo as part of that threshold, preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous Polynesian beliefs, water is a living ancestor guarding stories of the past. Could these treasures be such a story, their silence, a testament to lost merchants? In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel this wreck as part of that harmony, its submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these relics hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the Antikythera cargo's details unfold like blossoms in starlight. Divers have recovered over 50 major artifacts, including bronze statues, glassware, and over 200 amphorae, their origins tracing to multiple Mediterranean ports. One hypothesis posits a luxury trade, supplying Rome's elite sunk in a sudden storm. Another suggests a diplomatic mission, carrying gifts to seal alliances. The coins bearing Hellenistic kings hint at a voyage from Asia Minor, but their exact route remains unclear. Why does this cargo span such distant lands, yet yield no clear destination? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The Antikythera cargo is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The relics below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the echoes of ancient trade. Archaeologists continue their work using submersibles to map the wreck's edges, seeking more treasures in deeper waters. Spiritual seekers might see the cargo as a reminder of life's fleeting wealth, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What routes did these treasures trace, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the relics fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the dawn. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself standing on a windswept beach along New Jersey's Atlantic coast, where the ocean stretches before you like a shimmering canvas, its waves catching the twilight's last glow in hues of indigo and pearl. The air carries the tang of salt and the faint rust of forgotten iron, and the gentle tide hums a quiet elegy, as if mourning machines lost to time. Beneath these tranquil waters off Cape May lies the locomotive graveyard, a collection of 19th century train engines dumped into the sea, their rusted hulks whispering of industrial ambition and erosion control. Discovered in the late 20th century, these relics submerged for over 150 years spark questions about their purpose and the long-term effects of their placement. As you gaze into the sea, the horizon pulses with echoes of a bygone era, inviting you to drift into its depths. What drove these engines to their watery rest, and why does their silence stir such awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts flow with the tide, and sink into the serene enigma of the locomotive graveyard, where human ingenuity and nature's embrace entwine in tranquil wonder. Dive into the Atlantic's cool, embrace the water parting like a silken veil, to reveal the locomotive graveyard's rusted relics. Found in 1985 by divers exploring near Longport, these train engines, two Baldwin locomotives from the 1850s, lie some 200 feet offshore, 10 to 20 feet below the surface. You glide past massive iron boilers, their surfaces pitted with corrosion and wheels half buried in silt, their spokes tangled with seaweed. Nearby fragments of coal and wooden ties hint at a railway's past, while marine life crabs, small fish claims the wrecks as a reef. The engines dumped to curb coastal erosion rest in a shallow grave, their purpose clear, yet their long-term impact elusive. As you hover above, the hulks seem to hum with silent stories, their iron frames cradled by the sea's gentle sway. Why were these machines cast into the deep? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar scans and historical records weave a narrative of inquiry. The locomotives, built around 1850, were likely discarded by the West Jersey Railroad to stabilize jetties or protect the shore from erosion, a common practice in the 19th century. Picture workers rolling the engines into the sea, their irons sinking to anchor the coast. Yet their effectiveness puzzles researchers. Could the locomotives have slowed erosion, or did they disrupt natural sediment flow, hastening loss? One hypothesis suggests the iron acted as an artificial reef, trapping sand but altering currents. Another posits the engines were too small, their impact negligible against the Atlantic's tides. Some propose rust leaching into the water affected marine ecosystems, while others point to shifting sands burying and exposing the wrecks over time. The absence of detailed records, only brief mentions in railway logs, deepens the mystery. Why do these engines endure? Yet their legacy remains unclear. The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In coastal indigenous traditions like those of the Lenape, the ocean is a keeper of stories, a place where human works merge with nature's will. As you drift above a rusted boiler, its surface gleaming faintly, you might sense the hopes of workers their labor offered to tame the sea. Were these engines a sacrifice to the ocean's power? In broader spiritual contexts, like Christian mysticism, water is a divine threshold holding creation's secrets. You could see these locomotives as part of that threshold, their submersion, a consecration to the eternal. In Hindu thought, water purifies, dissolving the mortal to reveal the divine. Might these wrecks rest in such purity, their iron a prayer to the cosmos? Across cultures submerged, machines carry a sacred aura, as if chosen to dwell in divine silence. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a New Jersey shore in the 1850s, where the air hums with the clank of iron and the scent of coal smoke. Workers push obsolete locomotives into the sea, their wheels grinding against the sand. Local lore tells of a stormy night, when the engines were dumped, the townsfolk watching as waves claimed the iron beasts. Did they believe the sea would hold the shore? Another tale from modern divers speaks of a ghostly whistle heard near the wrecks, fading before it could be recorded. You might imagine a rail worker tossing a final coal lump into the boiler now buried in silt, or a child watching the engine sink, awed by the sea's power. These relics, rusted bolts, a brass gauge, hint at industrial ambition, but their long-term impact remains veiled. What legacy did these machines leave in the deep shift to a quiet lab where sediment samples and corrosion studies glow under soft light? The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the locomotives have stabilized the shore temporarily, only to shift sediment patterns, worsening erosion? Coastal studies show jetties often disrupt natural sand flow, but the engine's small size, each about Leisky's HP engine, 30 feet long, suggests limited impact. Another theory posits the iron's rust leaching into the water altered local marine life, creating a unique reef ecosystem. Some propose the wrecks were dumped hastily as railways modernized, while others suggest a deliberate experiment testing iron's durability against waves. The absence of ecological data from the 1850s complicates analysis. Did the engines protect the coast or hasten its retreat? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the wreck's silent forms. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Buddhist thought, water reflects the impermanence of human works, a call to release attachment. You might see these locomotives as part of that reflection, their rust, a meditation on transience. In indigenous Caribbean beliefs, the sea is a living ancestor guarding stories of the past. Could these wrecks be such a story? Their silence, a testament to lost labor in Taoist philosophy. Water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these relics as part of that harmony, their submersion a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these engines hold, beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the locomotive graveyard's details unfold like blossoms in starlight. The two engines, their boilers cracked but intact, rest among scattered ties and coal fragments, forming an artificial reef teeming with fish. One hypothesis posits the dumping as a cost-saving measure, discarding obsolete machines to shore up jetties. Another suggests a failed engineering test with no follow-up to assess success. The iron's corrosion slow and the oxygen poor silt preserves the wrecks, yet their environmental impact on current's marine life remains unstudied. Why were these engines chosen for the sea, and what mark did they leave? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The locomotive graveyard is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The wrecks below shimmer faintly as if alive with the echoes of industrial dreams. Scientists continue their work mapping the seabed to study erosion patterns, seeking clues to the engine's impact. Spiritual seekers might see the wrecks as a reminder of life's fleeting endeavors, their mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What purpose did these engines serve in the deep, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the wrecks fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the twilight. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself perched on the deck of a weathered dhow, drifting across the Persian Gulf, under a sky strewn with stars, where the sea unfurls like a liquid mirror, its surface aglow with the faint shimmer of moonlight. The air carries the scent of salt and distant desert blooms, and the gentle waves hum a soft serenade, as if whispering secrets from an unseen realm. Beneath these tranquil waters off the coast of Qatar and the Emirates lies the light wheels phenomenon, glowing circles that dance across the sea, their bioluminescent or seismic origins, a mystery that defies complete understanding. These radiant patterns, reported for centuries and studied since the 20th century, pulse with an enigmatic rhythm, their variability eluding all models. As you gaze into the depths, the sea seems to flicker with ethereal light, inviting you to drift into its embrace. What force conjures these glowing wheels, and why does their beauty stir such awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts sway with the tide, and sink into the serene enigma of the Persian Gulf's radiant circles, where nature and wonder entwine in quiet reverence. Dive into the Gulf's warm embrace, the water parting like a silken veil to reveal the fleeting glow of the light wheels. First documented by sailors in the 1930s, these luminescent circles, some spanning hundreds of feet, appear as rotating spirals or concentric rings, shimmering in hues of green and blue. You glide through the dark, catching glimpses of their radiant dance patterns that pulse for minutes before fading only to reappear elsewhere. Observed from ships and satellites, the wheels are most vivid at night, their light emanating from depths of 10 to 50 feet. No physical structures anchor them, only the sea's fluid canvas, alive with microscopic dinoflagellates or perhaps deeper seismic forces. Their unpredictable patterns, sometimes spiraling, sometimes static, defy explanation, hinting at a phenomenon beyond human grasp. As you hover in the glowing twilight, the circles seem to pulse with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What ignites these radiant rings? Step into a scientist's realm where satellite imagery and oceanographic data weave a narrative of inquiry. The light wheels are often attributed to bioluminescence caused by dinoflagellates, microscopic plankton that emit light when disturbed. Picture currents stirring these organisms into glowing spirals shaped by the Gulf's unique eddies. Yet their precise patterns puzzle researchers. Could underwater currents driven by tidal flows create such orderly designs? One hypothesis suggests internal waves formed at the interface of saline layers organize the plankton into wheels. Another posits seismic activity, as the Gulf sits near tectonic faults, releasing gases that trigger luminescence. Some propose upwelling, bringing nutrient-rich waters to the surface, fueling plankton blooms, while others point to ship wakes, though the wheels predate modern vessels. The pattern's variability, sometimes radial, sometimes concentric, resists mathematical modeling. Why do these wheels elude prediction? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit float to a realm where the sea resonates with divine whispers. In Persian Gulf traditions, the sea is a sacred expanse home to jinn and spirits who light its depths. As you drift above a glowing wheel, its spirals shimmering faintly, You might sense the presence of ancient mariners, their prayers offered to deities of wave and star. Were these lights seen as divine signs guiding sailors through the night? In Islamic mysticism, light is a reflection of divine truth, illuminating the unseen. You could see these wheels as such a reflection, their glow, a hymn to the eternal. In broader contexts like indigenous Polynesian beliefs, the sea is a living ancestor guarding cosmic secrets. Might these circles be part of that ancestry, their patterns a dance of the divine? Across cultures, glowing waters symbolize a threshold to the sacred. The sea's gentle rhythm feels like a prayer, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a dhow 500 years ago, sailing the Persian Gulf under a starlit sky where the air hums with the creak of ropes and the scent of frankincense. Sailors whisper of glowing wheels seen as omens of safe passage or warnings of storms. One tale passed through Arab mariners speaks of a merchant ship saved by following a radiant circle to shore its crew, swearing it was a jinn's gift. Another story from modern fishermen tells of a wheel that appeared during a storm vanishing as the sea calmed. You might imagine a navigator charting a course by these lights now lost to memory, or a child gazing in awe as the sea glowed. These tales, though unverified, linger like mist, hinting at a phenomenon woven into Gulf lore. The wheel's light caused by plankton or gas remains fleeting, their purpose unclear. What messages did these circles convey? Shift to a quiet lab where screens display bioluminescence data and seismic charts. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the wheel's patterns stem from complex current interactions unique to the Gulf's shallow basin? Satellite imagery shows spirals forming near Qatar, but their irregularity defies fluid dynamics models. Another theory posits methane seeps triggered by microquakes agitating plankton into glowing formations. Some suggest phytoplankton blooms fueled by nutrient upwelling create the light, while others point to salinity gradients shaping currents into wheels. The Gulf's tectonic activity, though mild, could release gases as seen in similar phenomena elsewhere, yet no model predicts the wheel's timing or shape. Why do these patterns dance so unpredictably? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the sea's glowing circles. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, light is a divine beacon, guiding souls through darkness. You might see these wheels as such, beacons their glow, a testament to the eternal. In indigenous Australian beliefs, water is a living ancestor guarding cosmic stories. Could these circles be such a story? Their light, a testament to unseen forces. In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, its flow, a reflection of the universe's rhythm. You might feel these wheels as part of that rhythm, their ephemerality, a surrender to the eternal. The sea's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these lights hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the light wheel's details unfold like blossoms in starlight. Observed across hundreds of miles from Dubai to Bahrain, the wheels vary in size, some 50 feet, others 300, appearing in clusters or alone. One hypothesis posits tidal eddies spinning plankton into spirals, though their consistency eludes prediction. Another suggests seismic gas releases stirring bioluminescence in patterns unique to the Gulf. The plankton identified as Noctiluca glow when disturbed, yet their concentration here is unmatched. Why do these wheels form such intricate designs only to vanish? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The light wheels phenomenon is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The glowing circles below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient waters. Scientists continue their work, deploying sensors to track plankton and seismic activity, seeking patterns in the chaos. Spiritual seekers might see the wheels as a reminder of life's fleeting beauty, their mystery a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What secrets do these glowing rings conceal, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the wheels fade into the dark depths, their light softening like a whisper in the twilight. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself aboard a lone vessel drifting across the western Pacific, where the sea stretches like a vast silken shroud, its surface catching the faint glow of a crescent moon in hues of midnight blue and silver. The air carries the sharp tang of salt and the distant hum of an endless horizon, while the gentle waves whisper a timeless lullaby, as if beckoning to secrets hidden in the abyss below. Deep beneath these tranquil waters lies the Mariana Trench, Earth's deepest frontier, its extreme conditions cradling unexplored features that hint at geological histories older than human memory. Stretching over 1,500 miles and plunging nearly 7 miles deep, this chasm, explored only fleetingly since the 20th century, pulses with enigma, its unseen landscapes defying comprehension. As you gaze into the sea, the darkness seems to shimmer, with ancient echoes inviting you to drift into its silent embrace. What stories lie buried in this abyss, and why does its quiet stir such profound awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts merge with the tide, and sink into the serene mystery of the Mariana Trench, where the Earth's heart whispers in tranquil reverence. Descend into the Pacific's inky depths, the water enveloping you like a velvet cloak, its pressure a gentle reminder of the trench's otherworldly realm. The Mariana Trench, first probed by the Challenger expedition in 1875 and later by submersibles like Trieste in 1960, stretches as a crescent-shaped scar near the Mariana Islands. You glide past sheer cliffs of basalt, their surfaces jagged and unyielding, plunging to depths where sunlight fades into eternal twilight. Sonar maps reveal ridges, seamounts, and hydrothermal vents spewing mineral plumes, yet vast stretches remain unseen. Strange creatures, amphipods, translucent fish, glowing microbes, thrive in crushing pressures, their forms alien yet delicate. The trench's floor, cloaked in sediment, hides features that hint at ancient tectonic battles, but their full history eludes us. As you hover in this silent abyss, the darkness seems to pulse with untold tales, its secrets cradled by the sea's unyielding embrace. What landscapes lie beyond our reach? Step into a scientist's realm where seismic data and sediment cores weave a narrative of inquiry. The Mariana Trench, formed by the Pacific Plate, subducting beneath the Philippine Plate, is a geological crucible, its depths shaped over tens of millions of years. Geologists propose that its extreme depth, nearly 7 miles, results from relentless tectonic convergence, carving a chasm where Earth's crust bends. Picture ancient plates colliding, their friction birthing unseen ridges and faults. Yet the trench's unexplored features puzzle researchers. Could undiscovered seamounts hide evidence of ancient volcanic arcs? One hypothesis suggests sediment flows triggered by quakes buried older formations, preserving them intact. Another posits hydrothermal vents spewing minerals created unique mineral deposits, while some propose microbial life, thriving in darkness, altered the trench's chemistry. The trench's inaccessibility, only a handful of dives since 1960, limits exploration, leaving vast regions unmapped. Why do these depths conceal their full history? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the abyss resonates with sacred echoes. In Pacific Island traditions, the deep sea is a realm of gods, where spirits like Tangaroa guard creation's origins. As you float above a vent's glowing plume, you might sense the reverence of ancient navigators, their chants offered to the ocean's heart. Was the trench a sacred void? Its depths, a gateway to the divine? In broader spiritual contexts, like Christian mysticism, the abyss symbolizes the infinite holding creation's secrets. You could see this chasm as such a space, its darkness a hymn to the eternal. In Hindu thought, the sea is a cosmic cradle, birthing life's mysteries. Might the trench rest in this cradle, its features a prayer to the unknown. Across cultures, deep places carry a sacred aura, as if chosen to dwell in divine silence. The abyss's stillness feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a Pacific island thousands of years ago, where the air hums with the scent of frangipani and the murmur of waves. Polynesian navigators speak of a great chasm, a place where the sea swallows stars, its depths feared yet revered. One tale tells of a lost canoe drawn into the trench by a spirit's call, its crew never seen again. Did they glimpse its secrets? Another story from modern divers speaks of a strange glow in the trench's depths vanishing before cameras could capture it. You might imagine a fisherman casting nets above the abyss, unaware of its vastness, or a priestess offering shells to appease its spirits. These tales, though sparse, linger like mist, hinting at a place where human and divine met. The trench's creatures, fang-like fish, glowing jellyfish, suggest a world apart, their origins unclear. What mysteries did this abyss witness? Shift to a quiet lab where screens display sonar images and microbial samples. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the trench's unexplored ridges hide evidence of ancient supercontinents broken apart millions of years ago? Seismic data suggests faults within the trench, but their full extent remains unmapped. Another theory posits methane, clathrates, frozen gas deposits, shaping unique formations, while some propose microbial ecosystems, metabolizing sulfur, created mineral structures. The trench's extreme pressure over 1,000 times surface levels limits dives, leaving most features unseen. Could undiscovered vents hold clues to Earth's early oceans? Some suggest sediment layers, miles thick, conceal older geological records, while others point to tectonic recycling, erasing ancient features. Why does the trench guard its history so fiercely? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating in the trench's silent depths. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Buddhist thought, the abyss reflects the void, a call to release attachment to form the Naut, end of Devane. You might see this chasm as such a void, its darkness, a meditation on impermanence. In indigenous Australian beliefs, deep places are ancestral realms, guarding stories of creation. Could the trench be such a realm, its creatures, a testament to ancient life? In Taoist philosophy, the sea embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel this abyss as part of that harmony, its depths a surrender to the eternal. The trench's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths does this darkness hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the trench's details unfold like blossoms in starlight. Sonar reveals a chasm over 1,500 miles long, with peaks rising thousands of feet from its floor. Hydrothermal vents, some spewing fluids at 700 degrees Fahrenheit, host microbes older than dinosaurs. One hypothesis posits these vents as cradles of early life, mirroring Earth's primordial seas. Another suggests uncharted faults hidden by sediment hold clues to tectonic shifts. The creatures blind, shrimp, translucent, snails, thrive in isolation. Their adaptations a mystery. Why does life flourish in such extremes, yet remain so hidden? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The Mariana Trench is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The abyss below shimmers faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient Earth. Scientists continue their work, deploying submersibles to map its unseen corners, seeking clues to its geological past. Spiritual seekers might see the trench as a reminder of life's vast unknowns, its mystery, a call to embrace the unanswerable. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the darkness. What histories do these depths conceal, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the trench fades into the inky depths, its form softening like a whisper in the twilight. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself aboard a small research vessel drifting across the Antarctic Ocean, where the sea unfolds like a shimmering sheet of obsidian, its surface kissed by the pale glow of an aurora australis, painting the sky in hues of emerald and violet. The air carries the crisp bite of ice and the faint hum of distant icebergs, while the gentle waves weave a soothing lullaby, as if whispering secrets from a realm beyond time. Beneath these frigid depths along the Antarctic seafloor lie the whale graveyard skeletons, vast accumulations of whale bones, remnants of ancient migrations. their reasons for gathering cloaked in mystery. Discovered in the late 20th century, these skeletal havens scattered across thousands of miles pulse with enigma, their origins tied to uncharted natural patterns. As you gaze into the icy abyss, the sea seems to shimmer with echoes of ancient journeys, inviting you to drift into its silent embrace. What drew these giants to their final rest, and why does their quiet stir such profound awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts merge with the tide, and sink into the serene mystery of the whale graveyard where life and eternity entwine in tranquille reverence. Descend into the Antarctic's icy, embrace the water enveloping you like a crystal shroud. Its chill, a gentle reminder of the ocean's untamed power. The whale graveyard, first documented by submersibles in the 1990s, lies scattered across the seafloor, some 1,000 to 3,000 feet below. You glide past massive whale skeletons, their ribs arching like cathedral spires, vertebrae scattered like ancient runes. Some sites hold dozens of bones, humpback blue and fin whales spanning hundreds of feet, their surfaces encrusted with ghostly sponges and deep-sea corals. Discovered near the Weddell Sea and other Antarctic basins, these accumulations suggest a natural phenomenon, yet their clustering defies explanation. No human artifacts accompany them, only the bones preserved in the cold, oxygen-poor depths. As you hover in this frozen twilight, the skeletons seem to pulse with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the sea's unyielding stillness. What force gathered these giants here? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar maps and bone analyses weave a narrative of inquiry. The whale graveyard's bones, dated to thousands of years old through radiocarbon, are tied to natural migration routes where whales journeyed to Antarctic feeding grounds. Marine biologists propose that these sites mark natural death zones where whales weakened by age or injury sank to their final rest. Picture a leviathan drifting downward, its bones settling in the deep. Yet the sheer density, some sites with over 100 skeletons, puzzles researchers. Could ocean currents converging in Antarctic basins have carried bones to specific areas? One hypothesis suggests upwelling zones rich in nutrients attracted whales, leading to mass strandings. Another posits predation, with ancient orcas driving whales to exhaustion, though no bite marks confirm this. Some propose seabed topography like trenches, trapped sinking bones, while others point to microbial activity preserving bones in anoxic sediment. Why do these skeletons cluster so densely? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In indigenous Polynesian traditions, whales are guardians of the ocean, their spirits guiding navigators across vast waters. As you float above a skeletal ribcage, its curves glowing faintly in the deep, you might sense the reverence of ancient seafarers, their songs honoring these giants. Were these graveyards sacred, their bones? A testament to divine journeys. In broader spiritual contexts like Christian mysticism, the deep is a divine abyss, holding creation's secrets. You could see these skeletons as part of that abyss, their silence, a hymn to the eternal. In Hindu thought, the ocean is a cosmic cradle, nurturing life's mysteries. Might these bones rest in such a cradle? They're gathering a prayer to the infinite. Across cultures, animal remains carry a sacred aura, as if chosen to dwell in divine stillness. The sea's icy pulse feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on an Antarctic shore thousands of years ago, where the air hums with the roar of waves and the scent of krill. Indigenous tales from distant Pacific cultures speak of whale spirits guiding lost ships, their bones sinking to form sacred grounds beneath the sea. One story tells of a pod of whales beaching themselves to warn a tribe of a coming storm, their bones later found in the deep. Did they choose their resting place? Another tale from modern researchers speaks of a bone pile glowing faintly in submersible lights, vanishing in the dark before mapping. You might imagine a whale's final dive, its bones settling in silence, or a seafarer honoring the fallen giants with offerings. These bones, ribs, skulls, vertebrae hint at ancient migrations, but their clustering remains a mystery. What drew these whales to this icy grave? Shift to a quiet lab where screens display sonar images and isotopic data. The The scientific puzzle deepens. Could nutrient-rich, upwelling zones, attracting krill, have drawn whales to die in concentrated areas? Sediment cores reveal bone accumulations, spanning thousands of years, suggesting a continuous process. Another theory posits deep-sea currents funneling bones into natural depressions, while some suggest scavenging by ancient marine predators scattered remains unevenly. The bones' preservation, owed to cold, low-oxygen waters, keeps them intact, but their density, some sites with over 1,000 bones, defies random chance. Could climate shifts altering migration routes have led to mass deaths? Some propose disease outbreaks, weakening pods, though no skeletal evidence supports this. Why do these graveyards form such dense clusters? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the skeleton's silent forms. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Buddhist thought, the sea reflects impermanence, a call to release attachment to life. You might see these bones as part of that reflection. They're gathering, a meditation on transience. In indigenous Australian beliefs, the ocean is a living ancestor, guarding stories of creation. Could these skeletons be such a story? Their silence a testament to ancient voyages. In Taoist philosophy, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these bones as part of that harmony, their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The graveyard's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these bones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the whale graveyard's details unfold like petals in starlight. Sonar maps reveal clusters across hundreds of miles, with some sites holding bones from multiple species, their ages spanning millennia. One hypothesis posits natural whale falls where carcasses sink to create nutrient oases, attracting more deaths. Another suggests tectonic basins trapping bones in stable pockets. The skeletons, some with coral incrustations, host tiny crabs and microbes, forming unique ecosystems. Why do these bones gather in such numbers, yet reveal so little of their cause? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The whale graveyard is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's icy pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The skeletons below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient migrations. Scientists continue their work, deploying submersibles to map new graveyards, seeking clues to their patterns. Spiritual seekers might see these bones as a reminder of life's fleeting cycles. Their mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What journeys led these whales to their rest, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the skeletons fade into the icy depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the twilight. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself standing on a quiet shore where the Gulf of Mexico meets Florida's coast, the sea unfolding like a shimmering veil of turquoise, its waves catching the dawn's first light in hues of rose and gold. The air hums with the scent of salt and mangrove, and the gentle tide whispers a timeless lullaby as if beckoning to secrets hidden beneath. Off the coasts of Florida and Belize, visible through the lens of Google Earth, lie the coastal circle's anomalous formations that may be ancient mounds from 8,000 years before the Common Era, their underwater preservation sparking questions about lost land connections. These circular patterns discovered in the early 21st century pulse with enigma, their origins a dance between human hands and nature's craft. As you gaze across the water, the horizon seems to shimmer with echoes of a forgotten past, inviting you to drift into its silent embrace. Were these circles shaped by ancient peoples, or are they the sea's own artistry? Let your breath slow, your thoughts flow with the tide, and sink into the serene mystery of the coastal circles, where time and wonder entwine in tranquil reverence. Dive into the Gulf's warm embrace, the water parting like a silken curtain to reveal the coastal circle's enigmatic forms. Spotted through satellite imagery in 2008, these formations rose of circular and oblong shapes, lie off Florida's Everglades and Belize's Cays, some 60 to 90 feet wide, stretching over 3 miles in orderly alignments. You glide past submerged rings, their edges softened by silt and coral resembling mounds or platforms. In Florida, they cluster near the Everglades' southern tip, while in Belize they dot the shallow waters of the Barrier Reef. No artifacts. Pottery tools have been recovered, yet their patterns suggest ancient structures, possibly from a time when sea levels were lower. The sea's clarity preserves their outlines, but their purpose and origin remain elusive, a riddle of human intent or geological whim. As you hover above, the circles seem to pulse with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What hands or forces shaped these rings? Step into a scientist's realm where bathymetric maps and satellite data weave a narrative of inquiry. The coastal circles, dated potentially to 8,000 years before the Common Era, align with the Middle Archaic period, when Florida's coastline extended farther due to lower sea levels. Geologists propose they are natural formations, sinkholes or sediment deposits, shaped by currents into circular patterns. Picture tidal flows sculpting the seabed over millennia, mimicking human design. Yet their orderly rows spark debate. Could they be remnants of hunter-gatherer mounds like those at Watson Brake, built for ritual or habitation? Another hypothesis suggests oyster reefs formed in brackish waters created circular ridges, though their alignment challenges this. Some point to ancient river channels now submerged, shaping sediment into rings, while others propose microbial mats binding sand into structures. The absence of artifacts complicates human origin theories, but the circle's precision keeps the question alive. Why do these patterns endure so clearly? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred whispers. In Maya tradition, coastal waters were sacred portals to gods like Chak, who governed rain and life. As you float above a submerged circle, its rim glowing faintly in the filtered light, you might sense the chants of ancient priests, their offerings cast to appease the divine. Were these circles sacred mounds built to honor the sea's deities? In broader spiritual contexts, like indigenous Polynesian beliefs, water is a keeper of ancestral memory, guarding sacred places. You could see these formations as such, places their silence, a hymn to forgotten rites. In Buddhist thought, the sea reflects impermanence, a call to release attachment. Might these circles rest in that impermanence? There forms a meditation on the eternal. Across cultures, submerged structures carry a divine aura, as if chosen to dwell in sacred silence. The sea's gentle pulse feels like a prayer, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a prehistoric shore 8,000 years ago, where the air hums with the buzz of insects and the scent of marsh grass. Hunter-gatherers, perhaps ancestors of the Calusa or Timucua pile shells, to form mounds, their purpose lost to time. Local lore passed through Florida's indigenous tales, speaks of sacred circles where ceremonies marked the seasons swallowed by rising seas. Did these mounds honor the dead or the stars? Another story from modern divers tells of a glowing ring glimpsed off Belize vanishing before exploration. You might imagine a shaman placing a shell in a mound's center now buried in silt, or a child watching waves lap at its base. These tales, though unverified, linger like mist, hinting at a time when these circles stood on dry land. The absence of artifacts, only sediment and coral, veils their purpose. What rituals did these circles cradle shift to a quiet lab where screens display Google Earth images and sediment cores? The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the circles be natural karst features, sinkholes formed in limestone during lower sea levels? Bathymetry shows Florida's shelf once dry, dotted with such features, but their row-like alignment suggests more. Another theory posits ancient fishing weirs built by hunter-gatherers to trap fish submerged as seas rose around 10,000 years ago. Some suggest tidal eddies shaping sediment into circles, while others propose mangrove roots fossilized into rings. The Belize circles near Maya sites might link to coastal trade, though no relics confirm this. The preservation owed to the Gulf's shallow, stable waters keeps the circles vivid, but their human connection remains unclear. Why do these patterns align so precisely? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the circle's silent forms. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine threshold holding creation's secrets. You might see these circles as part of that threshold, preserved for a purpose, unseen. In indigenous Australian beliefs, water is a living ancestor, guarding stories of the past. Could these mounds be such a story, their silence, a testament to ancient lives? In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these circles as part of that harmony, their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these rings hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the coastal circle's details unfold like blossoms in starlight. Satellite imagery reveals rows of rings some 60 feet wide, aligned in patterns, unlike typical sinkholes. In Florida, they trace the Everglades edge, while in Belize they cluster near Wild Cane Cay, a Maya trade hub. One hypothesis posits ceremonial mounds built by pre-agricultural peoples like Watson Brake's 11 mounds from 3,500 years before the Common Era. Another suggests natural concretions formed by microbial activity, though their order defies this. The circle's preservation in shallow waters hints at a sudden sea level rise, perhaps 10,000 years ago. Why do these rings endure, yet yield no human traces? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The coastal circles are not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The rings below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient shores. Scientists continue their work, deploying submersibles to map the circle's extent, seeking artifacts to confirm human origins. Spiritual seekers might see the circles as a reminder of life's fleeting marks, their mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What stories do these circles guard, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the circles fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the twilight. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself standing on the shores of the Sea of Galilee, where the water unfolds like a shimmering veil of sapphire, its surface catching the dawn's first light in hues of rose and gold. The air carries the scent of wet earth and wild figs, and the gentle waves hum a timeless lullaby, as if whispering secrets from an ancient world. Beneath these tranquil depths, near the lake's southern edge, lies the Sea of Galilee. Mound, a cone-shaped structure of basalt stones, its form echoing burial sites, yet its origins potentially from 4,000 years before the Common Era remain cloaked in uncertainty. Discovered in 1986 by divers, this submerged enigma, possibly a ceremonial or funerary monument, pulses with mystery, its purpose, and builders lost to time. As you gaze across the water, the horizon seems to shimmer with echoes of forgotten rites, inviting you to drift into its silent embrace. What hands raise this mound, and why does its stillness stir such profound awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts flow with the tide, and sink into the serene enigma of the Sea of Galilee Mound, where the human and the eternal entwine in tranquille reverence. Dive into the lake's cool. Embrace the water parting like a silken curtain to reveal the mound's enigmatic form. Resting some 30 feet below the surface, this structure, roughly 230 feet wide, rises 10 feet from the lakebed, a massive cone of unworked basalt stones, each the size of a small boulder. You glide past its sloping sides, their symmetry striking against the silty floor where fish dart among the gaps. No artifacts, pottery tools, or bones have been found, yet the mound's deliberate shape resembling ancient tumuli suggests human hands, dated tentatively to 4,000 years before the Common Era. Through nearby sediment layers, it predates known local cultures, its construction, a puzzle. The lake's clarity preserves the stone's arrangement, but their purpose, burial ritual, or something else remains veiled. As you hover above, the mound seems to pulse with silent stories, its secrets cradled by the water's gentle sway. What intent shaped this monument? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar maps and geological surveys weave a narrative of inquiry. The Sea of Galilee Mound, located near Ohalo II, a prehistoric site, aligns with the Chalcolithic period, yet its age remains uncertain. Archaeologists propose it as a ceremonial mound akin to burial tumuli, found in the Levant, built by an unknown people. Picture hands piling stones under a scorching sun, creating a monument to honor the dead. Yet its submersion puzzles researchers. Could rising lake levels tied to post-glacial climate shifts have flooded the site around 3,000 years before the Common Era? Another hypothesis suggests tectonic subsidence, as the Jordan Rift Valley is seismically active, sinking the mound. Some point to sediment accumulation burying lower stones, while others propose a deliberate submersion, perhaps as a ritual act. The absence of artifacts or skeletal remains deepens the mystery, natural or human-made. Why does this mound stand so alone? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the lake resonates with sacred whispers. In ancient Levantine traditions, water was a portal to the divine, a place where gods and ancestors communed. As you float above the mound's basalt peak, its stones gleaming faintly, you might sense the chants of elders, their prayers woven into the lake's rhythm. Was this mound a sacred site built to honor spirits, or mark a cosmic alignment? In broader spiritual contexts like those of indigenous African peoples, water is a keeper of ancestral memory, guarding sacred relics. You could see this mound as such a relic, its silence, a hymn to forgotten souls. In Buddhist thought, water reflects the impermanence of all things, a call to release attachment. Might this mound rest in that impermanence, its stones a meditation on the eternal? Across cultures, submerged monuments carry a divine aura, as if chosen to dwell in sacred silence. The lake's gentle pulse feels like a prayer, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on the Galilee's shore 4,000 years ago, where the air hums with the buzz of cicadas and the scent of olive groves. A community gathers, piling stones into a cone, perhaps, to honor a revered leader or mark a sacred season. Local lore passed through Bedouin tales speaks of a stone mound swallowed by the lake, its builders fleeing a divine flood. Did they witness its submersion? Another story from modern divers tells of a strange glow around the mound vanishing before cameras could capture it. You might imagine a child placing a pebble on the mound's edge, now buried in silt, or a shaman chanting under starlight, sealing a ritual. These tales, though, unverified, linger, like mist, hinting at a time when the mound stood on dry land. The absence of artifacts veils its purpose. What ceremonies did this mound cradle? Shift to a quiet lab where screens display sonar images and sediment cores. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the mound be a natural formation shaped by lake currents into a conical form? Geological surveys show basalt flows in the region, but the mound's symmetry suggests human intent. Another theory posits a funerary site like dolmens nearby, though no bones confirm this. Some suggest a fishing weir built to trap fish submerged, as lake levels rose around 3,000 years before the Common Era. Others propose a celestial marker aligned with solstices, though no alignments have been verified. The mound's mass, estimated at 60,000 tons, implies significant labor, yet no tools or settlements nearby clarify its builders. Why does this mound lack traces of its creators? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the mound's silent stones. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, water is a divine threshold, holding creation's secrets. You might see this mound as part of that threshold, preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous Australian beliefs, water is a living ancestor guarding stories of the past. Could this mound be such a story? Its silence, a testament to ancient rites. In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel this mound as part of that harmony at submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The lake's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the mound's details unfold like petals in starlight. Its conical shape built from thousands of basalt stones, mirrors, burial mounds in the Golan Heights, yet its isolation sets it apart. Sonar reveals a single structure, no surrounding settlement, its stones unworked but deliberately placed. One hypothesis posits a ritual platform used for seasonal ceremonies, submerged by a rising lake. Another suggests a navigational marker for ancient fishers, though its size seems excessive. The lake's stable environment, low in oxygen, preserves the stone's arrangement, but their purpose remains unclear. Why does this mound stand so solitary yet so precise? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The Sea of Galilee Mound is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the lake's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The stones below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient hands. Scientists continue their work, deploying submersibles to map the mound's edges, seeking clues to its builders. Spiritual seekers might see the mound as a reminder of life's fleeting rituals, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle, urging to rest in the unanswerable. What purpose did this mound serve, and when might the lake share its song? As you rise toward the surface, the mound fades into the turquoise depths, its stones softening like a whisper in the dawn. The lake's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself standing on the frozen shores of Lake Baikal in Siberia, where the lake's icy surface gleams like a polished mirror reflecting a sky dusted with the soft pinks and purples of a winter dawn. The air carries the crisp bite of frost and the faint scent of pine, while the silence hums with a quiet reverence, as if whispering secrets from an ancient world. Beneath this frozen expanse, discovered through satellite imagery in the late 20th century, lie the Lake Baikal ice circle's mysterious rings, etched into the ice, their origins tied to elusive thermal sources, possibly hydrothermal activity. These enigmatic patterns appearing each spring pulse with mystery, their warming mechanisms veiled in the lake's deep embrace. As you gaze across the ice, the horizon seems to shimmer with echoes of unseen forces, inviting you to drift into their silent enigma. What stirs these circles into being, and why does their fleeting beauty stir such profound awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts meld with the icy stillness, and sink into the serene mystery of Lake Baikal's ice circles, where nature and wonder entwine in tranquil reverence. Step closer to the ice. Its surface, a translucent canvas, where the circles emerge like ethereal etchings. First spotted in 1997 by satellites, these rings, some spanning 4 to 7 kilometers wide, appear near Olkan Island and the lake's central basin. You imagine tracing their edges, perfect arcs etched into the ice, their centers darker where warmth thins the frozen layer. Beneath the lake plunges over 1,600 meters, one of the deepest freshwater bodies on Earth. Its waters harboring unique ecosystems, sponges, fish, and microbes adapted to extreme cold. The circles, visible only in spring, suggest thermal upwellings, possibly hydrothermal vents, but their exact sources remain elusive. No artifacts or human traces mark the sites, only the lake's pristine depths. As you stand above, the ice seems to pulse with silent stories, its secrets cradled by the lake's unyielding stillness. What unseen force carves these rings? Dive into a scientist's realm where satellite imagery and thermal data weave a narrative of inquiry. The ice circles observed annually, since the 1990s, align with Lake Baikal's geological activity, a rift basin formed by tectonic stretching over 25 million years ago. Geologists propose hydrothermal vents deep in the lake bed as the primary cause, releasing warm water to melt the ice in circular patterns. Picture bubbles of heat rising, sculpting rings as they kiss the frozen surface. Yet their consistency puzzles researchers. Could methane seeps trapped in sediment release gas to warm specific areas? Another hypothesis suggests underwater currents driven by the lake's unique shaped channel, warm water into eddies forming circles. Some point to seasonal upwelling, bringing deeper, warmer water to the surface, while others propose seismic activity triggering localized heat. The circle's variability, appearing in different spots each year, defies modeling. Why do these patterns elude prediction? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the lake resonates with sacred whispers. In Buryat shamanic traditions, Baikal is a living spirit, its waters a sacred heart of Siberia. As you imagine floating above a glowing circle, its edges faint against the ice, you might sense the chants of shamans, their prayers offered to the lake's deities. Were these circles seen as divine signs, portals to the spirit world? In broader spiritual contexts like Christian mysticism, water is a divine threshold holding creation's secrets. You could see these rings as part of that threshold. Their fleeting forms a hymn to the eternal flames. In Hindu thought, water is a purifier, dissolving the mortal to reveal the divine. Might these circles rest in such purity, their patterns a prayer to the cosmos? Across cultures, mysterious natural phenomena carry a sacred aura, as if chosen to shimmer in divine silence. The lake's icy stillness feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on Baikal's shores thousands of years ago, where the air hums with the crackle of fires and the scent of burning sage. Buryat elders tell of rings in the ice seen as omens of renewal or warnings from the lake's spirits. One tale speaks of a shaman who walked the circles divining the future, only to vanish when the ice melted. Did the lake claim his wisdom? Another story from modern researchers tells of a circle glowing faintly under starlight, its edges shifting before satellites could map it. You might imagine a hunter casting offerings onto the ice now lost in the depths, or a child marveling at the ring's fleeting dance. These tales, though, sparse linger like mist, hinting at a time when the circles were revered. The lake's ecosystem, unique seals, ancient sponges, thrives beneath, but the circle's purpose remains veiled. What messages did these rings convey? Shift to a quiet lab where screens display thermal maps and sediment cores. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could hydrothermal vents linked to Baikal's rift activity release steady heat to form the circles? Temperature data shows warm spots beneath, but their sources, vents or gas seeps, remain unmapped. Another theory posits wind-driven currents shaping ice into rings through subtle warming. Some suggest methane hydrates frozen in the lakebed release gas in spring, melting circular patches. Others propose microbial activity metabolizing organic matter to generate heat, though no direct evidence confirms this. The circle's size, up to 7 kilometers, implies massive energy, yet their ephemerality defies consistent study. Why do these rings appear so briefly, yet so precisely? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the ice standing above a circle's faint glow. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Buddhist thought, water reflects the impermanence of all things, a call to release attachment. You might see these circles as part of that reflection, their fleeting nature, a meditation on transience. In indigenous Australian beliefs, water is a living ancestor, guarding stories of creation. Could these rings be such a story? Their silence, a testament to ancient forces. In Taoist philosophy, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these circles as part of that harmony, their ephemerality, a surrender to the eternal. The lake's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these circles hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the ice circle's details unfold like petals in starlight. Satellite imagery reveals rings across Baikal's expanse, some near tectonic faults, others in open water, their diameters varying from 4 to 7 kilometers. One hypothesis posits deep vents heating water to 30 degrees Celsius, melting ice in perfect arcs. Another suggests seasonal thawing, where spring currents stir warmer depths. The lake's ecosystem, endemic Baikal seals ancient microbes, thrives below, yet shows no direct link to the circles. Why do these patterns form with such precision only to vanish? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The Lake Baikal ice circles are not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the lake's icy pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The circles below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient waters. Scientists continue their work, deploying sensors to track thermal anomalies, seeking the sources of this phenomenon. Spiritual seekers might see the circles as a reminder of life's fleeting beauty, their mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What forces etch these rings, and when might the lake share their song? As you step back from the ice, the circles fade into the frozen expanse, their forms softening like a whisper in the twilight. The lake's quiet carries you onward, toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself adrift on a weathered skiff in the heart of the Atlantic Ocean, where the sea stretches like a boundless canvas of sapphire, its waves catching the dawn's first light in hues of rose and gold. The air carries the sharp tang of salt and the faint whisper of distant shores, while the gentle tide hums a soothing lullaby, as if beckoning to secrets hidden beneath. Off the Bahamas, some 30 miles south of Bimini, lies Browne's Ruins, a collection of enigmatic stone formations that may be colonial remnants, their structural integrity sparking debates about their age and origin. Discovered in 2011 by dive operators Esley and Krista Brown, these tear-shaped heaps of schist and fluted columns pulse with mystery, their purpose veiled by the sea's quiet embrace. As you gaze into the depths, the horizon seems to shimmer with echoes of a lost past, inviting you to drift into its silent world. Were these stones shaped by colonial hands, or are they nature's ancient craft? Let your breath slow, your thoughts merge with the tide and sink into the serene enigma of Browne's Ruins, where history and wonder entwine in tranquil reverence. Dive into the Atlantic's warm embrace, the water parting like a silken veil to reveal the enigmatic forms of Browne's Ruins. Resting some 15 to 20 feet below the surface, this site spans a tear-shaped area, roughly 160 by 500 feet, rising 6 to 7 feet from the seabed. You glide past schist blocks, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of currents, and fluted columns, their straight-line indentations suggesting ancient craftsmanship. No pottery or tools have surfaced, only the stones themselves arranged in patterns that hint at structures, perhaps docks, walls, or foundations. Reported as an official archaeological site in the Bahamas, the ruins' orderly layout contrasts with the surrounding sandy floor, yet their age remains uncertain, possibly colonial or far older. As you hover above, the stones seem to pulse with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What hands or forces shaped this hidden haven? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar scans and geological analyses weave a narrative of inquiry. Browne's Ruins, located in the Great Bahamas Bank, may date to the colonial era, perhaps the 17th or 18th century, when European powers built outposts in the Caribbean. Archaeologists propose these stones as remnants of a colonial dock or fort, their fluted columns echoing European architectural styles. Picture sailors piling schist to anchor a harbor now lost to the sea. Yet the ruins' structural integrity column, standing upright, blocks aligned, raises questions. Could they predate colonialism linked to an unknown culture? One hypothesis suggests natural limestone formations, shaped by tidal erosion into architectural mimics, though the fluting challenges this. Another posits ship ballast dumped to stabilize shores, but the site's size, over 500 feet, suggests deliberation. Some propose a submerged quarry abandoned as seas rose, while others point to tectonic shifts sinking the site. The absence of artifacts deepens the mystery. Why do these stones endure so vividly? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred whispers. In Caribbean, indigenous traditions like those of the Taino, the ocean was a living force, home to spirits, guarding sacred places. As you float above a fluted column, its grooves glowing faintly in the filtered light, you might sense the prayers of ancient mariners offered to deities of wave and wind. Were these stones a sacred site, their placement a ritual act? In broader spiritual contexts like Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine threshold holding creation's secrets. You could see these ruins as part of that threshold, their silence a hymn to the eternal. In Hindu thought, water purifies, dissolving the mortal to reveal the divine. Might these stones rest in such purity, their forms a prayer to the cosmos? Across cultures, submerged relics carry a sacred aura, as if chosen to dwell in divine stillness. The sea's gentle pulse feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a Bahamian shore in the 17th century, where the air hums with the creak of ships and the scent of tar. Colonial settlers, perhaps Spanish or British pilestones, to build a quay their labor mingling with the songs of enslaved workers. Local lore shared by modern divers tells of a lost outpost swallowed by the sea, its columns left as a marker. Did a storm claim this settlement, or was it abandoned? Another tale speaks of a glowing stone glimpsed underwater, vanishing before retrieval. You might imagine a carpenter carving a column now buried in silt, or a child watching ships dock, unaware of the coming waves. These stories, though sparse, linger like mist, hinting at a place where human ambition met the sea's will. The ruins' schist and fluted designs suggest colonial craft, but their age, possibly older, remains unclear. What purpose did these stones serve? Shift to a quiet lab where screens display sonar images and stone samples. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could Brown's ruins be a colonial jetty built to protect ships, sunk by rising seas around the 18th century? Geological studies show the Bahamas' shallow banks once dry flooded as glaciers melted 10,000 years ago, supporting an older origin. Another theory posits natural concretions, shaped by microbial activity, into structural forms, though the fluted columns defy this. Some suggest the stones were quarried for a never-completed fort, abandoned as trade routes shifted. Others propose a pre-colonial culture, perhaps linked to the Lucayan people, though no artifacts confirm this. The site's integrity blocks unweathered columns. Upright suggests rapid submersion, possibly by a hurricane. Why do no records mention this site? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the ruins' silent forms. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Buddhist thought, the sea reflects impermanence, a call to release attachment to form. You might see these stones as part of that reflection, their submersion, a meditation on transience. In indigenous Australian beliefs, water is a living ancestor, guarding stories of creation. Could these ruins be such a story, their silence a testament to lost lives? In Taoist philosophy, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these stones as part of that harmony, their placement, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, Brown's ruins' details unfold like petals in starlight. The tear-shaped heap, 500 feet long, holds schist blocks and columns, some with fluted designs reminiscent of colonial architecture. One hypothesis posits a Spanish outpost lost during the 17th century wars, though no archives confirm this. Another suggests a natural formation sculpted by currents, but the site's order challenges this. The absence of pottery or tools hints at a transient purpose, perhaps a temporary dock. Why do these columns stand so upright, yet yield no traces of their builders? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. Brown's ruins are not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The stones below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient hands. Archaeologists continue their work using submersibles to map the site's edges, seeking artifacts to clarify its age. Spiritual seekers might see the ruins as a reminder of life's fleeting endeavors, their mystery a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What stories do these stones guard, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the ruins fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the dawn. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself aboard a weathered skiff, drifting across the Caribbean Sea, where the water shimmers like a liquid jewel, its surface catching the twilight's glow in hues of turquoise and amber. The air carries the scent of salt and distant mangroves, and the gentle waves hum a soothing lullaby, as if whispering secrets from an unseen world. Beneath these tranquil depths near the Bahamas, in the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, lies the Darrell-Miklos anomaly, an enigmatic seabed structure discovered in 2018 by explorer Darrell Miklos its composition and origin, sparking wild speculation. This massive formation, with its coral-encrusted arms stretching outward, pulses with mystery its true nature, a riddle that defies explanation. As you gaze into the sea, the horizon seems to flicker with echoes of an unknown past, inviting you to sink into its silent embrace. What is this strange formation, and why does its presence stir such profound awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts flow with the tide, and drift into the serene enigma of the Daryl Miklos anomaly, where the earthly and the cosmic converge in quiet reverence. Dive into the Caribbean's warm embrace, the water parting like a silken veil to reveal the anomaly's otherworldly form. Found by Miklos during a dive for his Discovery Channel series Cooper's Treasure, guided by maps from NASA astronaut Gordon Cooper, this structure lies some 300 feet below the surface. You glide past a central dome, vast and rounded, with 15 horizontal arms, each 300 feet long, jutting outward like the spokes of a cosmic wheel. The arms, covered in coral estimated to be 5,000 years old, defy the region's strong currents where coral growth is rare. No artifacts, tools, pottery, or ship remnants accompany the formation, only its massive symmetrical shape, unlike any known wreck or natural feature. The anomaly's scale dwarfing typical shipwrecks, and its unusual design spark questions of its origins. As you hover above, the structure seems to pulse with silent stories, its secrets cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What force shaped this enigma? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar scans and coral samples weave a narrative of inquiry. The Daryl Miklos anomaly, discovered in the Bermuda Triangle, challenges conventional explanations. Geologists propose it as a natural formation, perhaps a limestone outcrop sculpted by ancient currents into symmetrical arms. Picture the sea carving stone over millennia, creating a structure that mimics design. Yet the coral's age, 5,000 years, suggests a formation predating known civilizations, and its precision raises doubts. Could it be a submerged volcanic feature shaped by gas, seeps into a dome, and spokes? Another hypothesis posits tectonic fractures aligning sediment into patterns, though the region's stability weakens this idea. Some suggest a sunken reef overgrown with coral, but the arm's uniformity defies natural reef growth. Miklos himself speculated an extraterrestrial origin, inspired by Cooper's UFO theories, though no metallic traces support this. The absence of artifacts complicates analysis. Why does this structure stand so distinct? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the sea resonates with cosmic whispers. In Caribbean folklore, the Bermuda Triangle is a place of mystery where ships vanish and spirits roam. As you float above the anomaly's coral arms, their forms glowing faintly in the filtered light, you might sense the reverence of ancient mariners, their tales of otherworldly visitors woven into the waves. Could this structure be a relic of something beyond Earth, as Miklos pondered? In broader spiritual contexts, like those of indigenous Polynesian peoples, the sea is a keeper of cosmic secrets, guarding portals to other realms. You might see this anomaly as such a portal, its silence, a hymn to the infinite. In Christian mysticism, the deep is a divine abyss holding creation's mysteries. Might this formation rest in that abyss, its arms a prayer to the unknown? Across cultures, enigmatic structures carry a sacred aura, as if chosen to dwell in eternal quiet. The sea's gentle pulse feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a Caribbean shore centuries ago, where the air hums with the creak of wooden ships and the scent of palm fronds. Sailors whisper of strange lights in the Bermuda Triangle, tales of vanishing vessels and glowing shapes beneath the waves. One story passed through generations speaks of a massive structure seen by Spanish explorers, its arms rising from the sea before sinking again. Did they glimpse this anomaly? Another tale from modern divers tells of a coral arm pulsing with light, vanishing before cameras could capture it. You might imagine a fisherman casting nets above this structure, unaware of its vastness, or a priest offering prayers to calm the sea's mysteries. These stories, though unverified, linger like mist, hinting at a place where the earthly and cosmic met. The anomaly's coral, defying the currents, suggests an ancient presence, but its purpose remains veiled. What did these waters conceal? Shift to a quiet lab, where screens display sonar images and coral core analyses. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the anomaly be a natural concretion formed by microbial activity binding sediment into arms? Studies of similar Caribbean formations support this, yet the structure's scale, far larger than typical concretions, challenges it. Another theory posits an ancient coral reef shaped by extinct currents, though the arm's symmetry defies natural patterns. Some suggest a submerged volcanic caldera, its spokes formed by radial fractures, but no volcanic rock has been found. Miklos's extraterrestrial hypothesis, fueled by Cooper's maps, noting unidentified objects, lacks physical evidence, but persists in speculation. The coral's age, 5,000 years, implies a pre-Columbian origin, yet no local cultures built such structures. Why does this formation resist all models? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the anomaly's silent arms. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Buddhist thought, the sea reflects the impermanence of all things, a call to release attachment to form. You might see this structure as part of that reflection, its coral, a meditation on transience. In indigenous Australian beliefs, water is a living ancestor guarding stories of creation. Could this anomaly be such a story? Its silence, a testament to cosmic origins. In Taoist philosophy, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel this formation as part of that harmony, its submersion a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths does this structure hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the anomaly's details unfold like petals in starlight. Sonar reveals a central dome over 300 feet wide, with 15 arms radiating outward, each encrusted with coral that defies the Gulf Stream's currents. One hypothesis posits a natural gas seep shaping sediment into spokes, though no gas traces confirm this. Another suggests a lost culture predating known Caribbean societies left no artifacts due to erosion. The structure's scale, dwarfing shipwrecks, and its coral age, 5,000 years, hint at an ancient origin, yet its purpose remains unclear. Why does this formation stand so alone yet so precise? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The Daryl Miklos anomaly is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The coral arms below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of an unknown past. Scientists continue their work, planning submersible dives to sample the structure's core, seeking clues to its composition. Spiritual seekers might see the anomaly as a reminder of life's vast unknowns, its mystery a call to embrace the unanswerable. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the enigma. What story does this structure guard? And when might the sea share its song? As you rise toward the surface, the anomaly fades into the turquoise depths, its arms softening like a whisper in the twilight. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself aboard a weathered skiff, drifting along the Turkish Mediterranean, where the sea unfurls like a silken tapestry, its waves catching the first light of dawn in hues of sapphire and amber. The air hums with the scent of salt and distant cypress, and the gentle tide whispers a timeless lullaby, as if beckoning to secrets cradled in the deep-lass. Beneath these tranquil waters off the Uluburun promontory near Kash lies the Uluburun Bronze Age wreck, a ship from 1,300 years before the Common Era. Its cargo, a dazzling array of treasures from multiple cultures. Discovered in 1982, this vessel's artifacts, gold, ivory, and copper, hint at vast trade networks, yet their full extent remains veiled in mystery. As you gaze into the depths, the horizon pulses with echoes of ancient voyages, inviting you to sink into their silent embrace. What routes did this ship sail, and why does its stillness stir such profound awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts flow with the tide, and drift into the serene enigma of the Uluburun wreck, where commerce and wonder entwine in quiet reverence. Dive into the Mediterranean's warm embrace. the water parting like a velvet curtain to reveal the Uluburun wreck's scattered treasures. Found by sponge diver Mehmet Çakır, this ship rests some 150 to 200 feet below its cedar hull, fragmented but preserved in the sea's anoxic silt. You glide past stacks of copper ingots over 300 in number, their oxide shapes gleaming faintly. Nearby ivory tusks, Canaanite jars, and gold pendants, some bearing Egyptian motifs, lie strewn among glass beads and Mycenaean pottery. The cargo dated to the late 14th century, before the Common Era, reflects a cosmopolitan trade with items from Cyprus, Egypt, and Mesopotamia. Anchors and a bronze sword suggest a crew of diverse origins, yet the ship's destination and purpose remain elusive. As you hover above, the relics pulse with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What distant ports did these treasures touch? Step into a scientist's realm where artifact analyses and trade maps weave a narrative of inquiry. The Uluburun wreck, one of the oldest known shipwrecks, is dated to around 1300 years before the Common Era through dendrochronology of its cedar planks. Archaeologists propose it was a merchant vessel carrying raw materials and luxury goods for a royal court, possibly Mycenaean or Hittite. Picture sailors loading copper under a blazing sun, bound for a distant palace. Yet the cargo's diversity puzzles researchers. Could it represent a single voyage collecting goods from multiple ports? One hypothesis suggests a circular route from Cyprus to Egypt to the Levant, based on artifact origins. Another posits a diplomatic mission, with treasures as gifts to seal alliances. Some propose piracy scattering cargo during a raid, while others point to a storm sinking the ship off Uluburun's cliffs. The absence of a ship's log or crew deepens the mystery. Why does this cargo span so many lands? The evidence drifts like a current offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred echoes. In Bronze Age traditions, the Mediterranean was a divine pathway guarded by gods like the Canaanite Yam or Egyptian Hathor. As you float above a gold scarab, its surface gleaming faintly, you might sense the prayers of merchants offered for safe passage across perilous waters. Were these treasures sacred, meant for temple offerings? In broader spiritual contexts like indigenous Polynesian beliefs, water is a keeper of ancestral memory, guarding stories of voyages. You could see this cargo as such a story, its silence a hymn to lost traders. In Buddhist thought, the sea reflects impermanence, a call to release worldly wealth. Might this wreck rest in that impermanence? Its treasures a meditation on the eternal. Across cultures, sunken cargoes carry a divine aura, as if chosen to dwell in sacred silence. The sea's gentle pulse feels like a prayer, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a Bronze Age ship, 1300 years before the Common Era, where the air hums with the creak of oars and the scent of resin. Sailors from Cyprus and Canaan secure amphorae, their voices mingling with the chants of a navigator, invoking divine protection. Local lore tells of a ship laden with royal gifts, sunk by a sudden squall, its treasures scattered for the gods. Did the crew survive to share its tale? Another story from Turkish fishermen speaks of a golden goblet glimpsed underwater, vanishing before divers could retrieve it. You might imagine a merchant polishing an ivory tusk now buried in silt, or a sailor clutching a bronze dagger as waves surged. These relics, ebony logs, a faience cup, hint at a vast trade network, but their routes from Babylon to Crete remain veiled. What markets did this cargo seek? Shift to a quiet lab, where microscopes and isotopic analyses glow under soft lamplight. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the cargo's mix 10 tons of copper, 1 ton of tin, indicate a bronze-making mission supplying a Mycenaean workshop? Tin from Afghanistan and ivory from Egypt suggest far-reaching trade, but the ship's origin remains unclear. Another theory posits a multi-port voyage, stopping at Ugarit and Cyprus, based on pottery styles. Some suggest the ship was a royal envoy carrying tribute, while others propose a merchant collective pooling goods for profit. The wreck's depth and rapid burial, likely by a landslide, preserved its cargo, but no skeletal remains. Clarify the crew's fate. Why were such riches gathered in one vessel? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the wreck's silent relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine threshold holding creation's secrets. You might see this cargo as part of that threshold, preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous African beliefs, water is a living ancestor, guarding stories of the past. Could these treasures be such a story, their silence, a testament to lost voyages? In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel this wreck as part of that harmony. Its submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these relics hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, the Uluburun wreck's details unfold, like petals in starlight. Divers have recovered over 17,000 artifacts, including Mycenaean swords, Cypriot lamps, and a gold scarab inscribed, with Nefertiti's name pointing to a trade network spanning the eastern Mediterranean. One hypothesis posits a diplomatic voyage uniting cultures through tribute sunk by a storm. Another suggests a merchant ship caught in a pirate ambush, its cargo scattered. The cedar hull sourced from Lebanon and tin from Central Asia hint at global connections, yet the ship's destination, perhaps Crete or Troy, remains unclear. Why does this cargo bridge so many worlds, yet reveal so little of its path? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The Uluburun wreck is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The relics below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient traders. Archaeologists continue their work analyzing isotopes to trace the cargo's origins, seeking clues to its routes. Spiritual seekers might see the wreck as a reminder of life's fleeting wealth, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What journeys did these treasures trace, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the wreck fades into the turquoise depths, its relics softening like a whisper in the dawn. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself standing on the misty shores of Qiandao Lake, where the water stretches like a polished jade. Mirror its surface, catching the dawn's soft glow in hues of emerald and rose. The air carries the scent of damp pine and distant lotus, and the gentle ripples hum a quiet serenade, as if whispering secrets from a city lost to time. Beneath these tranquil depths in Zhejiang, China, lies Shi Cheng Lion City, a Han Dynasty hub from around 200 years after the Common Era submerged by a dam in 1959. Its intricately planned streets and temples, preserved in the lake's embrace, hide the daily governance of an ancient society. As you gaze across the water, the horizon pulses with echoes of forgotten lives, inviting you to drift into its silent world. What rhythms of power and faith shape this city, and why does its stillness stir such profound awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts flow with the lake's rhythm, and sink into the serene enigma of Shi Cheng, where history and mystery entwine in tranquil reverence. Dive into the lake's cool. Embrace the water parting like a silken veil to reveal Shi Cheng's submerged splendor. Discovered by divers in 2001, this city lies some 80 to 130 feet below the surface, its structures remarkably intact. You glide past stone arches, their lion carvings vivid despite centuries underwater, and broad streets lined with wooden beams and tiled roofs. Temples, perhaps 5 in number, rise with intricate eaves, while homes and courtyards suggest a population of 50,000. Built during the Han Dynasty, with expansions through the Tang and Song, Shi Cheng's grid-like layout reflects meticulous urban planning. No human remains or daily artifacts have surfaced, only the city's bones, statues, inscriptions, and walls, preserved by the lake's clarity. The dam's flooding meant to power modern China hid its governance, leaving questions of its daily life unanswered. As you hover above, the city seems to pulse with silent stories, its secrets cradled by the lake's gentle sway. What lives did these streets cradle? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar maps and historical records weave a narrative of inquiry. Shi Cheng, established around 200 years after the Common Era, was a regional capital, its planning evident in its symmetrical streets and water channels. Archaeologists propose the city's submersion by the Shinan Dam was deliberate, flooding the valley to create a reservoir. Picture waters rising slowly, engulfing homes, as residents relocated. Yet the city's preservation puzzles researchers. Could the lake's low-oxygen environment free of strong currents have shielded the structures? One hypothesis suggests sediment sealing, protecting stone and wood from decay. Another posits the dam's controlled flooding minimized disruption, preserving layouts intact. Some propose the city's depth relatively shallow limited erosion, while others point to mineral-rich waters, petrifying wood. The absence of artifacts, tools, pottery obscures daily governance, leaving only architectural clues. Why does Shi Cheng remain so vivid, yet its routines so hidden? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the lake resonates with sacred whispers. In Han Dynasty, beliefs water was a conduit to the divine, linking mortals to ancestral spirits. As you float above a temple's lion statue, its eyes gleaming faintly, you might sense the chants of priests, their prayers woven into the lake's stillness. Was Shi Cheng's submersion a sacred act, its stones entrusted to the water's care? In broader spiritual contexts like Buddhist thought, water reflects impermanence, dissolving worldly forms. You could see this city as part of that reflection. Its silence, a hymn to the eternal. In indigenous Polynesian traditions, water guards, ancestral memory, preserving sacred places. Might Shi Cheng's temples be such a place? Their submersion, a prayer to the cosmos? Across cultures submerged, cities carry a divine aura, as if chosen to dwell in sacred silence. The lake's gentle pulse feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself in Shi Cheng, 200 years after the Common Era, where the air hums with the clatter of carts and the scent of incense. Magistrates govern from stone halls while merchants trade silk in bustling markets. Local lore tells of a festival halted by a vision, a seer warning of waters that would claim the city centuries later. Did residents heed the prophecy, or was it forgotten? Another tale from modern divers speaks of a carved dragon glimpsed underwater, vanishing before retrieval. You might imagine a scholar inscribing a tablet now lost in silt, or a child playing by a canal, unaware of the dam to come. These stories, though sparse, linger like mist, hinting at a vibrant society. The city's lion carvings and temple inscriptions suggest a cultured hub, but its daily governance laws, rituals, remains veiled. What rhythms shape this city's heart? Shift to a quiet lab where screens display sonar images and stone analyses. The scientific puzzle deepens. Could Shi Cheng's preservation stem from the lake's unique chemistry, with minerals coating structures to resist decay? Core samples show sediment layers, suggesting a gradual submersion in 1959. Another theory posits the dam's design, channeling water to minimize structural damage, preserved the city's layout. Some suggest the absence of currents in Qiandao Lake, unlike ocean sites, kept artifacts intact, while others propose the city's stone-heavy construction resisted collapse. The lack of personal items, utensils, clothing raises questions about relocation efforts. Were residents given time to remove their belongings, or were they lost? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above Shi Cheng's silent streets. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, water is a divine threshold holding creation's secrets. You might see this city as part of that threshold, preserved for a purpose, unseen. In indigenous Australian beliefs, water is a living ancestor guarding stories of the past. Could Shi Cheng's temples be such a story? Their silence a testament to ancient faith. In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel this city as part of that harmony, its submersion a surrender to the eternal. The lake's serenity is a temple, its silence a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, Shi Cheng's details unfold like blossoms in starlight. Divers have mapped over 40 hectares, revealing 5 city gates, 177 bridges, and temples with Tang-era inscriptions. Lion statues, symbols of power, stand at street corners, while wooden beams petrified by minerals defy decay. One hypothesis posits a planned abandonment with residents removing artifacts before flooding. Another suggests the dam's rapid construction left treasures behind, now buried in silt. The city's grid, aligned with Han Dynasty cosmology, hints at governance tied to celestial order, yet daily life markets councils remains unclear. Why does this city gleam so vividly, yet hide its heart? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. Shi Cheng is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the lake's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The city below shimmers faintly as if alive with the breath of ancient lives. Archaeologists continue their work, using submersibles to map deeper sections, seeking clues to its governance. Spiritual seekers might see Shi Cheng as a reminder of life's fleeting order, its mystery a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What stories did this city guard, and when might the lake share their song? As you rise toward the surface, Shi Cheng fades into the jade-green depths, its stones softening like a whisper in the dawn. The lake's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself standing on a misty ridge overlooking Fuxian Lake in Yunnan, China, where the water stretches like a polished jade mirror, its surface catching the dawn's soft glow in hues of emerald and silver. The air carries the scent of damp earth and distant lotus, and the gentle ripples hum a quiet serenade, as if whispering secrets from a civilization lost to time. Beneath these tranquil depths sprawling across the lakebed lie the Fuxian Lake Pyramid Structures, ancient ruins possibly tied to the Dian Kingdom from 2,000 years ago, their enigmatic forms hinting at purposes yet unknown. Discovered in 1992 by diver Geng Wei, these stone formations, including pyramid-like edifices, pulse with mystery, their origins and meanings cloaked in the lake's silent embrace. As you gaze across the water, the horizon shimmers with echoes of forgotten builders, inviting you to drift into its silent world. What intent shaped these submerged pyramids, and why does their stillness stir such profound awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts flow with the lake's rhythm, and sink into the serene enigma of Fuxian Lake, where history and wonder entwine. In tranquil reverence, dive into the lake's cool, embrace the water parting like a velvet curtain to reveal the pyramid structure's haunting grandeur. Found through sonar surveys in 2001, these ruins span approximately 2.4 square kilometers, resting some 30 to 100 feet below the surface. You glide past massive stone slabs, their edges adorned with intricate carvings, sun-like symbols with radial lines enigmatic and undeciphered. A pyramid-like structure, 5 stories tall and 60 meters wide, rises from the lakebed, its steps reminiscent of Mayan architecture yet distinct in its craftsmanship. Nearby, a Colosseum-like arena and flagstone pathways suggest a planned city, possibly a Dian Kingdom hub. Clay pots and bronze artifacts, dated to around 1,750 years old, hint at a sophisticated society, but the absence of detailed records veils their daily life. As you hover above the stones, pulse with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the lake's gentle sway. What purpose did these pyramids serve? Step into a scientist's realm, where sonar maps and carbon dating weave a narrative of inquiry. The Fuxian ruins, potentially from the Han Dynasty era, challenge assumptions about the Dian Kingdom, known for wooden and clay structures. Archaeologists propose these stone buildings with their advanced carvings suggest a previously unknown culture, predating the Dian's assimilation into the Han by 109 years before the Common Era. Picture builders hauling slabs under a blazing sun, crafting pyramids for reasons lost to time. Could they have been ceremonial housing rituals for Dian elites? One hypothesis suggests astronomical observatories with carvings tracking celestial events, though no alignments confirm this. Another posits defensive structures built to withstand floods, yet the lake's formation, possibly by a later dam, complicates this. Some propose seismic activity sank the site, while others point to gradual lake rise post-Ice Age. The carving's complexity, resembling solar symbols, suggests advanced tools, yet no such implements have surfaced. Why do these stones defy historical records? The evidence drifts like a tide offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the lake resonates with sacred whispers. In Dian beliefs, water was a sacred conduit, linking the living to ancestral spirits. As you float above a carved stone, its sun-like symbol glowing faintly, you might sense the chants of shamans, their prayers woven into the lake's stillness. Were these pyramids altars raised to honor gods or ancestors? In broader spiritual contexts like Buddhist, thought water reflects impermanence, dissolving worldly forms. You could see these ruins as part of that reflection, their silence a hymn to the eternal. In indigenous Polynesian traditions, water guards ancestral memory, preserving sacred places. Might these pyramids be such a place, their submersion a prayer to the cosmos? Across cultures, pyramids carry a divine aura, as if chosen to stand in eternal quiet. The lake's gentle pulse feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself in a Dian village 2,000 years ago, where the air hums with the clatter of bronze tools and the scent of burning cedar. Artisans carve stones with solar motifs, perhaps, for a ritual to honor the heavens. Local legend recorded in Chengjiang Fuji from the Qing dynasty speaks of a city, possibly Yuyuan, that sank into Fuxian Lake, its people living on in watery depths. Did they foresee their city's fate? Another tale from modern divers tells of a glowing pyramid glimpsed underwater, vanishing before cameras could capture it. You might imagine a priest placing a clay pot now shattered in silt, or a child watching builders raise a stone slab. These stories, though sparse, linger like mist, hinting at a vibrant society. The ruined stonework, unlike Yuyuan's clay, suggests a different people, their governance and rituals veiled. What ceremonies did these pyramids cradle shift to a quiet lab where screens display sonar images and artifact analyses? The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the pyramids be remnants of a pre-Dian culture, their stone construction predating known regional techniques? Sonar reveals a complex of 8 main buildings, including a Colosseum-like arena spanning 2.4 square kilometers, larger than Han Dynasty capitals. Another theory posits a ritual site with the pyramid steps designed for processions, though no skeletal remains confirm this. Some suggest a natural formation sculpted by lake currents, but the carving sun symbols with 7 and 4 radial lines defy this. Others propose a deliberate submersion, perhaps to protect sacred structures, though no evidence supports this. The lake's depth, 155 meters, and anoxic waters preserve the stones, yet their builder's identity remains unclear. Why does this city lack a historical trace? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the pyramid's silent forms. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, water is a divine threshold holding creation's secrets. You might see these pyramids as part of that threshold, preserved for a purpose, unseen. In indigenous Australian beliefs, water is a living ancestor, guarding stories of creation. Could these structures be such a story? Their silence, a testament to lost faith? In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these pyramids as part of that harmony, their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The lake's serenity is a temple, its silence, a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, Fuxian Lake's details unfold like blossoms in starlight. The pyramid, 21 meters high, with a 60-meter base, stands among flagstone paths and a round arena, their stones etched with symbols resembling celestial maps. One hypothesis posits a cultural hub, linking Dian traders with distant lands, though no trade goods confirm this. Another suggests a funerary complex with pyramids as tombs, yet no bones have surfaced. The carving's precision, dated potentially older than 1,800 years, hints at advanced tools or knowledge lost to history. Why do these structures stand so vivid yet silent? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. Fuxian Lake's pyramids are not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the lake's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The stones below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient builders. Scientists continue their work deploying submersibles to map deeper ruins, seeking clues to their makers. Spiritual seekers might see the pyramids as a reminder of life's fleeting grandeur, their mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What purpose did these pyramids serve, and when might the lake share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the pyramids fade into the jade-green depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the dawn. The lake's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma, waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself standing on the edge of the Nile Delta, where the Mediterranean Sea unfurls like a shimmering veil of turquoise, its waves catching the twilight's gentle glow in hues of amber and violet. The air carries the scent of papyrus and sea salt, and the soft ripples hum a quiet serenade as if whispering secrets from a city lost to time. Beneath these tranquil waters near the ancient port of Alexandria lies Canopus, the Egyptian companion to Heracleion, a Ptolemaic hub renowned for its festivals, submerged alongside its sister city in a twin sinking event around the 8th century of the Common Era. Its stone temples and quays, discovered in the late 20th century, pulse with enigma, their details veiled by a vague calamity. As you gaze across the sea, the horizon seems to shimmer with echoes of ancient revelry, inviting you to drift into its silent depths. What festivities did Canopus host, and why does its stillness stir such profound awe? Let your breath slow, your thoughts meld with the tide, and sink into the serene mystery of Canopus, where celebration and enigma entwine in tranquil reverence. Dive into the Mediterranean's warm embrace, the water parting like a silken curtain to reveal Canopus's submerged splendor. Unearthed by marine archaeologist Frank Gaudio in the 1990s, the city lies some 15 to 30 feet below the surface, its ruins scattered across the Nile Delta's seabed. You glide past granite columns, their surfaces etched with faint hieroglyphs, and limestone quays that once welcomed ships laden with offerings. Statues of Isis and Osiris, some towering 10 feet stand, half buried in silt, their serene faces gazing into eternity. Canals, possibly linking to Heracleion wind through the site, hinting at a planned urban center, dated to the Ptolemaic era around 300 years before the Common Era, to 200 years after Canopus thrived as a festival hub. Yet the twin sinking event, likely an earthquake, obscures its full layout. As you hover above the ruins, pulse with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What revels did these stones witness? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar maps and sediment cores weave a narrative of inquiry. Canopus paired with Heracleion sank, likely due to a seismic event around 800 years after the Common Era, as the Nile Delta's unstable soil gave way. Geologists propose liquefaction, where saturated ground turned fluid during a quake, swallowing both cities. Picture the earth trembling, quays sliding into the sea like a fading sigh. Yet the ruins' preservation statues, upright inscriptions, vivid, suggests a gentle burial. Could a tsunami following the quake have layered silt over the site, shielding it? Another hypothesis points to gradual subsidence as the delta's sediment compacted over centuries. Some suggest multiple quakes weakening the coast, while others propose Nile flooding reshaping the shoreline. The lack of precise historical records mentioning only Alexandria's decline deepens the mystery. Why are the details of this twin sinking so vague? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the sea resonates with divine whispers. In Ptolemaic Egypt, Canopus was a sacred center, its festivals honoring Isis, goddess of fertility and magic. As you float above a sunken temple, its columns glowing faintly in the filtered light, you might sense the chants of pilgrims, their voices woven into the waves. Were these festivals a divine communion, their submersion a sacred act? In broader spiritual contexts like Coptic Christian beliefs, water is a purifier, cleansing the mortal to reveal the eternal luz. You could see Canopus's ruins as such, a cleansing their silence, a hymn to the divine. In Hindu thought, water is a cosmic cradle, nurturing life's mysteries. Might Canopus rest in this cradle, its stones a prayer to eternity, Across cultures, submerged cities symbolize a threshold to the sacred, their stillness a testament to divine will. The sea's gentle pulse feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself in Canopus 300 years before the Common Era, where the air hums with the scent of myrrh and the laughter of festival-goers. Priests lead processions to Isis's temple, while merchants trade perfumes by the quays. Historical accounts describe Canopus as a pilgrimage site, its festivals drawing Greeks and Egyptians alike. One tale speaks of a golden barge adorned with lotus flowers sinking during a ritual, its treasures lost to the sea. Did pilgrims save their offerings, or do they lie below? Another story from local fishermen tells of a statue's eyes glowing underwater, vanishing before divers could reach it. You might imagine a dancer weaving through crowds, her steps now lost in silt, or a child tossing shells into a canal. These fragments, bronze lamps, a carved ibis hint at a vibrant world, but the daily governance and festival details remain veiled. What joys did these quays cradle shift to a quiet lab where screens display sonar images and artifact analyses? The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the twin sinking of Canopus and Heracleion stem from a single massive quake, undocumented in surviving texts? Seismic data suggests a fault near Alexandria, but its timing around 800 years after the Common Era lacks precision. Another theory posits gradual coastal subsidence exacerbated by Nile sediment compaction, sinking both cities over decades. Some propose a tsunami surge depositing protective silt, while others point to human activity like heavy construction, destabilizing the delta. The ruins' shallow depth and intact artifacts, jewelry coins, suggest rapid burial, yet the absence of skeletal remains raises questions. Did Canopus's residents flee, or were their traces swept away? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above Canopus's silent relics. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Islamic mysticism, the sea is a divine mirror, reflecting truths beyond sight. You might see these ruins as such a mirror, their stones preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous Polynesian beliefs, water is a living ancestor guarding stories of the past. Could Canopus's temples be such a story? Their silence, a testament to ancient faith? In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony flowing without resistance. You might feel these ruins as part of that harmony. Their submersion, a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, Canopus's details unfold like petals in starlight. Divers have mapped over 10 hectares, revealing quays, canals, and temples with inscriptions praising Isis. A granite statue of Osiris, 9 feet tall, stands beside scattered amphorae, hinting at festival offerings. One hypothesis posits a catastrophic quake, sinking both cities in a single night. Another suggests gradual flooding as the Nile's silt failed to hold the coast. The artifacts, gold rings of faience, amulet, reflect a blended Greek-Egyptian culture, yet the governance council's rituals remains unclear. Why do these relics gleam so vividly yet hide their city's heart? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. Canopus is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The ruins below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient festivals. Archaeologists continue their work using submersibles to trace deeper ruins, seeking clues to the twin sinking. Spiritual seekers might see Canopus as a reminder of life's fleeting splendor, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What revels did these temples host, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, Canopus fades into the turquoise depths, its stones softening like a whisper in the twilight. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself standing on a windswept cliff above the Pacific, where the sea off Japan's Ryukyu Island stretches like a shimmering veil of sapphire, its waves catching the twilight's last glow in hues of violet and gold. The air carries the sharp tang of salt and the faint whisper of distant storms, while the gentle tide hums a quiet serenade, as if murmuring secrets from a world long vanished. Beneath these tranquil depths near the shores of Yonaguni lies the Wanaku Submerged site, a coastal anomaly of stone formations tied to local folklore and awaiting structural analysis. Discovered in the late 20th century, these enigmatic structures, possibly platforms or terraces, pulse with mystery their origins, a dance between human hands and nature's craft. As you gaze into the sea, the horizon flickers, with echoes of an ancient past inviting you to drift into its silent embrace. Were these stones shaped by forgotten builders, or are they the ocean's timeless art? Let your breath slow, your thoughts flow with the tide, and sink into the serene enigma of Wanaku, where myth and mystery entwine in tranquil reverence. Dive into the Pacific's warm embrace, the water parting like a velvet curtain to reveal the Wanaku Submerged site's haunting forms. Found in 1986 by diver Kihachiro Aratake near Yonaguni, this site lies some 20 to 80 feet below the surface, its massive sandstone structures sprawling across a seabed expanse. You glide past stepped platforms, their edges sharp as if carved yesterday, and broad terraces that suggest a monumental design. One structure, often called a pyramid, rises 25 meters, its flat planes and right angles, hinting at deliberate construction. No artifacts, pottery tools, or bones have surfaced, only the stones themselves, their surfaces encrusted with coral and algae. Local folklore ties the site to the lost continent of Mu or the ancient Jomon culture, yet its purpose remains unconfirmed, with structural analysis still pending. As you hover above, the formations seem to pulse with silent stories, their secrets cradled by the sea's gentle sway. What intent shaped these stones? Step into a scientist's realm where sonar maps and geological surveys weave a narrative of inquiry. The Wanaku site, often conflated with the Yonaguni monument, is dated tentatively to 10,000 years ago, when sea levels were lower, exposing the area as dry land. Geologist Robert Schoch argues these are natural sandstone formations fractured by tectonic activity in the seismically active Ryukyu Arc. Picture waves and quakes, sculpting rock into terraces over millennia. Yet, marine geologist Masaaki Kimura counters, pointing to quarry marks and animal-like carvings as evidence of human work, possibly Jomon or a lost civilization. Could these be remnants of a ceremonial complex built before the seas rose? One hypothesis suggests tidal erosion shaped natural rock into architectural mimics, while another posits human modification of existing formations. Some propose a submerged harbor, though no anchors or tools support this. The absence of artifacts and pending structural analysis delayed by strong currents deepens the puzzle. Why do these forms mimic a city? The evidence drifts like a tide, offering no certain shore. Now let your spirit drift to a realm where the sea resonates with sacred whispers. In Okinawan folklore, the ocean is home to spirits guarding sacred sites like the mythical Mu. As you float above a stepped terrace, its edges glowing faintly in the filtered light, you might sense the prayers of ancient fishers offered to deities of wave and tide. Were these structures a sacred platform built to honor the sea's spirits? In broader spiritual contexts like Buddhist thought, water reflects impermanence, dissolving worldly forms. You could see these stones as part of that reflection, their submersion, a hymn to the eternal. In indigenous Polynesian traditions, the sea is a keeper of ancestral memory, guarding sacred places. Might Wanaku stones be such a place, their silence a prayer to the cosmos? Across cultures, submerged relics carry a divine aura, as if chosen to rest in sacred stillness. The sea's gentle pulse feels like a chant, inviting you to linger in its enigma. Picture yourself on a Yonaguni shore 10,000 years ago, where the air hums with the scent of seaweed and the cries of gulls. Jomon hunters, or perhaps an unknown people, pile stones into terraces, their purpose lost to time. Local folklore speaks of a lost city sunk by a tsunami in 1771, its ruins guarded by sea spirits. Did these builders flee the rising waves, or were their stories lost? Another tale from modern divers tells of a stone turtle glimpsed underwater, vanishing before cameras could capture it. You might imagine a shaman carving a rock to mimic a beast, now buried in coral, or a child watching the sea creep closer. These stories woven through Okinawan tradition linger like mist, hinting at a time when these stones stood above water. The absence of artifacts veils their purpose, yet their forms suggest ritual or trade. What dreams did these stones cradle shift to a quiet lab where screens display sonar images and stone analyses? The scientific puzzle deepens. Could the Wanaku site be a natural formation fractured by earthquakes along the Pacific Ring of Fire? Sandstone's soft nature supports this, yet the stepped terraces and right angles, as Kimura notes, suggest human intervention. Another theory posits a Jomon harbor built when Yonaguni was part of a land bridge to Taiwan, submerged by post-glacial floods around 10,000 years ago. Some suggest the structures were quarries abandoned as seas rose, while others propose natural concretions shaped by microbial activity, mimicking architecture. The site's depth and currents hinder detailed analysis, delaying core sampling or 3D modeling. The presence of a stalactite-stalagmite pair formed above water supports an ancient origin, but no tools confirm human work. Why do these stones align so precisely, yet yield no relics? The data sways like a palm frond, offering no solid ground. Return to the water floating above the site's silent forms. The spiritual lens widens, embracing diverse traditions. In Christian mysticism, the sea is a divine threshold holding creation's secrets. You might see these stones as part of that threshold, preserved for a purpose unseen. In indigenous Australian beliefs, water is a living ancestor, guarding stories of creation. Could Wanaku's terraces be such a story, their silence a testament to ancient faith? In Taoist thought, water embodies harmony, flowing without resistance. You might feel these stones as part of that harmony, their submersion a surrender to the eternal. The site's serenity is a temple, its silence a canvas for contemplation. What truths do these stones hold beyond the reach of our time? As you linger, Wanaku's details unfold like petals in starlight. Sonar reveals a complex of 10 structures, terraces, a possible pyramid, and canal-like channels spanning 45,000 square meters. Kimura's claims of animal carvings like an underwater sphinx contrast Shok's view of natural fractures. One hypothesis posits a ritual site aligned with solstices, though no markers confirm this. Another suggests a defensive platform, though no conflict evidence exists. The site's sandstone, 20 million years old, bears marks some interpret as quarrying, yet no tools surface. Why do these forms suggest a city yet hide their builders? The question drifts like a lotus on the surface, serene and unanswered. The Wanaku submerged site is not a mystery to solve, but a melody to feel. You sense the sea's tender pulse, a rhythm that soothes and holds you. The stones below shimmer faintly, as if alive with the breath of ancient hands. Scientists await new dives using advanced sonar to map the site's edges, seeking clues to its origins. Spiritual seekers might see Wanaku as a reminder of life's fleeting works, its mystery, a call to embrace the unknown. You too might hear this call, a gentle urging to rest in the unanswerable. What stories do these stones guard, and when might the sea share their song? As you rise toward the surface, the structures fade into the turquoise depths, their forms softening like a whisper in the twilight. The sea's quiet carries you onward toward another enigma waiting in its embrace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. As you drift through the quiet currents of these mysteries, let your mind wander among the sleeping stones where ancient secrets rest beneath the eternal dusk of the sea. The unanswered questions, cities lost to waves, artifacts cradled by time, sway gently like whispers carried on drifting winds. You've roamed through submerged realms where temples and ships lie in silent reverie, their stories woven into the ocean's endless lullaby. Each enigma, from the glowing circles of the Persian Gulf to the shadowed pyramids of Fuxian Lake, breathes softly, inviting you to linger in their tranquil embrace without seeking resolution. Feel the weight of these wonders settle like a feather on still water. The need for answers fades, dissolving into the tide's gentle rhythm where peace alone suffices. Picture the ruins of Canopus, their columns bathed in moonlit silence, or the Wanaku stones dreaming beneath the Pacific's caress. These mysteries are not puzzles to unravel, but melodies to cradle your thoughts. guiding you to a place where the heart rests easy, unburdened by the unknown. The sea, vast and timeless, holds these secrets as a mother holds a child, offering only serenity in their quiet depths. Let your breath align with the slow pulse of the waves, each exhale carrying you deeper into the twilight of wonder. The sleeping stones whisper no demands, only a soft invitation to drift, to let the eternal dusk enfold you. The winds of ancient tales, carrying echoes of lost voyages and forgotten rites, brush gently against your mind, soothing it into stillness. Here in this boundless ocean of mystery, there is no need to grasp or know, just to float weightless in the embrace of the unknowable, where every question becomes a lullaby and every secret a dream waiting to unfold. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers.